Morning. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks so much, everyone. I'm Thad Pulaski. I'm the Managing Director of the Center for Resilient Cities and Landscapes, and I'm just so delighted to see all of you here. I know many more people are coming throughout the day, and this is just a really special moment. So just thank you so much for being here. We're going to get right into our program because there are people watching on the webinar. And just real quick note that the webinar has closed captioning, I think, in English and Spanish. So if you want to watch virtually, please turn on the closed captioning. And now I'm just going to start our program by welcoming our host today, Wafa Al-Sadar, the head of Columbia Global. Wafa, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. And thank you, Thad. And it's great to welcome you all here to the forum today, our home, and particularly for this very important forum and discussions that you're going to be having at this conference. I'm going to just, before starting, it's a great honor to have Columbia World Projects co-sponsor this event. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about what is Columbia World Projects, what is CWP. And just to give you a sense that this entity was established here at the university maybe now almost 5 years ago with one goal in mind. And that goal was how we can tackle major global challenges that the global community is facing today, and how we can advance the knowledge that we have and the thinking we have into action in order to resolve some of these challenges. So how do we do this? And I think how we do this is by a couple of ways. One is by bringing groups of individuals like all of you in this room from diverse backgrounds and disciplines, and involving both researchers and practitioners and communities to come together and advance our knowledge and thinking about specific challenges that we face as a community. And the other ways, of course, is not just advancing the thinking, but what we call advancing the doing, meaning embarking on projects that try to actually find solutions that are doable, feasible, and effective, and hopefully also that can be scaled up. So this is what CWP is all about. Now, in this space that you're going to be talking about today, CWP has been also quite engaged. We've been very interested in issues around prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery through, for example, the New York City Pandemic Response Institute, where CWP contributes to that, to the work at PRI, at that institute, which is very much centered about having an equitable way of preparing and responding and recovery from disasters, and now focusing on COVID-19, for example, in the city. But the goal is not just to focus on pandemics, but also on other major threats, including climate threats. I think another example of our commitment in this space is some of the work that CWP has done in terms of the Beirut recovery after the catastrophic explosion that happened in Beirut. And this is another role that CWP played, brought together a series of researchers, both from Columbia, from Lebanon, as well as practitioners and policymakers and community members, to really engage in talking about the recovery. How can there be an equitable recovery? How can we shape a new way of responding, but even more, a new way of recovering from these major disasters that really take into account equity, that address the needs and the effects and the needs of the most vulnerable in the society, rather than kind of those who have the most likely to access the resources often that are part and parcel of recovery work. So it's quite a natural that why there's interest in supporting the event today, and to look back on Sandy, which is remarkably 10 years ago. It's hard to imagine this. Because I think it's, this gathering will provide what's really important is the invaluable lessons learned. I always use the term lessons learned because often it's lessons not learned. So hopefully we are going to be garnering and harvesting the lessons learned. And I think through the coming together, through the sharing, through the advancing the knowledge, what we've learned since then, is I think this can be very important in a way to inform how we prepare and respond to other potential health threats, both in the climate space as well as other health threats. So this is very much at the core of what we aim to do at CWP, and hope that your work today and your work will inform the way forward and advance our thinking in terms of this very broad topic area of prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery in an equitable manner. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce my friend and colleague, Alex Holliday, who is the founding dean of the Climate School here at Columbia University, who will say a few words of welcome. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. Great to see you all, and fantastic to be here. This is such an important occasion and marks such an amazing event in the history of New York. So it's brilliant that we're actually getting together from so many different perspectives. I'm going to say a little bit about the Climate School. The Climate School has been around just for, depending on when you think it really started. Some people think it's still getting going. But it's been around now for a couple of years, and we've already graduated our first class of students. And the focus of the Climate School has been very much about how do we develop the subjects that are needed for the future of the planet and for society, in terms of not just the science, of course, but also the social science. How do we actually work with people? How do we connect with people? And also the technology solutions that are needed, and the nature-based solutions as well. So all those things come together in what we're talking about today when we look at the impact of climate change in particular on this city. And we also think about it in the context of a city that's taking climate change very seriously and has set very strong targets in terms of what it's seeking to do in terms of decarbonization. Extreme weather events like Hurricane Sandy actually highlight that, because we clearly know that we need fantastic weather forecasting and climate modeling, and it's pretty clear that some of the climate weather forecasting capabilities that we had in America didn't predict Hurricane Sandy exactly correctly. Other ones around the world were able to do that. And I think recognizing the power and importance of being able to provide more granular information on what will happen, at the kilometer scale, is going to be really, really important in the future. And this is a major feature of what we're trying to build here at Columbia University. But Hurricane Sandy also illustrates the fact the need for public policy and for taking solutions that can actually really be enacted. So many researchers at Columbia University talk about the fact that they really would love to be able to take their research and know how to affect policy with it. And so trying to figure out how we can do that better is a key part of what Columbia World Projects is doing, but also what the Climate School is doing. How do we have real impact on the ground? It's also important that we provide space for connection between the various people who've been affected by this disaster. So, of course, it's academia, government, business, and community. And this is particularly important as we reflect on the legacy of Sandy. Dozens of people died, and many people were homeless. There were businesses that were completely trashed by the storm. There were billions of dollars that were needed in public and private funds to recover. And we need to ask ourselves from all of this what we have learned in terms of how to prepare for disaster, how to build resilience into our infrastructure, but also how to do it in a way that really carries the community with you, in a way that people feel that they are bought into building a more resilient city in the future. So today, we're going to be welcoming, we are welcoming not just climate scientists, we've got a few here, but also current and former city officials, future city officials, that'd be good. If you want to be a city official, just line up. Urban planners and disaster and resilience professionals, but also survivors and community members who helped their neighbors get through the storm, the trauma and the rebuilding, and who now 10 years later, continue to lead the efforts towards the creation of a more resilient New York City. So it's a great opportunity, fantastic. Please make the most of this. I think the great thing about universities is people should be doing things that are interesting and creative and thinking openly and freely about their thoughts. So, communicating openly and freely about their thoughts. So please feel free to think boldly, think big, and don't just use this as a commemoration, but how to actually think together about new ways of doing things in the future. And now I'd like to introduce a colleague of mine who's I've known for pretty much since I came here and actually went to a New York City event, climate event, and that's Dan Zarilli. Dan is a civil engineer by training. Many of you know him well. He served as the city's first resiliency director under Mayor Michael Bloomberg, and he was chief climate advisor under Mayor Bill de Blasio. He's currently special advisor for climate and sustainability here at Columbia University. During his tenure with New York City government, Dan played a critical role in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Alex. It's just such a pleasure to be here, and thank you to WAFA for your kind words, and to Thad, to Karen, to everyone who helped pull this together, and to the forum staff for making this event happen. It's just a really important moment to be able to step back and reflect on what the last 10 years have meant and what it means for the future. I will note that it seems like that one of the biggest debates that we've had over the last 10 years, maybe we've seemed to answer, is it resilience or is it resiliency? Anyone who's lived through that little fun thing, welcome. You're welcome to my world. Little did I know how much that that Sandy would really impact my life, and I chart the time of Sandy in maybe a slightly different way. My son was born 3 weeks after Hurricane Sandy hit New York City. So Sandy, in my mind, is a fifth grader who's about this tall and loves soccer and video games. It's putting it into that sort of time scale for me has made it particularly poignant. But again, I think this is just an important reflection, like to mark what Sandy was. In 2012, in late October 2012, an enormous storm took a famous left hook into New Jersey, pushed enormous amounts of water into New York Harbor, causing the worst natural disaster that the city has ever faced. 44 lives were lost, more than half of which within a mile of my home in Staten Island. $19 billion of damages and lost economic activity. Anyone who's seen me speak over the last 10 years knows that I could rattle these numbers off. It's just, the impact, it was absolutely incredible for New York City. But what we've all done, we've spent the last 10 years grappling with what those numbers have meant and pushing forward new projects, new policies, thinking about what it means to be a coastal city in a time of climate change. And I just want to thank everyone in this room for all of your work to help this city and to help the world think about this, because Sandy was an important moment here in New York City, of course, but I think it's underappreciated how much Sandy meant for the trajectory of climate action in the world. And it's my contention that what happens here, and because it's New York City, the media, the financial, the cultural capital of the world, that when things happen here, they matter, but what matters even more than just the events that happen here is our reactions to it and how we've come to respond to this. We could have just responded to this and said, we're gonna make sure that we're gonna build and protect against coastal storms, and that's gonna be the thing that never happens here again. We took a wider view. This group took a wider view around the risks of climate change and thought hard and long about intense rainstorms and heat and sea level rise, and then got into the root causes of climate change and started to think about how do we end our reliance on fossil fuels. All of that happened here. I could run down the litany. You'll hear all about it today, about $20 billion that were spent on adaptation programs here in New York City. So much more that still needs to be done, but the progress is real. We elevated and rebuilt over 1,000 homes. Tens of thousands of multifamily and public housing units are now made safer. We have a brand new Coney Island hospital that's been elevated. The stormwater system continues to get billions of dollars of investment. We're planting street trees and coating roofs white and doing all this stuff around the city. Not just doing projects, baking resilience into our codes and standards. We're thinking about land use in a different way. We've trialed different types of managed retreat, even in Staten Island. We've baked climate at the core of the city's long-term strategic plans. These are major trajectory changes, but we didn't stop there. We also enacted a gas ban on new construction, Local Law 97 to get our emissions in line with the Paris Agreement, divested our pension funds, enacted new environmental justice legislation. All of these actions had at their core Sandy. Sandy was what put us on a different trajectory as a city. And I would even say that it put the world on a different trajectory. Once the People's Climate March happened here in New York City, an important run-up to the Paris Agreement that then has unleashed a range of policy action all across the world, most recently with the Inflation Reduction Act. You can chart the course. Sandy wasn't the only trigger for all of that, but you can chart a lot of that back to Sandy and the consciousness raising that we had around climate here in New York City. So I think there's a really important lesson to be learned here about what the last 10 years have meant in New York City, and for us to think about now, what's the next 10 years look like? What does all this work mean? How do we continue this? How do we make sure that we deepen our work to eliminate emissions, end our reliance on fossil fuels, continue to protect New Yorkers and provide a model for how the rest of the globe and how other coastal cities can think about these risks? And that's what we're here to do today. I think it's a really powerful moment for us to be thinking, and you don't always get the chance to reflect on what things have meant, especially 10 years on. Usually we're well beyond and on to the next thing, and other events have overtaken us. Take this day, help think this through. You're helping chart the course of this city and the globe here today and on. And hopefully, I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done. It's a real pleasure to be here on behalf of Columbia and the Climate School, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day. So thank you. I'm going to pass it back to Thad now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for those great introductions. Just going to advance a slide here. And, you know, a lot of the progress that Dan just talked about has been driven by youth movements. And earlier this summer, when I was talking about putting this conference together, I met Christina from Staten Island. And we decided together that it would be really good to kick off this conference by hearing from some of the young people that lived through Sandy and how it shaped their own experience. So we've got a few of those people here. And I'll just... Christina, you want to bring up your friends, and you can take the seats here, and thanks.
Hello. Are we on? Yeah, okay, great. Thank you so much. As Thad was saying, this is a summer and a part of a fall in the making. When we were talking about this event and Sandy Plus 10, as a space of reflection and really thinking about the past 10 years, we wanted to figure out a way to center youth voice and community action in these conversations for not only thinking back, but also thinking forward to the future. So I'm so excited to be here today with all of my incredible panelists. I'm going to start down with the Johnny. I would like everybody to just start off saying their name, their preferred pronouns, how old were you when Sandy hit 10 years ago, and where in New York were you living?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm Ajani Stella, and I was 6 years old when Sandy hit, living in Chelsea.
I'm Keanu. My pronouns are he, him. I was 7 years old when Sandy hit, and I was living in Lower Manhattan.
Hi, I'm Sora Borough. I was 8 years old when Sandy hit. I go by she, her pronouns, and I'm from Central Brooklyn.
Hi, I'm Dario Sampson. I was 8 years old when Sandy hit, living in Long Island, and my pronouns are she, her.
Hi, I'm Helen Mancini. I was 6 years old when Sandy hit, and I was living in Upper Manhattan, and I also go by she, her pronouns.
So I'm Christina Torres, as you already heard. I go by she, her pronouns. I was a senior in high school at Wagner High School in Staten Island, New York, 17 years old when Sandy hit. And I grew up in South Beach, which is right by the Verrazano Bridge and the boardwalk. And to this day, we still have not recovered fully on Staten Island from Sandy. Abandoned buildings are littered throughout South Beach. Businesses that I loved going to growing up, gone in the devastation of Sandy. Right by my parents' house, there's actually a small memorial dedicated to a mother and her son that passed during Hurricane Sandy. I'm reminded every time I'm back on the island, and witnessing what I did when I was in high school during Sandy is a main motivation for the work that I do today. I'm deeply passionate about democratizing not only the science around climate and the science around events like Hurricane Sandy, but also connecting that science to action in K through 12 classrooms. I do a lot of work in climate change education. I am a PhD student over at Teachers College in science education. I do work with the Center for Sustainable Futures at TC campus, the LEAP Center at Columbia Main campus with climate modeling, and I also work closely with the New York City Department of Education Sustainability Office and kind of triangulating these different worlds between education, science, and climate action. I also take all of these passions for climate communication to my own teaching. I teach an ecology and environmental problems course at the Fashion Institute of Technology to students that are going into sustainability fields. I know everybody here on this panel today from various aspects of my life. Some are my actual students at the Fashion Institute of Technology. Others I work side by side with in climate activist organizations throughout New York City. But the one thing that binds all of us together here is we were all kids when Hurricane Sandy hit. Obviously an age range here from 6 to 17, but still youth when Sandy hit. And definitely as we've progressed forward in these past 10 years, our perceptions of how we think about New York City have changed. So that's what I would like to focus our panel on today. I'm not asking anybody on this panel to recount their Sandy experiences, but rather in the spirit of reflection and ideating a more resilient future, I would like to use our time here to give each of our panelists space to explain how their perceptions of New York City have changed in the 10 years since Sandy. And we're going to try to keep each response to under 2 minutes. I'm going to start with Helen, and then we'll work our way down this way.
Okay, thank you, Christina. So I was 6 when Sandy hit, and I honestly didn't understand the severity of it. I wasn't going to school, and I didn't understand that that meant that my teachers were stuck in their homes. But now when I see floods on TV and natural disasters happening everywhere outside of the city, my perception's completely different. And I think in that way, Sandy is a way I've measured growing up in the face of the climate crisis. What I've seen since then is like what we heard at the start of this day. So much change in consciousness has occurred. I mean, the New York City climate movement is one of the biggest in the world. I work with Fridays for Future in New York City, and we plan strikes, 2 global strikes every year, and we get some of the biggest turnout in the entire world. We had, in 2019, one of the biggest climate strikes yet, and that's how I got involved. But I think that there's still a long way to go, because not everybody connects what happened with Sandy to climate change yet. I mean, that's why climate change education is so important. Every day, not just at our global strikes, me and my peers stand on the streets, every Friday, stand on the streets and, talk about or have signs and chant for certain things that we're trying to, like the environmental bond measure and like local law 97. And we try to advocate for those, but only a few people stop to talk to us. Only a few people take the time out of their day to listen. So I think that we have come very far, and I think Sandy can definitely be attributed to the greatness of the New York City climate movement that we're all a part of. But there's still more to achieve. There's still more consciousness to raise. And I think that if we all reflect on Sandy, that can happen more.
Thank you.
As my fellow panelists here, I was really young when Sandy happened, so seeing how New York has changed has been basically half of my life. And I perceive New York to still be in that healing process after Sandy. Thousands of homes were destroyed, businesses were devastated, and I think we're still building that back up. And while the heart of New York and its residents and the characteristics of New York, while those are still growing stronger, I don't know if I could say the same for the infrastructure in the past 10 years. And climate change is real, that's why we're all here. And I think, like Helen said, we're all here to make a difference. And with that power, with knowledge, even the building of the coastal resilience projects and down in Two Bridges, I think that we can make it happen. And hopefully in the next 10 years, we'll have advanced much more.
So personally, Hurricane Sandy is not a particularly negative memory. I remember going onto my porch in the rain and thinking it was so exciting because I was nearly blown away by the wind. I went to school and my friend told me about how there was a fish in her basement. So it was so bizarre that it was exciting, and I didn't live in an area that was badly affected, so my naivety stayed. But since then, I've learned about climate change and natural disasters, and I've become far more cautious when there are hurricane warnings and bad weather. And many people in New York have done the same, but New York City is not yet flood or hurricane safe, and it is nowhere near it, despite the amount of time that has passed. And from what I've seen, and in the storms that have come since Sandy, my family and the people of New York have taken the necessary precautions to protect themselves and their homes against floods and harsh winds. And since Sandy, the New York people have changed. The calm atmosphere and the feeling of natural safety that I had as a child has changed, but the city infrastructure has not changed. Not enough. Houses have been rebuilt, but by the 20th anniversary of Sandy, I hope the city has been rebuilt to be more safe. Perhaps they are on the path to change, or there are great infrastructure plans in the making, but we have to make sure that if Sandy hit again once today, the casualties we would see would differ from the casualties we once saw. And since Sandy, in my eyes, storms have gone from being moments of naive excitement to warnings of disaster. I once saw New York and New York's rain as play, but now see the imminent danger that comes with that if infrastructure plans are not implemented immediately and we don't act to prevent the same number of casualties arising from a similar disaster in New York. I once viewed New York and the infamous weather of New York as a fun, thrilling experience, and now with my education and growth, I see the danger that lies ahead if plans aren't put in motion, houses aren't built safer, and unhoused people aren't given shelter. I hope Mayor Adams and the New York government works hard to make this city safe so that 8-year-olds of the future, like 8-year-old me in the past, can view New York with a sense of safety, knowing that they are protected in the case of natural disaster.
So like Helen said, I was 7 years old when Sandy hit, so I don't think I had much of a perception of the city at all at that time, but New York City still remains the third biggest CO2 emitting city in the world. And I feel as far back as I can remember, I've always known the climate crisis is going to shape my future. It's going to shape the future of all of us on this panel. But the climate crisis is not just an issue of the future, as we see with Hurricane Sandy, as we see when a third of Pakistan is underwater. How is New York City responsible for that is something I've been thinking a lot about. Who is responsible for that? Obviously, fossil fuel companies. Obviously, it's those at the top. The top 1% is responsible for 15% of emissions, of fossil fuel emissions. The bottom 50% is responsible for just 7%. And it's those bottom 50% that's being impacted the most. We need to recognize, we talk so much about resiliency here, but we need to recognize how important climate action is in these conversations. We can't lose sight of the focus of climate action, of the focus on climate justice. We talked earlier about Local Law 97, and Local Law 97 here in New York is the Green New Deal for buildings. Buildings are responsible for 70% of the emissions here in New York City, and Local Law 97 would tackle those buildings to make sure we dramatically reduce those emissions. Yet Mayor Adams consistently has not committed to fully enforcing the legislation. We need this legislation to be fully enforced. We're speaking here today also at Columbia University, and we have so much talk around this, but we also need to see action. Columbia remains invested in fossil fuels and oil and gas and coal. We need to transition away from those immediately. Yesterday, a new UN report said that only an urgent system-wide transformation can avoid climate disaster. We need that transformation to happen now. We need Columbia to divest from fossil fuels.
So like everyone here, I was very young when Sandy hit, and I was just confused why the lights were out and I couldn't trick or treat. But for me, what's very interesting about my experience with Sandy as I've grown up is it's been a mix of both pride and shame in our city. I'd like to commend all the great work that the city has done, like Dan was talking about, with respects to building new infrastructure and making sure that we have elevated homes and hospitals and new protections. And those are all really great investments that this city has made because they saw the impact that hurricanes have and can continue to have on our city. But we can do better. We are not doing nearly enough in addressing the infrastructure needs of our city, nor in addressing the need for aid and support that so many New Yorkers continue to necessitate across the city. It is astonishing that 10 years later, after Hurricane Sandy, there are still citizens who cannot rebuild their homes, who cannot continue with their lives because they've not received the necessary support to rebuild themselves, to help them achieve economic success despite their own hardships. We look at places like Texas and Florida and the South along the Gulf, where hurricanes happen every day. And we send aid. We talk about how low-income communities are the most affected. But we also need to talk about how that happens in New York. We can't think of New York as this isolated area where Hurricane Sandy happened, it's bad, but it's a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. This is going to continue to happen, and we need to be able to address that. We need the government to support aid efforts to low-income communities. We need the government to invest in infrastructure and technology. And Columbia University, as a powerful institution, as an advocacy body, and as a philanthropic body, is able to help with those investments in a way that's unique to any other institution in New York City. So that's why I really urge Columbia and the city of New York to make those requisite investments and make sure that New Yorkers all have a safe and livable future.
I want to thank all of our panelists for amazing, insightful responses and all of you for listening. I hope that this sets the tone for today and we have more productive and regenerative conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was great. Thanks so much for those powerful calls to action. We're gonna just start moving into our day here. One moment. I'm just joined by our co-host. I'll introduce her when she comes in, and a few other people are coming. The Red Hook Initiative has been really helpful in putting this event together. So they just got here on a bus from Red Hook and Coney Island, and so we're gonna have a few people just trickling in now. So make sure you make space for other people to come join you in the seats that are in between. If you could slide down too, might help. But we're only gonna be, this is gonna be a very busy day of learning, and we're going to be moving around a lot. So in about 10 minutes, we're gonna break and go into our first session. And maybe just before we do that, I want to start by talking about, hey, there's my co-host. This is...
Good morning. Thank you all for having us here. My name is Karen Blondell. I'm an organizer from Brooklyn. I organize around climate change, around environmental justice, and also around public housing. which is sitting in most of these low-lying areas. And so I have a busload of people to introduce you to. We're going to collaborate across academia and ground people, people who have the experience after you guys design louvers, and louvers have to be moved, and submarine doors go in. These are the people who have to deal with the construction and destruction that is resiliency. So I'll pause right there.
Yeah, please. Thanks so much for being here and for jumping right off of being stuck in traffic to join us. But Karen, maybe we can do this together. We want to talk about our objectives for today and also how we're gonna proceed to work together, because we're gonna have a really intense learning experience today. And so I just want everybody to understand that we're here to tell the story of Hurricane Sandy collectively. Not everybody that needs to be here to understand this story is here, but we're gonna try to fill in different pieces of it. We can't do it all at once, so we're gonna do it in different pieces together. And we're gonna try to take that story and learn some lessons from it. And then what else are we gonna do?
So again, we're going to try to empower communities today, not only by sharing the stories, but sharing the best practices, sharing the suggestions from you, from the ground. And we hope to come out of here with a stronger collaboration with Columbia. As you know, I'm also a Loeb Fellow. And so I literally I'm a Loeb Fellow 2022. I spent most of my time at the GSD because I'm really interested in the equity around the built environment. And so there's a lot of things we have to change now. We used a lot of toxic materials in the past. We may have designed things with specifications that are not being followed. We need those things to happen now. We have to follow protocol, and we need all hands on deck, not just academia, but we have to encourage vocation as well. Whatever it takes to build the resiliency that we need across this city. And that means as older people, we have to start sharing our experiences with younger people. They have more energy. It was like, I was out of breath when I first got here because I had to run to the bathroom, I had to hang up my coat, and I had to run out on stage. I have experience, but I really still need the young people in my community to carry the torch forward. And so we have to do these intergenerational collaborations across the city without feeling like we're giving away a whole loaf of bread. A loaf has many slices. Everybody can get a slice. That's the type of work we have to get done here in regards to resiliency. So we're going to acknowledge those still living with the impacts of Sandy. So one of the first stories I heard this year was about a family that lost their children. They were young people. 44 people died during Hurricane Sandy. So I just want to take a minute and let's memorialize them with a moment of silence. Thank you. There's also a lot of people who weren't able to rebuild. A lot of people got displaced. One of the things that's happening is that this is a global situation. So people are migrating globally. And so we have to make room for each other. There will be over 1 billion people outside of climate protection in the next 10 years. So we have to start thinking about that equitably. And again, we all have to take a share of the burden. And so I'll turn it back over.
Well, the next thing is our community agreements. You know, we're going to work together today. And, you know, we invited a lot of speakers, but we hope everyone here feels comfortable to speak today and to share in this learning experience. So we told you the objectives, and we're hoping everyone can participate with this in mind, that we're here to learn together. You want to?
So we want to participate with intention. We want to step up and step back. So I'm pretty good at taking engineering, language, linguistics, legalese, and converting it into digestible language for my community. There was one time we were talking about air rights, and we couldn't get it. So I demanded that they go buy some Legos. And I said, you're going to use these Legos, and you're going to show what's there, and then you're going to color code the air rights section, and then you're going to move it to where air rights go. And literally, that's how we got it. So we use the arts a lot. So we're very expressive, and you're going to meet some really great team members and community members today from Coney Island, which got hit really bad, from Red Hook, from the Bronx, from all parts of the city. Be open. Balance the academia with the local expertise. You know, let's leave our egos outside the room and put on our listening ears. Pick up sessions where you can gain or give. You know, go to a session that really fits into your passion around the topic. Also, help us maintain a respectful and inclusive space. And we all have permission to speak in draft. So don't take anything personal. And finally, in moments of disagreement, speak from the I. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Karen. There might be some disagreement today, and that's okay. I mean, that's kind of why we're here together to learn, and we should work through that and really just appreciate each other's presence here and how we can learn together. Okay, all right, so we're on schedule. One other thing is that, you know, talking about Hurricane Sandy might cause some distress for people, and that's, you know, understandable. It was a really distressing time in many people's lives. So there's information around the building. If you need help, we have this. We would point you in this direction. So and you can talk to one of the organizers if you want to help getting to help. So another real quick point here is that we'd love feedback on this. You know, this is sort of a new session, a new type of session for us in some ways. We haven't had a town hall quite like this, so we have a survey. It's also part of Columbia World Project's effort to better understand how the climate school can be a good ally to frontline communities. So if you have a chance through the day, please check out our survey. And now, I know this is a lot. This is a lot going on. I think almost everybody in this room has probably seen my chart over the last 3 weeks. So the way this is going to work is basically we've got rooms. We've got 4 breakout rooms set up. There are 3 breakout rooms at the top of the stairs, or you can go to the elevator and go up to the 3rd floor. And in those breakout rooms are roundtable discussions. And these roundtable discussions are basically like, there's invited speakers, and they'll start off with some comments on these specific topics, but it might go in different directions. These are just the beginning of the conversation. And then the idea is that in those rooms, you start to talk about what are some of the lessons learned from Hurricane Sandy that we want to socialize and bring back here at the 11 o'clock session. So we'll be, for those who want to hear the report backs, come back in here at 11. One other thing about the breakout sessions, and these are all the sessions in yellow, they're telling the story of Hurricane Sandy chronologically, like what caused Sandy, where we were prepared, et cetera, from the beginning through, like from the first year to like the 5th year to the 10th year. And so concurrently to that, though, if you don't want to spend your whole day hearing about Hurricane Sandy, there's also been amazing work going on all over the region to build resilience in our communities. And so a lot of those people said, hey, we'd like to come talk to this audience about what we've been up to. So for instance, right now at 10 o'clock, folks from the Municipal Art Society put together a beautiful panel discussion on public space, how that's changed in the last 10 years. So you could stay in here for that, or you could go to one of the 3 roundtables to follow the story of Hurricane Sandy. And then the people from Rebuild by Design, Amy Chester and colleagues at Milliman and Georgetown are releasing a new map of displacement, and that will be happening right outside in our 4th breakout room, 217. So hopefully you're all looking at this and sort of making a decision about where you want to be. And hopefully the people joining visually see that there are different Zoom links for these different rooms. That was such a lot of logistics. I'm sorry. And you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you did great.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. And survey for feedback, you can, because I'm not really ready to register all the feedback right now, but like on the survey. Okay, so, all right, with that. Oh, yes, so just the yellow is the story of Hurricane Sandy. The green is maybe unrelated to Sandy, but like different important resilience building efforts. So we're calling the green the side sessions, and the yellow the narrative of Hurricane Sandy. Any other questions, Klaus?
Flow as you start out, you'll get it.
Yeah. I hope I do too. Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Well, all right. So, and the other thing is, real quick, we want to keep these sessions tight so that we can also spend a lot of time getting to know each other and like building a community around this learning experience. So we're asking everybody to just keep the sessions to 45 minutes so we have 15 minutes to both circulate and talk to the person next to you and follow up on conversations. Question over here.
Are the sessions being recorded so somebody later could maybe go to a website and watch the session?
Yes, thank you for asking that. Yes, everything is being recorded today. And I hope that's all right with everyone, because this is certainly like an important living document, and we're going to make a report of it at the end of the year so that everybody has access to it. In a way, you're all co-authors of this document, dare I say, like you're part of this learning journey. So we'll produce this document with your input, and you can watch the sessions later. And yeah, it's a lot. I know I feel a lot of FOMO looking at this schedule. That's okay. That's okay. There's, and you can, just try, maybe you want to try something different out too. That's a good thing to do. If you know a lot about one subject, just go where your nose and your heart tells you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So again, just to reiterate, the yellow are the rooms. If you want to go to a room, it's on the 3rd floor. We have an elevator bank here, or you can just walk out the exit sign at the top of the auditorium. And then on the side, you will have these breakout rooms with the, what's it called? The Art Society Municipal Art Society, and enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy everyone. Thanks so much. So we're going to break now and see you in 11. Okay. Good job. They're just coming. Yeah, but maybe the Zoom world can.
Hello, hello. Oh, this one works.
Is this on?
Oh, there we go.
Is this on?
Yep.
Is this
Can
on?
you guys hear me? Ah, okay, great. We're live. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming to Prioritizing the Public Realm in Climate Change Advocacy. My name is Tom Devaney. I'm the Senior Director of Land Use and Planning at the Municipal Arts Society of New York. And first off, I want to thank Columbia and Thad and Caitlin for putting this great day together. There's a lot of really interesting discussions going on. I also want to mention for planners, this particular discussion is available. There's CM credits available, so if you are a certified planner, get those credits in. Wanted to talk about how with Sandy and COVID, they're really bookend events that have changed the way we think about the built environment and development and public space. And certainly COVID-19 has brought the public realm, our streets, our sidewalks, our public space, our plazas, our parks, playgrounds, public housing campuses into focus. MAS has made the public realm a priority in our advocacy over the course of the past several years. Starting out with the East Midtown rezoning, we were pushing for extension of privately owned public space POPs as open space, needed open space in an area that is deficient, also a way to fight climate change impacts and reduce heat island effect. And over the past few years, even going back before COVID, our Fight for Light initiative has put solar access and thermal comfort into the discussion in terms of development in the public realm. And we've also issued a number of reports and studies pushing for the city for public realm leadership to consolidate responsibilities in the multi-tendrilled aspects of the public realm. So today's topic, we're focusing on the public realm and following Sandy, how has climate advocacy in the public realm evolved, and how can policymakers, advocates such as MAS, and developers alike best prioritize the public realm and its many users moving forward. We have a very talented group of panelists today, and I'm gonna ask them to multitask on the first question with respect for time. I'm gonna have them introduce themselves and answer the first question, and that is, in your work or personal life, what is one connection you have to New York City's public realm? So we're gonna do this in alphabetical order. So Amy.
Oh, I'm never first. We're going by first names. My name is Amy Turner. I'm a senior fellow at the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law at Columbia Law School, so just a few blocks downtown from here. My connection to the public realm, I think one of my favorite things about the public realm is how it's grown with me over the years. I used to be a young single person in New York and spent lots of time in parks and things like that. And now I have a kid and we go to playgrounds and walk around on the streets, and he loves riding his bike and his scooter. So it's really sort of grown with me in its own way.
Thank you. Genesis, you're next in alphabetical order.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Genesis. My pronouns are they, them, and I am the Youth Environmental Leadership Program Manager at Futures Ignite. Futures Ignite is an education nonprofit where we provide college, career, and leadership development for high school youth in Washington Heights. My work has a lot to do with youth leadership development and mainly working with Black and Brown high school youth on their environmental justice initiative, where they're trying to pedestrianize 182nd Street in the Heights. My connection to the public realm, aside from my job, is just as a queer, non-binary person of color, I always have to figure out how do I fit in public spaces, and I think all of the work that I've done through research and community organizing is always about how do BIPOC and queer and trans and young people just feel seen.
Thank you. And Siobhan, you're up next.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Siobhan Watson, Deputy Director of Sustainability Programs at the New York City Housing Authority. And, you know, my connection in my work to the public realm is really just looking at the open spaces of the New York City Public Housing Authority as part of the public realm in New York City, and bringing attention to the role that those spaces play in climate resiliency. We have 2,400 acres of land in New York City, much of that land concentrated in communities that lack open and green space other than those properties. So those spaces play a really important role in day-to-day quality of life, as well as mitigating urban heat island effect and stormwater impacts and various other things. So we'll talk more about it, but the very important role that NYCHA open spaces play in the public realm is my focus.
Thank you, Siobhan. So for the next round of questions, I'll ask the panelists a separate question, certainly related to their experience. Amy, we're going to stick to our alphabetized ordering of things. 10 years after Sandy, what can you tell us that the city is doing well or needs to do better when it comes to the public realm and meeting goals for reducing climate change impacts?
Yeah, so I always want to start by noting that there are a lot of really wonderful people who work for the city and are working very, very hard to make changes to the public realm to help us meet our climate goals. So I work on the greenhouse gas emissions reduction side of things, and so the city has set a goal to be net zero by the year 2050, so no net emissions. And one of the main things that the city can do to reduce emissions by using the public realm specifically is to get cars off of streets. And in that regard, I'd say our record has been somewhat mixed, and there's a lot more that the city could be doing. One really big win for the city is congestion pricing. The city was able to push that through the state legislature after more than a decade, 2 successive mayors of trying. But of course, it's not in effect yet, right? You can still drive into Lower Manhattan without paying really anything at all. So there's a lot more to be done there, and I think that will be really transformational in a whole bunch of ways. It will get some cars off of streets, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and other air pollution that comes from vehicles. It will make Lower Manhattan a safer place to be, an easier place to get around. There are some things that we need to figure out. We need to make sure we're not causing increased pollution in the South Bronx and other places right outside of the congestion zone. But I think that's a real area for continued work by the city and continued work for advocates to really push for a robust congestion pricing program. Another way that I'd say the city has done some work to get cars off of streets and reduce emissions is through the Open Streets program. And, again, I'd say the record has been somewhat mixed there, and there's, a lot of room for advocacy around open streets. Post-COVID or early on in the pandemic, there was a lot of enthusiasm about closing down and pedestrianizing our streets. And I would say that program, has been rolled out somewhat inequitably, and there's less effort behind it now than there was before. And that can really make a difference in terms of, giving people places to go congregate, use their public space, really taking it back from cars. That's something that I think is happening more in areas that already have ample public space and less, further out in neighborhoods that really lack those places for people to gather. So, I think there's a lot more to be done in terms of making that statement that streets are not for cars, streets are for people, and there are a whole bunch of public realm benefits that come with that. But another really big important thing is that it helps us reduce the emissions from our transportation sector. So I will stop talking for a moment. I know that my colleagues will talk a lot more about the adaptation and climate resilience side of things as relates to the public realm.
Thanks, Amy. I think it's interesting, given your experience with development and buildings and the parallel in that in reducing climate change impacts, it's not just buildings, it's how important the public realm is integrated in those efforts. I'm going to turn my attention Genesis, and I think this is a good segue from the first panel with the students talking about their experiences post-Sandy. Please tell us about the Clean Air Green Corridor initiative that you worked on and your perspectives working with a diverse group of young people who have spent the majority of their lives post-Sandy and in COVID, who are focused on improving the public realm in their community. And given the diversity of these groups that you engage with, how do we as advocates rethink what it means for these folks to exist in those spaces in the public realm?
Okay, there's multiple parts.
I know, that was a two-pronged question.
No worries. Yeah, so the Clean Air Green Corridor Initiative was started by 9th through 12th graders at the Washington Heights Expeditionary Learning School. It's on 182nd Street on Audubon Avenue. And it started out of a joint class that students took back in 2017, where the history teacher worked with the environmental science teacher and really broke down essentially environmental justice and environmental racism in Washington Heights, with the big focus of understanding why aren't there adequate or accessible open and green spaces in Washington Heights, Inwood, and particularly focusing on the east side of Broadway, because I don't know if you all know about Washington Heights and Inwood. It's very different, the west side and the east side. The east side is predominantly low income, Latinx, mixed status, monolingual Spanish speakers, and you have your more affluent, rich, white, folks on the west side. And so students began to understand those topics and were really fed up with like, why are things like this? And it was through that class that they were inspired of like, well, if we don't have access to our current open and green spaces, why don't we just create some for our side? And so they began to look at streets and sidewalks as ways of creating more accessible, like open and green spaces. And so their vision is to take all of 182nd Street from Broadway to Amsterdam and turn it into a green corridor. And create it into a hub, right? A hub for grassroots organizing and climate resiliency and environmental education and community science. And I think it's been my biggest privilege to be working with these incredible, I call them my colleagues because they tell me what they need. And to just see like how full of hope and innovative they are in their ideas of addressing some of the issues that we here have been trying to figure out for decades. And I think I consider them community organizers, not advocates, because they are the ones who live in the communities that are most impacted by the climate crisis, but they are also the experts on how to like deal with those issues and the connectors, right? I think when young people are leading, like folks, especially older folks, like just need to sit down and listen and really take their ideas as valid.
You did. I mean, that was incredible. I was going to say, and I didn't have to repeat the second part of the question. I think, you know, we've talked about this, and again, the first group that was in here, I can't help but think as someone who's a little older than the students and the people that you work with, that more than half their life has been spent post-Sandy and in COVID. And, you know, what can advocates such as MAS learn in engaging with young people who have a different perspective than someone like myself, who's spent most of my life pre-Sandy, but was aware of climate change impacts. But.
Yeah, so I think a lot of our students now, they were probably like 10, 8, 9 years old when Sandy hit. And so they don't really remember it, but they remember what happened in July of this year when most of our community like flooded, the trains flooded, and there was a big storm. They remember Hurricane Elsa last year. We were getting out of programming over the summer and the streets were literally flooded and we couldn't like leave and I had to call parents. And so I think they see the urgency and they see like the impacts now. And I think what advocates can learn from them is really just giving them the space to just like build with everyone, not just sort of as a tag on at the end, like having young people at the table when we're planning, when we're brainstorming, when we're implementing, and when we're evaluating our progress and our projects. And I think it's, at least in movement organizing, we always talk about like radical imagination. I think like young people embody that so much because they know that a different world is possible, because all their life they've been told no, but I think the hope that there's still something better out there, I think it's the light that we need to continue to give space for.
Thank you for bringing that perspective. Siobhan, you're next. Given that NYCHA properties and residents took a huge hit in Sandy, and especially in waterfront areas in Red Hook and Coney Island and the Rockaways, and given that projections show that in 2100, over 900 NYCHA campuses will be in the flood zone, 100-year flood zone. What can public realm advocates learn from the challenges NYCHA faces in combating the suite of climate change impacts in the short and long term throughout the city?
Great question. Thank you. So, like you said, NYCHA was heavily impacted by Sandy. We had 35 developments that were severely damaged that required extensive restoration of basic infrastructure systems, heating systems, elevators, and it also required investment in preparing those developments for the impacts of a similar storm in the future, because as we've all been discussing, we know this isn't the last time this is going to happen. So I came to NYCHA in 2019, well after Sandy, and had planning, research, sustainability, resiliency background. Was asked to lead the development of a climate adaptation plan for NYCHA. NYCHA had done a lot of work on recovering from Sandy, preparing for the next Sandy, but there are many other hazards out there, and we wanted to both look back at what had been learned from Sandy and look forward at what else we need to be preparing for, and build resiliency into what we do across the board. I think looking back, I want to call attention to something that Karen said in her opening remarks. Resiliency is important. It's, we all advocate for investment in resiliency. We all know the need for upgrading infrastructure and changing our built environment in order to accommodate the impacts of our climate and how they change in the future. But the process of getting there and what that looks like on the ground is enormously impactful. I think you said the construction and destruction that resiliency is. It's something that we really need to be thinking about. What does that look like? What does resiliency in the public realm do for us, but also what are the impacts that it has as we get there? So, we've been thinking about this in a number of ways. I think some of the projects from the Sandy portfolio at NYCHA that have been the most appreciated are those that deliver day-to-day quality of life benefits in addition to their infrastructure upgrades and the resiliency benefits that they provide in times of natural disaster. So, learning from that, we have really started to look at how we can make greater use of multifunctional infrastructure that upgrades the landscapes, upgrades residents' quality of life while providing a resiliency benefit. As we've experienced these very heavy rainstorms in the past couple of years, there's been a lot more attention to cloudburst very intense, heavy rains that caused the kind of flooding that we saw during Ida and then just past this past summer again. Not necessarily even named events, but just heavy rains are difficult to deal with in the city now. So, we've been looking at the type of infrastructure that can deal with these heavier rain events while also improving the facilities that we have. So our first pilot with this is going to be built this coming year. It was designed back in 2018 there was a community design process to kind of look at what landscape features can hold water and be designed in such a way that they also provide a community benefit. So at South Jamaica Houses, which has experienced a lot of flooding throughout that neighborhood, we're going to be taking a basketball court and sinking it down with stadium-style seating around it that serves as a temporary detention tank for water combined with subsurface infrastructure, and also sort of serves as seating and an upgraded court during the times when it's not raining. So that type of multifunctional infrastructure is something that we're very focused on and thinking through with the communities that live in public housing developments that are going to be affected, what types of facilities are needed on a day-to-day basis, as well as to deal with the climate-related challenges that we have. So, we're also looking at, as I mentioned, New York City has neighborhoods where there are low levels of tree canopy, but there's really high concentrations of NYCHA developments that are sources of dense tree canopy. So we're looking at those areas and thinking through how do we upgrade our care for this amazing resource of tree canopy that those campuses hold. Again, I think we learned a lot from Red Hook in terms of how important that tree canopy is and how we can try to think through making infrastructure upgrades while making sure that we preserve that resource. I'll stop there.
Hey, thanks, Siobhan. It's interesting because there's so much that the city can learn given how large an area all NYCHA campuses are and the amount of open space and the opportunities for infrastructural changes. Also, the use of the space. And I was just interested in what kind of engagement with NYCHA residents went into conceptualizing and how to use that public space with resiliency in mind. And I'm glad that you mentioned the tree canopy, because I think sometimes what gets lost in climate impact discussion is the heat island effect that is pervasive and especially in the public realm. So just interested in thoughts on how NYCHA engages with NYCHA residents on coming up with ideas on how to use that campus space.
Sure. So, typically when we have a capital project at a particular development, there's engagement with that specific development. And we, for example, with this South Jamaica design, there was a series of workshops on designing that specific space. That's sort of once a project has been kind of funded and is happening at a development, though. And I think one of the things we've been thinking through is how do we engage more with residents as we conceptualize these things and come up with kind of what we are trying to get funding for. We spend a lot of time trying to get federal funding for pre-hazard mitigation projects. So how can we do more engagement around that when the project is not yet funded, is not yet certain? One of the things we did when we were developing our climate adaptation plan was put out a call for interested residents to participate in a climate action network that sort of workshopped our climate adaptation plan as well as our updated sustainability agenda. And we were able to sort of have an application process and compensate residents for their time kind of going through, learning about what we were doing, as well as providing input on that. So that, I think, is something that we would like to continue. It's not, we're in capital projects. We have a lot of a lot of different things going on, and we're trying to build those processes in. I'm not going to say it's perfect. We're working to expand that kind of participation in the broader conceptual thinking about these things. And I think part of that is also making the resources available, the information available. As you know, we worked with Municipal Art Society recently to take our climate adaptation plan and the kind of development by development information about NYCHA campuses that we provided and make it into a really visually appealing map that kind of looks forward at what are the climate resiliency concerns at particular developments. So Municipal Art Society very generously offered to kind of think through that with us and make something that was a little bit easier to understand. And we're really excited to start having people take a closer look at that.
Sure. I'm glad you mentioned funding, because infrastructural upgrades do not come cheap. And it's, as a not-for-profit, we understand the challenges that come with thinking citywide about making those changes. For our last question, and this is sort of loosely framed, but thinking of potential missed opportunities. If we were to reconvene in 10 years and have this discussion, with that in mind, what is the one thing that each of you feel is critical for public realm advocates to focus on to have the most positive impact on citywide resiliency? So Amy, we're going to come back to you on this.
Sure. I mean, one thing is very hard to choose, but I think it would be a real missed opportunity if many of the ideas behind the Renewable Rikers plan didn't come to fruition over the next decade. For those who are not familiar, Renewable Rikers is a somewhat open-ended plan to, once the Rikers prison facility is shut down, to move a lot of renewable energy resources, solar panels, battery storage onto Rikers Island, some other critical environmental infrastructure, and then to, first of all, have more renewable capacity here in New York City. An ancillary benefit of that is that we can shut down some of the really dirty peaker plants that are in many low-income and minority neighborhoods. Ideally, long-term, we could give some of the space from those peaker plants back to those neighborhoods to create more spaces in the public realm. We can, we can have folks who, were either formerly incarcerated at Rikers or who have otherwise been affected, had their lives affected by incarceration, do some of these jobs associated with our renewable energy, clean energy transition. These can be really, well-paying and highly trained jobs. I just think it's an incredibly exciting and an exciting plan, one that meets a lot of needs for the city, and I think really critically, one that is really shaped by advocates and has a lot of room for continued advocacy. So, folks in the neighborhoods that surround some of these dirty peaker plants and folks whose lives who've been impacted by incarceration can really have a say in what is needed on this new vision for Rikers, what would serve the city as a whole, what would help with healing from the trauma that's happened on Rikers. I just think that there is, a real dialogue to come between the city and advocates in this space that can have just a whole slew of benefits. And, if this were to sort of fall away, I think that would be an enormous missed opportunity.
Thanks, Amy. It would be really interesting to see how this pans out. I know there's a couple of programs coming up on the topic of reusing Rikers. So I think that's an excellent idea. And we have a vested interest in the feedback from our panelists as an advocacy organization. So my staff is taking notes, and we might steal some of your ideas. Genesis, again, what's the one thing that you feel is critical for public realm advocates to focus on?
I think it's funding. I think there's a lot of great New York City programs. And the first one I can think of is obviously Department of Transportation's Open Streets program, but it's not accessible or equitable. I think to ask low-income communities of color to volunteer and put together an open street. Like, that's just not it. And I think we need to just expand more funding for those types of programs that are allowing our communities to bring more climate resiliency into our communities. And I think expanding opportunities too, like for our young people to engage within like the political sphere, I think is important. And I think what we're trying to do a lot is really leverage those summer youth employment program dollars over the summer, and maybe, advocating for that to be year-round for our young people to continue to work on these important issues.
Excellent. What would you suggest if I came to you and said, Genesis, I am an advocate and want to help. What could you tell me for advice on, given what I really liked what you said earlier about the distinction between advocates and I think it was community leaders, people involved. So what is it that you could tell advocates, like the best path to reaching a diverse group of people?
I think it's definitely going to those communities that have existing partnerships with like community orgs. I think advocates do bring like expertise, technical expertise in terms of research and planning and architecture. And I know a lot of our work has been very much a collaboration with like the architecture school at Columbia or even like the biology department at Columbia. And so I think advocates can just, use those technical skills that they have and like not do the work for us, but like transfer those skill sets to like our communities and then let our communities lead. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, point taken. I'm glad you didn't say butt out. No, these are great ideas. Siobhan.
Yeah, so the one thing that I would want to make sure we don't miss is integrating, this may sound like a boring point to make on this, but is like making sure that we don't miss out on planning for maintenance of all of the new assets, infrastructure that we are putting in order to deal with climate resiliency. I think a lot of times we build capital projects, we invest in our infrastructure. With climate, it's a mixture of hard infrastructure, vegetated infrastructure, different ways of maintaining assets, maintaining the knowledge to deploy flood barriers when there's an event across a long period of time when there's not an event. So I think investing in the kind of knowledge, maintenance, and ability for all of the investments that we make in resiliency to continue serving us into the future is something I would want to make sure we integrate.
I think that's an excellent point. It's a conversation that continues, I could say, in our advocacy and in other like-minded organizations, and that is, we can talk about development, we can talk about policy, we can talk about the built environment, but maintenance is a cost that is not necessarily controlled, and that there are factors that can change and that can affect maintenance over the long term. What is it that you think, I can say from an advocacy organization, because I think it's a great topic for organizations to take on. What do you feel in your experience at NYCHA is the biggest obstacle in getting commitments for maintenance and including that into budgets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think it's funding. We obviously are very budget constrained at NYCHA, and putting something at the top of the list that has a kind of long-term benefit that isn't the most sort of pressing day-to-day concern is really tricky. So, I think we're trying to tackle this in terms of partnerships. We have a great partnership with the Department of Environmental Protection. We've worked with them from the beginning on the cloudburst infrastructure. That South Jamaica project that I mentioned is completely funded by DEP and has been designed from their department. So I think really making sure that we have the partnerships secured so that those with kind of an expertise and focus on resiliency topics are guiding the maintenance of those assets is really important. We've also launched a partnership with regard to our trees, where the U.S. Forest Service has been helping us, and as well as the Nature Conservancy and the Parks Department, to do an inventory of our trees and look at where we need to invest. We've done that with Green City Force, which is an organization that employs NYCHA residents and does green jobs training, and we've been able to work with many of their alums in training them to do the tree inventory, the urban forestry kind of health assessments, and building that kind of on-the-ground expertise into the data we're collecting on our trees and how we're planning for maintaining them is something that we'd like to continue. But it takes, institutionalizing that work, which we've been doing on a kind of ad hoc basis, and establishing the partnerships and the funding to keep that work going.
Thank you, Siobhan. We have some time for a couple of questions for the panelists from the audience. So if anyone wants to raise their hand. Yes. I think we need a microphone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your presentations. Very inspirational. And I had a question for Genesis. I just loved hearing so much about your work with the community and with the students and the project. And it sounds amazing to me. I'm from San Francisco, so shutting down a street and turning it into open space for the community sounds amazing. I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit more about that process and how do you get a street shut down in New York for the people?
Bad knows. So yeah, just a little background. All of 182nd Street, we have our school, Wheels, but then there's 5 other schools too on 182nd Street. And so one way that we're approaching it is sort of modeling it first on our school block and then bringing that like framework and blueprint to the other schools on the street so that they can implement it. Our collaboration and connection with that, I'm just gonna throw you in there, has been really helpful in terms of navigating the Department of Transportation's like Open Street program, and really understanding too, just like all of the different like agency pieces that go into it. I think since the beginning of the pandemic, the Open Streets program has been easier to apply for. So it's usually an application process. The organization that is like sponsoring the Open Street or the group of volunteers that's sponsoring it submits sort of their operations management and like outreach plan to the department, and then they either approve it or like not approve it. We didn't get it our first year because there was a busway pilot program in our community. And so there was fear that our street plus the busway pilot could increase like traffic in the community, which was like a lie, but it is what it is. And so, yeah, that's been the process. I think what we're using the Open Street is first like as a model of like what can happen, because the overall vision is to like fully shut it down. But I think through this process too, we've been connecting with other agencies like the New York City Parks Department to do sort of a tree inventory of the street. And we realized in collaboration with them that 20 additional trees could be planted on 182nd Street, just by some of the efforts that students have done in raising alarm on how the urban heat island effect impacts like our community. I think to collaboration with the New York City Planning Commission, with some of those architects who have come and like worked with our students to begin to vision what some of that green infrastructure could also look like on 182nd Street. So it's definitely like a big partnership among academia and city and government and advocacy. But I think what's making it so successful is that young people's ideas are being heard, and it's not an afterthought. They're leading those conversations and that vision, and all of these experts are listening.
Great. We have another question?
We have another question here. Are you next?
Oh, I was actually just waiting for the next person.
Oh, okay.
Go for it.
Can I go? Okay. Hi. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks for all your presentations and your comments. I thought it was really interesting to hear from all of you. So I work with a nonprofit that builds gardens in NYCHA estates, and I was just curious to know whether, as part of the sustainability programs, do you sort of take an inventory of the community-based organizations that are, and I'm sort of new to it, but I know that there are a lot of them that work on various, green infrastructure or, gardening or whatever, various initiatives within NYCHA. I was just wondering whether you, as part of sustainability programs, think about how to partner and amplify the work that they do, because they're already embedded and they're already doing such great work in these estates. I was just wondering what that was.
Yeah, that's a great question. So part of our sustainability agenda is to support resident-led sustainability programming. We haven't done a full inventory of all the different community-based organizations working in NYCHA, but that's a great idea, something that we should consider. My colleague, Clyde Drayton, who's sitting right in front of you here, is actually managing an effort to distribute our first climate action grants to residents who are applying, that were in the application period now, for grants to residents who have a sustainability idea, which could be gardening or education or a variety of other things. So that's something that did come out of the sustainability agenda process, and thinking through kind of how can we support more grassroots, kind of smaller scale projects that are led by residents. So we were able to work with the Fund for Public Housing, our partner nonprofit, to secure private funding for that grant program, and we hope to continue to highlight those projects, amplify it, and continue to find ways of supporting those resident projects. And if you want more details on the application, you know where to go.
So we're going to be wrapping up in a few minutes, and I just want to make a couple of FYIs. I am a resident leader in Brooklyn in the Red Hook houses, and there are 75,000 public housing residents who are work able, who don't have or are not reporting an income. That's a big number. 75,000 public housing residents who are within the range, who can work, who are capable of working, are not showing an income. So I want you to be cognizant of the migrants who are in public housing as well. A lot of people migrated from the south of North America and found themselves in public housing after 1917, 1970, the Great Black Migration. Public housing houses a lot of those individuals. We have 75,000 people without work in public housing. So I have to make that comment. And the other thing, when we talk about, I talk about intergenerational building. And so I just wanted to say one quote, and it says, "The challenge of the older generation," that would be me, "is not to be jealous of the younger generation to the point where you won't give them benefit of what you've learned. You have a responsibility to share your experience with the younger generation." That's number one. The challenge of the younger generation is to understand that some old systems still work. We cannot divide the community based off of youth and an older generation. We need both to be working collaboratively. And so I'm rebutting that statement about old people need to sit down. We need everybody to stand up. And that's my comment on that one. I'm going to ask if anybody else has a question, so I just wanted to put that in there and liven up this crowd a little bit.
Oh, hello. My name is Leah James. I am a director of organizing, basically citywide, for over 20 years. Union and community. But I live in the Northwest Bronx, so I'm right there by Botanical Gardens, Bronx Zoo, Lehman College, Fordham University, and the beautiful reservoir. And, you know, during Sandy, of course, that neighborhood was very impacted. You know, that area has the most rent-stabilized buildings. And we have NYCHA development by the Harlem River, right, that also got hit and still is going through very much capital issues. That whole neighborhood is going through capital issues, right? I also was the lead over the redevelopment of the Kingsbridge Armory that had a sustainability plan in it, right, to support green and everything around the whole neighborhood. My question is to y'all is, have y'all been in the Northwest Bronx? Have y'all gone into the Bronx? You know, we going close to the north. We almost near upstate Yonkers and Westchester. And we have the Metro North and all of that. So that still is just recovering from Sandy and just ongoing infrastructure issues overall. So I would just want to know, is any of y'all initiatives or programs have y'all gone to the Bronx? If so, what all those programs, what have y'all, you know, done? And I think to piggyback off what the lady said, the community-based organizations that are doing like community land trust and trying to preserve is also a key factor, right? And so it's an old neighborhood, but same like I also work in Hell's Kitchen, which is an old neighborhood as well, right? We by the West Side Highway. So I just wanted to ask, is that your initiatives, have y'all been doing anything in the Bronx?
We haven't, but because we mainly work in Washington Heights, but
y'all next door. Y'all next door.
I know we're next door, but what is it? Is it sustainable? The one with Michael Johnson, he does a lot of environmental justice work in the Bronx. South Bronx Unite.
Oh yeah, that's South. Yeah,
they do a lot of great work around environmental justice, climate change resiliency. Right. So if you need their contact, I'm down to connect you.
Oh yeah. We talked to them, but also, like Dawn kind of said, it gave a little timeline of public housing. Depending on the years that these developments were built, the infrastructure is like no other, right? Like you have Fort Independence that's up north on Fort Bailey Avenue. I mean, it was built to have an underground pool, right? And so the infrastructure is just unique. But there are some programs that are trying to support, which is weatherization, which is a state funded to provide, you know, energy efficiency and those things. And they are doing NYCHA, but you know, that's not the all and be all, right? Because it's what's outside of the developments, right? And so, you know, not just so much about public housing, which is also connected, but just looking at the neighborhood. And maybe y'all could come to the North Bronx. It's a very land use thing. We have some projects that's coming in the way that could have these programs and initiatives in the agreements, right? You said city planning and all of that. Those things should be incorporated because there's going to be a huge development that's going to go along the Harlem River, right? And it's going to go all the way to Borough, past Broadway. So just like connecting those projects and incorporating this. So, you know, maybe we could talk offline or something like that. Y'all come to the Northwest Bronx, because it's hot, you know.
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned weatherization. I was going to say, you know, a lot of our weatherization, working on building electrification is happening in the Bronx, actually.
Yes.
One of our first green infrastructure installations was at Edenwald Houses up in the North.
I'm about to go there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Because that's through the PAC program, right? Like
check out the condition of the green infrastructure there.
Yes.
But yes, I think you know, obviously, like you said, there's a lot of niche developments in the Bronx, and we are trying to do work up there in sustainability, energy efficiency, and green infrastructure as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. I think do we have time for one more question?
Well, with 10 minutes to the hour, if you guys want to use a bathroom or get ready to go to a different breakout room, I think we might have a quick minute. But thank you all for listening. Thank you for facilitating.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Give them all around.
Thank you so much.
And this is a time where you can actually talk to Siobhan and to Amy and to Genesis and to Thomas and network. Especially you over there, Leah James from the Bronx. Get your networking on, please. Nicely done. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello? The mic's on up front? Hello? Hello? Is it on?
Hello.
Oh, there you go. It works when you talk.
Hello. Hello. Can I get some mic volume here, please? Hello, 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 hello. Mic check 1, 2. Shine a light on her. Shine a light on her. Shine a light on her. It's your birthday. What's up? You could go to any one you want. The only time we need you is during.
All right, can we get the people who are reporting back from the roundtables to come sit in these chairs here?
All right, for the report back. Like 12, 1. It's here, though.
Okay, in here.
No, we going to a room. I got you.
So 12.
Is this a hot mic? Hot mic, hot mic.
I don't know about that.
Hello, hello, hello.
But you could keep your mask on if you're comfortable speaking through your mask. You want me to get some spray?
That'd be nice.
Okay, let me see.
Well, how about some napkins?
Yeah, napkins.
There you go.
You hold a napkin over. Hello.
Oh, there you go.
That works.
Yes, how you doing?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We'll start when you get back. I think we need,
What are you talking
so you
about?
guys are from
We're 3.
3, and we have what other? So we're missing 2. Heather?
I'm with her.
Okay, great.
Okay, one mic. We're going to do a report back, so either you're coming in and listening or you're going out.
Do you want to take a break or are you good? I can take over. All right. So just a few housekeeping. All right. So Jeff and Heather, great. Come on up. A few housekeeping notes. So we got this big auditorium in here with lots of seats, and then we got all those little rooms up there. And I know I guess everybody wants to be together, but which is cool. But if the room looks like it's filled up, all of this is being recorded, so you can watch it later. And always feel free to come into the auditorium where there's lots of seats. Okay, so the way this is going to run is this is report back from the last 3 sessions here, and we want to hear from each of the people that were in the room what was talked about and what lessons were learned. So they'll do that for the first, each of you share like however long you want, 2 or 3 minutes, however long it takes you to say what you talked about. And then I think this is a general note for the day too. We want to open it up to the audience as soon as we can. So everybody in this room is welcome to speak, but starting with these guys, and then we'll talk all together and see what we learned. So I guess we set this up chronologically, so maybe we could go in order, like from before Sandy. So like what caused Sandy, and then we'll go to where we prepared, and then we'll go to where the people go. So what caused Sandy? Geeta.
So our panel was, can you all hear me? Yeah. So our panel was about what caused Sandy, and there was a fair amount of discussion that was it climate change related or not. And so the experts kind of differed on that, and they said that climate change did not cause it, but it made it worse. So it was a perfect storm in that it picked up 2 other storms along the way. It hit New Jersey at a certain angle, which made the storm surge push into New York. And so that is what caused it. But there was also, it was very interesting to know that there have been precise projections that this kind of a storm could happen for about 20 years. And then when it actually happened, the forecast was very accurate. But the communication of that forecast and the level of danger was not adequately reported to people. And so that ended up causing much more devastation. The other thing that we talked about was that what really, well, it was a natural phenomenon, superstorm, perfect storm, but the damage was because we have built so much in the waterfront, on the waterfront. So all the wetlands have been filled in to build, let's say there are 400,000 homes built in what FEMA calls flood zone, right? So that's not particularly smart, but when the landfill was done on wetlands and tidal areas, it was just built just above the water, not understanding that this kind of flood could happen, and that has been done for hundreds of years. So it wasn't really, something that happened suddenly. But New York was unprepared. These warnings had been there for 20 years that this could happen, and I know Thad was one of the people warning. But New York was really not prepared, not in terms of infrastructure, not in terms of evacuation plans. But all of that is now being put in place, so that's a very good thing. The other conversation was about insurance. So there's national flood insurance that actually helps people build in vulnerable areas and rebuild, although the national flood insurance really does not cover MTA and the infrastructure. So the communication was not good. It was the highest flood in 300 years. Can it happen again? So that was another discussion, that can we have another superstorm Sandy? And yes, we can, although the likelihood in the next 20, 30 years is quite low. But yes, it can, and now it's really smart to be prepared about it. So I think more or less that's what we talked about. Yeah, some people suffered more, so there's huge amount of climate injustice. So some people, for them, it was just like a few days and their life was back to normal. But for some people, the life is still not back to normal because their homes could not be repaired enough and the infrastructure is not resilient. So there was a lot of talk about resilience, that we need investments distributed equally, and places like Hunts Point, they need more help, so there needs to be more environmental justice. Yeah, so I think I'll stop there. Please.
Was there someone else from the first roundtable? No? Okay, then we'll move on to roundtable number 2. Were we prepared? Sound all right?
For me to cover? Okay. Sounds like it's on. Okay, so I'm Heather Reuter from Emergency Management. So we covered Are You Prepared? And so I think the dialogue was, I think, very lively and engaged really with the audience. And we had a lot of great representation from Red Hook Initiative, where I think we talked quite a lot about community preparedness, with just really taking the focus with panelists from the city side on were we prepared, and the city's role, emergency management, really bringing together the city's plans and the city's coastal storm and hurricane plan. At the time of Sandy, we were in 2012, and really when the plan was starting to be written in 2006, was coming out of still a post 9/11 environment. So even just getting people bought into preparedness at the time when we wrote the coastal storm plan was hard, because we're always kind of facing the last disaster, and people were still very much in a post 9/11 mindset. And so having people try to think through New York City at risk of a hurricane, what? But Katrina hitting New Orleans, urban disaster, urban flooding, we knew we had to do this, and we knew that there was a risk, even though 1938 being the last big event, still really hard for people to have that mindset. So we wrote the coastal storm plan. Irene happened in 2011, but if people remember, 2011 Irene was not as, did not hit the city very hard for different reasons of the science of the storm. So in 2012 and Sandy, we had the impacts. And so when we discussed, what we learned from that, we talked a lot about the community resiliency and the community cohesion. And so really what came out of that, and just really about bringing community together. Someone had mentioned, the first 72 is on you as a phrase they had heard somewhere, and just really being able to rely on your network. And, there's kind of phrases that we've used around, having a go bag and having a plan, but also just, I think those basic things that come out of standard kind of hurricane preparedness messaging. But there was a lot that came out of seeing people come together and that at the community level, building those networks, building those distribution sites, and finding different ways to build their different resources and checking on their neighbors. And so, and then fast forwarding 10 years later, we heard a lot of stories around from different members of Red Hook Initiative, and then even some members in the audience from Coney Island, and just seeing where they've grown today on still being able to have those networks in place. And so I think the question is, where is that going to be for the next event, and are we thinking ahead? And I think there's always this idea: are we thinking is the next event's not going to be Sandy? It's not going to be the same type of hurricane. Sandy's retired. That's a name that type of storm with those type of impacts are in the past, and so we have to always think the next storm. We have to be flexible and be ready and nimble. And I think that's always, we talked a little bit about being able to think in that broad term. So I think it was a good conversation. We talked a little bit about COVID also having been the last event too, and that also bringing a lot of new awareness and community networks as well out of preparedness and more information about preparedness.
Yeah, I'll just add, I'm Jeff Segmelch. I'm the director of the National Center for Disaster Preparedness here at the Columbia Climate School. I think just really great kind of capturing just the whole, communities have tremendous capacity, and I think we really saw that emerge post-Sandy, and it's both a tricky thing. Did it have to emerge? What was the state of underpreparedness, but also to celebrate that capacity, that work that's being done, and recognize, how important it is to include that in our vision of preparedness and to collaborate with communities. There was one comment or a couple of comments around academia and data as well too that I just want to hit on, which is that within academia, as researchers will come up with a research question, we'll get a grant, we'll collect a bunch of data, then we'll write a paper about what communities should do, and then we'll not have a single meaningful conversation along the way. So the question we're asking is more for our intellectual curiosity than necessarily what's for the need of the community. The presentation of the data and the recommendations, these should be things that should really be done in partnership. And so I think that, a couple of key things just to kind of land on are really sort of celebrating the capacities that exist within communities, but also building our systems to better manage that, to better integrate with that, and to more meaningfully integrate with that. One comment made was that, there'll be one community liaison for the whole borough, and there's thousands of communities, right, within the borough. And so maybe rethinking sort of long-term, because these lessons have really changed the way we think of preparedness in New York, I think came through.
So we've talked a little bit about preparedness, and we've talked about the root causes of Hurricane Sandy. And then could the next group tell us a little bit about what happened right at the time of Sandy, the displacement, and how people were affected?
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Sanasa, and I'm from the New York City Emergency Management. And we talked about where did displaced people go, right? So people didn't do what they were supposed to do. They didn't go where they were supposed to go. So we mentioned that 70,000 units were destroyed in total, and that the city built 600. The city built shelters for about 600,000 people, plus some of them were pets. Pets were allowed in those shelters as well, and that Zone A included 375,000 people that had to evacuate their home to go to a safer location or the hurricane evacuation centers. And that we talked a little bit also about FEMA the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and that they had 80,000 people registered for shelter, but only 3,400 people were offered shelter, right? And going back to HPD, Housing Preservation Development, they usually, what they do is they put people into hotels, right? So a lot of people were put into hotels, and that after a disaster, after Sandy, people were dispatched on the field to do an assessment. So they had 3 codes: the green code, meaning people can return to their home, and the yellow code, they do not know, they're not sure what's happening with the house or the building, and the red code, do not enter. So these 3 codes were put so that people know if it was safe to get in or not safe to get into their home. And talked also a little bit about the rapid repair program, Build It Back program, so that people can return to their home faster, and because a lot of them did not have a place to go. Usually it was recommended that people go to family members, friends, or people they know around the city so that they have a place to stay, since everyone could not be in a shelter. And again, a lot of people hesitated to leave their home because of what happened earlier. It didn't hit as much as they thought it would have affected them. So during Sandy, people did not leave their home, which caused a lot of damage. And that's what I have, and Vivian can add more to that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vivian Louie. I actually, as you were recapping, I'm like, oh, there's a lot we did not talk about. Let me go back to one. I want to say that a lot of the things that Group 1 and 2 talked about, we talked about too. Institutional memory is one of them. So learning from what has happened, and we still need to figure out how to do that better. That was sort of the what we walked away with. And I want to, at some point, when I'm done, I think Sheila, is that Sheila? We'll talk about that piece because I think that was, when we left the room, I think that was still that what did we learn and what are we going to do? So I want to go back and talk a little more about the housing. One of the things that that the group talked about is how we were not prepared. And the affected folks were not, so I think this is where we're not prepared. We have homeowners who were displaced. We also have renters. When FEMA responded to this incident, they have a lot of homeowner programs. They were not prepared for the renter population of New York City. So where HPD stepped in, Housing Preservation Development, is with the renters. So we've got Rapid Repair, we got Build It Back, OEM at the time, Office of Emergency Management, now NYSEM, New York City Emergency Management. They worked with also a Housing Recovery Office that was created to respond to the storm on homeowner programs, on homes, rebuilding homes, right, and working with homeowners. And FEMA had a lot of programs for homeowners. For renters, HPD stepped in and said we could develop a hotel program. Now, FEMA has a hotel program, but it was not enough. Again, FEMA is not prepared to deal with displacement for more than 2 weeks, right? They were like, why do people need to be in hotels for more than a month? I don't understand. But this is New York City. We have no housing for folks. So if you're displaced, if you're a renter, already in a precarious living situation, and you're displaced, where do you go? So the city came up with a hotel program, we booked every hotel room we could find, spent a lot of money. But again, that was not enough because hotel is not a permanent solution. These are people who lost homes and cannot go back. Whether the home got destroyed or the owner's like, I'm rebuilding it, I'm not taking anyone back. There's a lot of reasons why the folks who ended up in shelter, in the immediate shelter, this is that 60,000 or 600,000 shelter plan that EM had created. It's not, that was a 24-day plan. We had the hotel program, and people were getting anxious about being in hotels. We used SRO, single room occupancy hotels. Also not ideal because you're talking about shared bathrooms, no cooking facilities. We had to come up with a permanent housing plan because, again, these folks had nowhere to go. We worked with NYCHA. We put about 800 families into NYCHA units, public housing units. We also worked with FEMA to develop our own rental subsidy program. We called it Temporary Disaster Assistance Program, TDAP, that mirrored Section 8. It was a 2-year rental subsidy program. We also had a 1-year rental subsidy program for folks who were undocumented. And that was how HPD stepped in to help renters stabilize. I did disclose that we did not track what happened after the 2 years or the 1 year, and we hope that they're still stable. We don't know, unfortunately. We did not do that. But the walkway is still, are we any better if something should happen again? And I think Sheila's going to talk about how we are still in recovery. We're 10 years plus, and we are still recovering. I left HPD in May, and when I left, we were still talking about the buyback program. We were still trying to buy back homes 10 years later. Sheila's going to talk about the rental community.
Hold on. I'm going to let the last lady talk, and then we're going to open up for the audience, because this has to be interactive. We already did the breakout room. Yes. This is a report back, but I want you guys to start asking some questions. So be ready with some questions. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to thank the speakers that we had today. Unfortunately, they spoke a lot, so they didn't give us a lot of time to ask questions, because we came here to get information. We did get information, but we had questions that still were answered. We talked about housing preservation on the side, spoke about renting out hotel rooms. They wasted a lot of money preparing hotel rooms for people that didn't even use them. While people, where do they go when they're displaced? A lot of people are still not in their homes 10 years later as we speak. They're still not in their homes because the places are still being renovated. I am the TA for Dwyer Gardens, located out in Coney Island, Brooklyn, and the construction has just started this summer for Sandy. Okay, so we're well into our 10-year anniversary, and we're just now getting started with our construction, which is very devastating to the people. After coming out of the COVID, a lot of people have mental issues, and now with all of the noise from the construction and all of the digging, and we have some gas lines that are out, there's a lot of renovation going on right now that people are just not mentally prepared to deal with at this time, and it's very hard for them. I was just very upset that a young lady told me on the bus they cut down 457 trees in Red Hook. I almost lost my mind. We're in a place, we're talking about climate concern and climate change. How could they dare tear down or cut down 457? That's a lot of oxygen. That's a lot of trees. And we're talking about old trees. We're talking about trees that have a long lifespan. And I think that is very wrong as well. I just didn't want to miss anything. Mr. Santiago talked about, well, why do we sit here and rebuild on the same places that we know are going to flood again? Sandy is gone, but Sandy's brother's coming eventually. So how can we sit there and say that we're going to plan to do better? You're going to build a wall 10 feet high, and we might have a wave that come 25 feet high. So the inevitable is this. When you go out, and I like what the architect said, he did say that when they go out and check the integrity of the buildings. And once you go out and check the integrity of the buildings, go out and speak to the people. Because you can't sit down and make plans and future plans for people without them being involved. Because if somebody told me it was going to take me 10 years for them to do my buildings over, I would have moved. I would have moved, you know? Thank you so much. But involve the people next time.
So thank you for that. Can I take a question or a comment from the audience? Coming to you. Or you could have grabbed that mic right there. Here you go.
Okay, Ms. Karen. Something that the woman said at the end about, there's these entities like FEMA, HPD, things like that. And I know we're talking about Sandy, but it reminds me of when all these fires are happening in residential buildings as well. And it's kind of the same thing, put them in hotels, wait for the building to get rehab, wait for this. And I think what has, and I dealt with NYCHA also like on, weatherization programs, whatever, and understanding, or when elected officials actually allocate money for capital, right? There's these independent fund, that blocks these funding streams, right? And like the DASNY, Ways and Means, and that's not exposed. So the question I have is, because I don't know, but if FEMA gave money with the 2-year program, right, to help public housing or any other residential building, because you do have HUD multifamily buildings too, right? And those independent independent bodies played a in making sure that how was that money flowed, and there's assessment of that, right? And so, because I know that I've seen when there's a roof problem, it takes about 10 years for that money to see the light of day for capital improvement. And that's just regular discretionary money. But how, like she said, 10 years, how was the process when FEMA was giving that money in that 2-year program, and how long did it take for that money to see the light of day? Because the developments are still going through the same thing to this day, right? And then how did HPD play that role, Oh yeah, that's the question. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I'm just seeing that
I'm going to try to make sense out of that, but no. Yeah. The FEMA program that I was talking about was rental assistance only. It was for renters. What you're talking about is capital. There is a department in HPD that deals with capital improvements, and unfortunately, I did not work with them, so I'm not familiar with how the NYCHA, right, and NYCHA has its own, right, we don't work with NYCHA properties, right? How NYCHA dealt with the FEMA dollars, I'm not sure. How HPD is dealing with it, like I said, we're still doing the buyback program, but the program I was talking about was the 2-year rental subsidy was immediate. It took a year to plan, it took a year to convince FEMA, we need this, right? Again, FEMA wasn't familiar with urban displacement, renters. That's not a thing that they knew. They know now, right? They know now, they're doing better now. But that rental subsidy program, once we got it in place, it was immediate. As soon as folks found a place to live, it was dispersed immediately. So 1 year to plan, 2 years to implement, and 2 years of implementation.
So just a follow-up, how do we get to that table now to review the fact that you said they now are aware, and because that affects this community, how do we get to the table to review the new policy?
Well, I think we're still talking about two different things, right? So the rental subsidy program is very time limited. It's a 2-year plan. There's a 2-year program, and that ended, right? That's that. And FEMA only works with disasters, natural disasters, or federal level disasters. So when you talk about fires, that's not FEMA. Oh, okay.
We got that. We understand it.
Mm-hmm. Rental and repairs is cousin. I'm just, naming that. Probably didn't see it then, but it does exist.
Yeah, it's still two very different programs.
Well, see, these are public housing residents, so let's get another answer since that's not your forte.
I would just add kind of two quick points. I know there's other questions. I'll be quick, but one is that the way the money comes in is different depending on the different programs, and some of the money came in through the standard assistance through FEMA, and other through the supplemental legislation that Congress passed after. But at the end of the day, FEMA's rules are put in place by your legislators, by your elected officials. Talk to your elected officials. make sure that it's on the radar with them because they're the ones who are going to ask FEMA about this. That's where the budgets are approved, authorized, and appropriated. The other thing I would mention too is that a lot of these things. So I'm not trying to take any criticism away from FEMA. Let's accept that. In disaster response, there's always a lot more work to be done. But I'd also say too that the affordable housing crisis is not something that a disaster response agency is going to solve. So the table for a lot of these things is set through economic policy. We heard in our group that the trees being torn down, the trees being cut down, new construction in the area. So there's a lot of development policy that leaves communities very, very vulnerable. And the inadequacy of the response is really, really important to understand and criticize, but also to understand these root causes. And there are players at the table who are setting the table for the disaster response who are outside of who we sort of look at when this all comes to a head in a disaster situation. I think we need to broaden sort of who we're talking to and who we're looking at. Because my question is, why are we so vulnerable in the first place? Why do renters need 2 months of stability or 4 months of stability? Why do we have these issues? And it's really from a lot of development policy and economic policy. And again, it comes back to the elected officials.
Yeah, and I want to add community boards. Get involved with your community boards because they have a lot of say in what gets done, what gets developed, what doesn't.
So I'm going to go to the next question.
I got a mic over here.
You have the floor.
Okay, so Patty Steinschneider, Chief Operations Officer for the Congress for the New Urbanism, which means absolutely nothing in this room at the moment. We hear programs, we hear money, we hear all the conversation. In World War II, a aircraft carrier was heavily damaged in battle. It was towed into port, and 2 days later, it was back in action. In Desert Storm, we were not able to get the armaments for the Humvees over to the troops during the time of the war. We have a breakdown at higher levels. There's a word I really like, it's called subsidiarity, which is that you solve problems with the lowest competent level instead of at the top. We have everything being driven right now by the top, and we have people on the ground who know what to do. They know not to cut the trees down. Yeah. How do we empower those people to be in charge of their own homes and where they live?
Absolutely, absolutely.
If you can figure that out, let me know. I want to know the answer too.
Hello, I'm Tavina Willis, to the TA president of the Dwyer Gardens. I'm going to say that if your construction work is about to start, we've all been living with construction noise through the pandemic, and I can tell you to please find mental health resources for your community. I'm from Coney Island, so I know the whole area. I was born and raised out there. I actually got my GED in O'Dwyer Gardens when I used to do the program there. Okay. Yes, O'Dwyer Prep is on my resume, proudly. Please find mental health resources. We deal with, we have a lot of PTSD. We have a lot of sensory issues due to noise. We were stuck indoors for 2 years, a lot of us with small children, and dealing with intense construction noise from morning into the afternoon into the evening. We couldn't hear work. It was hard for us to do Zoom school with our children. And even today, the noise, even some of my neighbors we see on Facebook, they complaining about their sensitivity to the noise, but we understand we have to deal with it. I do agree with you that the conversation around that plan and how it was going to be implemented and its impact on us living amongst that should have been taken more into consideration. Construction projects in this city were put on pause. Construction projects were put on pause during COVID. So that could have been paused. We also live in a development that is so large that we're actually 2 developments. So looking at it later on, we should have done it halfway, done one side of the development, completed that side, and then started the other side. What happened with us is the whole development is constantly under construction, and we're all under a maze. So that is also confusing. We walk outside, visually, it's not appealing to us, including the loss of trees. So it's very mentally triggering for us, and having to endure that for these last couple of years. So I'm going to say, please find mental health resources that will come directly to your community, that will come, like I think they have like vans that will come out for people to just go sit down and talk, decompress, and like and learn how to deal with these things, because it is triggering and it can cause conflict.
I will definitely.
Yeah, you can respond.
I will definitely do that, because I've never seen people so irate than like in the numbers, like day after day. If you walk out the door, somebody's screaming, cussing, fussing, and basically for no reason, I would see. But I understand what you're saying, and I will try to make that happen. I will definitely make that happen for my development.
We went in already.
Yes, we went.
I just wanted to say that we did have a great session, and where, what was ours? Are we prepared? And the consensus was, well, were we prepared for Sandy? And the consensus was no. And are we prepared for the following disaster? And the answer is still no. But I just want to add to the conversation that one thing that is common thread through all of the workshops and all of the conversation is that the community must participate in what's going on. And decision making, that the community must be at the table, be it seniors, young people, the young scholars, the young people can take it back to the conversation to their kitchen table and talk it over the dinner table with their parents and have that done. But one thing we did not talk about at the elections, we're coming up for the elections in a week, that we're having an election, and on the back of the ballot is Proposition 1. About and we're encouraged by our elected official to vote yes. But I think that's one charge to vote yes to get the money and this is like borrowing money really, to get the money from Washington. Not from Washington, Albany. It's a state initiative, and to get the money from the state. But our second and most important portion of that strategy of voting yes is to, after the money, after we've gotten vote yes for the money, that the money should be equitably distributed among the communities that who has been left out. So I want the people here, my residents who live with me and Coney Island and Red Hook and our partners in Red Hook, to make sure that we understand that we have to come together and we have to make sure that when the monies come from Washington, we get our fair share. We have been left out. We have been, and we must get our fair share, and it's our money, and we should get our share, and the money should not go up on the Upper East Side, although maybe we give them $2, but but not the majority of the money, and this is where racial justice come involved. That we have to get our fair share. We didn't discuss that, but I think because of the elections coming up, and we're encouraged to vote yes, but vote yes, and after the yes wins, make sure we get ours.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Vanessa. My statement in question, it could be one of both. Now that we know all these things, we're 10 years in after Sandy, I would like to know, you have two sets of residents who live in vulnerable, we call Zone A now. or somebody told me they changed it to 1, 2, 3, but that was just a waste of paper and money if they did that. But my thing is, now that we know all of this, you have 2 developments here representing ourselves. What would we do right now? Our grounds are open, which makes us even more vulnerable. If a Sandy hit next week, what exactly from the city in the government is in place for the already vulnerable developments that are torn up like Red Hook and Coney Island? If what happens tomorrow, what is in place would take place immediately for us, because I feel we would be a priority. We already have our grounds open. If God forbid a Sandy comes now, we cannot survive this. I don't think we'll make it because you just can't survive it. So what is in place for the residents there, and how fast would it be implemented? Will we get a quick, swift 2-year program, or will we go another 10 years and be displaced more and more?
Unfortunately,
from the city side, I'm just going to say, from a life safety perspective, please evacuate. I'm just going to repeat, I can't speak for NYCHA. NYCHA will be here, I believe, later today. I cannot speak for NYCHA and the building itself, but from a life safety perspective, when the mayor says evacuate, evacuate. That is utmost. If a storm is coming, you will hear the evacuation order. The city is committed. Family and friends is always going to be more comfortable, but we will open evacuation shelters. We will have a safe place for you to go. You will have information available. You will call 311, and you will be able to. Yes. Okay. Yeah. You have a safe place to go, and NYCHA will be able to talk to you about your building, or you can talk to them later today for the information on that.
Ma'am.
Yes.
I think you insult all of our intelligence here. We've been through that already, so of course we would call 911. If we didn't feel safe, of course we would be evacuated. I'm asking you, and if you don't have the answer, I respectfully rather you say that than to talk to us as if we wouldn't have the good sense to call 911, evacuate, go to families, or do whatever we could to survive on our own. We are used to being survivors. So it's insulting for you to say, oh, well, just call 911. That. If you don't know the answer, I could appreciate that a little more. I mean, common sense, and we've been there. I'm just trying to figure out, since you guys said you did have a few programs, how do we get that instituted, like the 2-year program? Can it be converted to renters and just not homeowners or people who own businesses? And if you haven't thought about that, maybe you should, because now you know that not only homeowners are somewhere or businesses, that there are people living in rented apartments, and that was definitely an issue, as we can see. So have you guys in your meetings further, for whoever you work for, gotten that far to even think about that? And if you haven't, why not?
So let me just. I used to work at HPD. I'm no longer a city employee, unfortunately. But the issues that you're talking about is more long-term, is not necessarily even immediate.
Get the answer, y'all. Y'all ask the question, you gotta let her respond.
So I would say there are 2 agencies that I think, if there's a way to get more involved. The city's Office of Housing Recovery, they do long-term and immediate. They work with EM for immediate housing recovery. They do long-term planning. There's also a State Office of Resiliency, and that's more long-term, even more long-term planning. So I believe those 2 agencies, one state, one city, would be more appropriate to talk with you and your community about what needs to happen. Now, how do you get in touch with those agencies? I'm not really sure, but I will go back to get involved with your community boards. Your city council members have a lot of power. So if your city council member is able to get you to the table to talk with Office of Housing Recovery or the State Office of Resiliency and talk about a viable plan from the ground, what you're living today, I think that would be very helpful. So I would say, again, whoever your city council is for your community board, talk to them, get them to hear, get them to bring you to the table.
So let me clear up 2 things. Let me clear up 2 things. Hold on. Let me clear up 2 things. Number 1, they are talking about affordable housing. We don't live in affordable housing. We live in low-income housing. Now, affordable housing uses low-income tax credits, but there is a big difference in the programming. Low-income housing is very different from affordable housing. That's the first thing I want to clarify. The second thing is, we are 60% through our resiliency work in Red Hook. Though those areas are excavated and open, we'll be okay. Number one, they use sump pumps and different mechanisms to draw water out of those areas if we do get hit with another Sandy. Also remember, the resiliency process that's happening on the Red Hook campus is one of 3 different things that are happening in our geography. We have $200 million for our coastal resiliency, which also came up short with a 10-year plan. It had deployable inflatables. It has some permanent HESCO sandbags. But the Army Corps of Engineers has also stepped in the 12th hour to come up with further recommendations for Red Hook. So we have a couple of extra eggs in different baskets to help us survive. One of the things we have built is social cohesion. That goes a long way. A lot of communities don't even have the social infrastructure that we have, and we want to support you in building that by becoming a part of the team with you. So with that being said, I guess we will turn it over. Is it time? Oh, okay. So anyhow, we'll let her.
I just want to name who's in charge of the money in Coney Island. For our city councilman is the chair of the resiliency committee of the city council, Ari Kagan. He is the councilman and the chair of the resiliency committee, and he has to be taught of what should be done in Coney Island, and it's the onus is on us to teach him. And the monies we talked about that we are going to vote for on Proposition Bond Act 1 is a state, and the state person in charge of that monies is Matilde Frantes, who's our Coney Island Assemblyman. I don't know the representatives of Red Hook, but you guys know, and I just want to say camaraderie with Red Hook. For many years, we lived 35 Dwight Street, right on Dwight in Columbia, first floor.
So let's expand this out a little bit, because Red Hook is strong, and so is Coney Island. But what happened with Sandy really affected the whole city. So we want to ask the panel to answer this question. Give us, I saw your eyes when I said that. Give us one wish in regards to resiliency that you have that would affect the whole city in a powerful way. Can you start off maybe on your end?
Oh my gosh.
It's a big question, right?
One wish that, oh wow. Well, I just feel like we've done a lot of learning. I would like to see that learning come to play. We talked about, right, EM, they do after action reports all day long, and it's thorough. You go, and I talked about this in my group, but you go to the EM offices, they have rooms, libraries of action plans and what we should do and how to prepare. And I think for me, it's like, if we can just learn and take our learning and implement it, because a lot of learning includes community feedback. We do go into the community. I say we. I know I'm no longer a city servant, but the city does. Mm-hmm. I think there's still that political will. How do we get the politicians, our elected officials, to take what we have learned on the ground and implement?
And they'll be here later. They'll be here later, so save those questions for them later.
Okay, I'll be gone.
Anybody else want to respond?
Yes, so one wish I have, I know that we mentioned preparedness, and I'm sorry if I'm gonna say this, but we go out in the community. I'm in the community preparedness team, so we are in the community most of the time to just teach basic steps of preparedness. Know when to evacuate, go bags. Are you notified? You know what's happening around you. Notify NYC, right? So it's all about, you know the plans. Do you practice it? I know that when there is a hurricane coming, of course, you want to evacuate if an issue is ordered. But then where do you go? And Heather mentioned transportation. If you can't, call 311. And preparedness is #1 cycle of emergencies. If you're not prepared, you cannot respond effectively to the disaster, right? And when we do respond, we want to recover faster. So when you're prepared, you're more likely to be recovering faster than when a person that's not prepared. So that's what I'm gonna say. Preparedness is the basic step of recovering faster to an emergency. Yeah.
I guess I would say so. First, just with some data nationally, formerly redlined areas are more likely to be in flood-prone areas. They're also likely, on average, to be 12 degrees or more hotter than other parts of the city. When we talk about climate change, we talk about extreme heat, we talk about flood-prone areas, they're less likely to be invested in. So we have all of these policies, legacies from a century ago, that continue to haunt us to this day. And so I would say, back to my earlier comment, I think, disaster response agencies end up being in front of these things when it all goes wrong. But the issues of housing, of development, of access to jobs, of transportation, none of that happens in the disaster agencies. It happens in urban planning, it happens in the economic councils and things like that. And so my one wish, preparedness is hard, but conceptually it's very easy, right? Figure out what bad is going to happen, and then you build a kit, you build stuff around that, you build plans around that to oversimplify. Resilience is much, much harder, because we have to think about how is the legacy of the road that we're planning today going to affect us 50 years from now? And so my wish is that we do that, is that we price that into the decisions we make now, because that's ultimately how we undo these legacies.
My wish is that the science could get a lot better with the forecasting and with the meteorology, and that we could really have as much time as possible to really hone in and understand. I think one of the earlier sessions is why Sandy was what it was and why that storm really hit us and had the impacts it did, very different from Irene before. And we're still plagued with some of the challenges with forecast information and surge information. We had Ida last year, and it's just we're still struggling with a lot of the science and the forecasting and having enough advance notice and being able to really hone in. The city is huge, and being able to have as much time as possible and being able to really understand the greatest impacts and where they're going to hit the hardest, and that allows us to do our job better, because then that would allow us to be able to communicate that stronger and be able to have the right alerts and notifications and be able to really take as many of our measures as possible in the response and position things as much as possible. So there's a lot of advocacy. There's a lot of things at the federal level. A lot of that does happen at the federal level. Science is there. It just takes a long time to really get those products in place. So that's what I would, if I could snap my fingers.
Thank you. So I want to talk about resilience. And a really big part of resilience is about building social capital within communities, communities coming together, getting to know each other. And that's a very important part of preparation for when disaster hits. If you know your neighbors, if you know your networks, and you can call them and support each other, whether it's for evacuation or staying in place. But I think communities coming together, and then communities having a route to speak with authorities in planning for future disasters. So yes, I think stronger communities and ways and facilities to bring the communities together so they can build their social capital. So that would be my wish. Thank you.
My wish, can you hear me? My wish would be a faster action plan when there's a disaster. Coney Island, I was in South Carolina actually when the storm actually hit. And when I got back to an island of despair that was dark. Stores was broken into. People were on the news begging for help. And I'm saying I would never want to see that again because it took weeks before the Army Guards to come in and for the reserves to come in. It took weeks after that. People were without power for weeks when I got there, at least 2-3 weeks. And we got in touch with other CBOs, and then, people, all of a sudden start coming, but they came like 2-3 weeks late. Why does, basketball people have to come out and rescue you when you have these agencies that are out there to help you? Carmelo came out to us. He came out in full force for Gravesend. Okay, thank God we have people like him to come out. But meanwhile, we have agencies to do this. So my wish would be that the action for the reaction is a little bit more intense because they took a little bit too long to get to us.
Talk about it. You guys all did an excellent job. We're going to break for lunch in a minute. But give the panel a round of applause again. And give my community a round of applause for challenging you. Again, no, thank you. So again, this is a really great conversation. I think I'm getting something out of it. I hope everyone else is as well. We're gonna break for lunch. Lunch is about an hour and a half. I did speak to the group that came with me and let you know that your lunches will be downstairs, but your designated room to eat lunch in. And so we're gonna break for lunch. Thank you.
We're good. You all are so far away. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. You're so far away. If you can't come closer, come closer. I appreciate sitting in the back. It's true, it's all relative. All right. I'm gonna give it one more minute because it's as Kate pointed out,
working?
it's 1:29.
Let's do a quick mic. Okay, working.
Testing.
Mic check works.
Yeah?
Yes.
Hey, I can introduce you guys.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
See you.
Oh no, this is the right. I don't think that's the right question though. Michael's going to reframe the question. But thank you so much for being here. We've got Michael Berkowitz, the head of Resilient Cities Catalyst, and we've got Dr. Judith Rodin, former head of the Rockefeller Foundation and the author of The Resilience Dividend, major force in the urban resilience network. We've got Henko Vink, the Dutch water ambassador, and my co-director of the Center for Resilient Cities and Landscapes, Kate Orff, and they're going to talk about innovation. So enjoy this session and take it away.
Thanks, Thad. And yeah, I think we're gonna talk about innovation a little bit more broadly than just how did government change. We're gonna try to talk like how did all of us change in a variety of ways, and what do we still need to do to change? And it's gonna hopefully be as much retrospective as it is prospective. And we're gonna try to think about the urban resilience movement that may not have started with Hurricane Sandy, but certainly that was a key anchoring point. And we're going to talk about where we've come since then and where we need to go. So it's a great panel. We'll try to do maybe 2 or 3 questions and then really throw it open to the audience and make this a multi-directional dialogue, if you can do that in a amphitheater with 500 seats. So I don't know. So think about your questions, and we'll throw it open to you all soon. So maybe Judy, starting with you. Judy was also, in addition to being the former president of the Rockefeller Foundation, she was also the co-chair of New York State NYS 2100, which was about infrastructure resilience post-Sandy. She funded Rebuild by Design, the Global Resilience Partnership, and of course 100 Resilient Cities, so has really seen this. Judy, just talk about the arc, both in your thinking, but maybe in the movement more generally, as we thought about how better to respond to the shocks and stresses of the 21st century.
Definitely, and Michael, I think the arc began really with Katrina. In 2005, it was the most expensive expensive natural disaster in U.S. history, and revealed several things that are critical for today's conversation and really began the arc. The first was really the very clear revelation that the federal government cannot be the first responder. They can't get on the ground quickly enough. It's just not plausible. And so the places that are going to do best are those that have really good plans for everything about recovery and preparation, with clarity of decision-making authority, and all of that really happening at the local level. And we've seen that over and over in the more resilient places, such as the response in the Boston Marathon. That city had done a tremendous amount of resilience planning. They thought for a hurricane. But all of those local preparations, all of the clarity of decision-making made them far more resilient. The second was that shocks and stressors interact, they multiply to produce the wallop that you see when something like this happens. So this just wasn't about wind and flooding. This was about decades of economic and social dysfunction, about poverty, about political mistrust, and all of those things combined to create what we know happened during Katrina. The third was that recovery takes years, and it doesn't only take billions of dollars. It's not only a function of the amount of money spent. It really was very clear after Katrina that it had to do with the way that money was spent. New Orleans actually did recover more resiliently in a couple of really important ways for our discussion. First of all, they diversified the economy. They realized that they couldn't live alone on gas and oil and tourism. And so a lot more investment in medical research, in innovation centers, in a variety of things that made the economy more resilient. The second one, they did a very long-term plan, a 50-year plan with all of lower Louisiana on restoring the wetlands and allowing the Mississippi to reflow the way it should be flowing, which meant wiping out some residential areas, planting in ways that were much more sophisticated in terms of protecting the environment and allowing nature to take back some of what man had tried to take away. They deeply engaged the local community leaders and local community groups in their recovery decisions, and that was very critical. And then finally, in many of their recovery projects, they targeted job training for disadvantaged populations, for unemployed disadvantaged populations. And from that grew the seeds of our ideas about the resilience dividend, which is that the money you spend can produce multiple outcomes, and you should focus on making that happen, that was going to be critical. So that idea really started there. In Sandy, we saw that the state, the local, and the federal government had better plans, but they had very poor coordination, both among one another, some of it politically fractious, some of it helpful, Hank and I had many late-night conversations in the state and federal part of this response. But also we learned that all of the New York data sets could not speak to one another. And so I'll talk later about how the remediation of that has made such a difference and how you need to think about that going forward. The NYS 2100 Commission that Governor Cuomo appointed and that Felix and Rohatyn and I co-chaired really focused on resilience building at the governor's request in 5 main areas: energy, transit, finance, insurance, and natural infrastructure. And I'll just touch on a few of the successes. We created at the state level a green infrastructure bank, and the state financed it initially with $100 million. Building codes were tightened all over the states where it was possible either to work with or to override local authority, which is often a problem. Smart switches were installed in Con Ed in their switching stations. We know what happened when all of Lower Manhattan went down, and that could have been avoided with smart switches in the stations. And the wetlands restoration program included buying back houses from a variety of areas in Staten Island, in the Meadowlands in New Jersey, where it was very clear that flooding was going to happen over and over and over again and again. It was better to let nature take its course. And with the recovery money, people could be bought out at the pre-flood price. And so people did quite well who were willing to do it, and there were a lot of community transformations in a positive direction as a result of that. And the project that would have been the Throgs Neck Bridge, which had already been bid out, got pulled back and rebid as a resilience project. And that has made a huge difference in the pilings, in the infrastructure, in the way that bridge is constructed. So a lot of really important things. But Rebuild by Design was also essential because it showed extraordinary, new, innovative ways that federal recovery money could and should be deployed. It showed how well public-private partnerships could work when they were energized effectively and collaboratively. There was an enormous emphasis on huge community engagement with the experts. So the notion of marrying topical, substantive expertise with community-based knowledge, which is equally important and should be respected in these processes, was really demonstrated so effectively in RBD. And some of you may know that it led to a second $1 billion that the federal government released and again bid as a competition among any area in the United States that had been declared a federal disaster in the prior 2 years. And our team once again worked with them and did all sorts of resilience training at the local level all across the United States with those projects. The influence on FEMA, perhaps, was the most profound as they began to understand that every year in their budget they needed to allocate resilience pre-recovery money and not use all of their funds for recovery. And then finally, Michael, 100 resilient cities derive from this set of experiences. And the first is that resilience planning begins with stakeholder engagement, and that the stakeholder is not only the government. The stakeholders are government, business, communities, NGOs, universities, and all of those stakeholders getting engaged early is critical for resilience building. Secondly, we developed the concept and implemented a chief resilience officer in 100 cities around the world, and that has had enormous staying power. The third is that the identification of the most significant shocks and stressors is critical, but you need to develop a very specific and integrated plan that targets and prioritizes projects, identifies clearly how they'll be paid for and who will be held accountable. That a network of learning across those 100 cities was critical. so that you didn't make the same mistakes from one city to another or spend money that another city had already tried on a project and failed. And then finally, 100 Resilient Cities really began to develop a huge global marketplace for resilience goods and services. That is, this is about what the private sector could and should be doing, not only what government is doing. And we've seen an enormous amount of traction coming from that effort as well.
Thanks. Thank you, Judy. Hank, let me turn to you. So Judy talked about changing the way money was spent, and you were tapped by Sean Donovan, who was then Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, to work with the White House Sandy Task Force and Rebuild by Design to begin to change the paradigm of how we build back and really how we spend that money. Talk about what it was like to leverage global innovation, try to at least, into both localities, states, and the federal government.
Yeah, thanks, Michael, and thanks, Judy and Kate, for being on this panel, and it's a pleasure to be here again, 10 years after. I remember the first conversations I had with Sean in the Netherlands when he visited me, January 2nd. So the Netherlands was asleep, after New Year's, and I toured him around, and we were really talking about the how. In a post-disaster context, we always look back. Yeah? It is the disaster happened, you want to pick up the pieces, and relief is of critical importance in combination with recovery, because people lost everything. They lost family, houses, businesses. So that relief and that recovery effort is of critical importance, but you can't do this, or you should not do this with your back to the future. But this is how we spend our dollars. Euros, yens, doesn't really matter where you are in the world, only. And that is because this is how our systems are designed. Our policies, our regulations, the way we do business, the way we validate and evaluate our funding. IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 2019 report makes it clear, climate change and land, it says 99 cents out of every dollar increases climate change. And the way it's spent, so the way we invest, is making us more vulnerable, because it destroys actually everything that could help build resiliency, sustainability, redundancy, and so forth. So the stupidity of our system is that, we push $99 out of 100 out the door, and in the 1%, of course, Rebuild by Design, the National Disaster Resiliency Competition, it sits. It's not enough. Our economies grow, so the amount of projects and investments grow in this 1%, but the 1% never gets bigger. So changing course is tough, but we need that. Yeah? So the focus then is, how can you influence the stupidity of that system, more or less, in popular wording. So I'm an ambassador, so I could never say this at the UN, but here, at Columbia, you can. And so I actually do say it at the UN. So how could you influence? And this is where one, and Judy also said this, it is about trying to engage everyone, because only by bringing all those voices in are you able to address real needs from every sector, silo, individual, institute, or informal collaboration, in every capacity, needs and ideas and knowledge and capacity that comes with that, local, indigenous, collective, but also opportunities. Because post-disaster, in looking back, we only fix the pipes of the past. But post-disaster, looking ahead, we can try to connect social equity issues with environmental justice and economic and sustainability and resiliency issues. So you need a whole of society, very comprehensive approach, and that brings with investing in people and not in the infrastructure. But the challenge is that if you invest in people and not in the infrastructure, you don't change the system, how the funding to the infrastructure goes. So this is a catch-22. I don't know if that's, I know it's not my own language, so I might get it a little bit wrong here, but you're stuck. in a way. You reinvent based on a newly common understanding of risks, uncertainties, interdependencies, and opportunity, and then you hit the wall of the system again, because with that reinvention and with 100RC, with Rebuild by Design, with the teams, you create a safe space to actually reinvent it. But how does that reflect back into the system that's allocating the billions of investments that go to infrastructure? And I think this is what we tried, and it didn't always work, but this is what we tried. We presented an alternative. So not only an alternative in how we worked and how we brought the many voices together, but also an alternative to that spending mechanism, to really say, hey, if we invest differently, if we capture values across, in my world, you would now say the Sustainable Development Goals, but we did not have Sustainable Development Goals when Sandy hit. So in these values in society, if we do this comprehensively, there is an alternative that building back better is not the thing. We build something new. We're working on a future that is, in some parts a bit, but in some parts way better. I think the many examples, and I'm pretty sure Kate will talk to them, how that actually is possible. So I think that is one big part of the I would say of this challenge. The other of
And Hank, I'm gonna ask you how to do that. I'm gonna make you get tactical in a sec, but I don't want to break your thought. Keep going there, and I'm gonna come back to you and let's talk a little bit more.
Let's go there immediately, because I remember, and so Sean and I sitting on the back of a car, not an electric vehicle at that time. Sorry,
and not a bicycle.
And not a bike. No, we had to travel hundreds of kilometers. He only had 2 days traveling with his family. Liza and the kids from Berlin to the Netherlands and then back, to work on the Sandy task force. And we were plotting about how could we influence $60 billion, because knowing that you had to fix the pipes also, because over 60 billion damage, you have to make sure you repair, not only think about repair, because the disaster is only getting worse. Water infrastructure was hit, energy infrastructure was hit. So people were out of power, we were out of fresh water, out of wastewater treatment, etc. So you really have to fix the pipes while rethinking how that future would work. The Obama administration embraced the America Competes Act that was already there and changed it a bit, installed an Office of Science and Technology policy at the White House, and created this enormous program on challenges. So tapping into that, the idea, Sean came to me in January of that year to do a challenge. So I went to the US and I found myself in a room a little smaller than this, where they already said, oh, these are the challenges. And I really got frustrated immediately and said, you don't know. You didn't even understand where the system's failures are. Not infrastructure system failures, but also societal systems failure, and the way we allocate funding. So you can say, I want a smart grid, but it's not a solution connected to the challenges that were exposed by Sandy. Was an X-ray. It showed all the interdependencies and vulnerability. Face that in the context of the future you want. But that was against how government dollars are spent. They are spent in the silos we have and not in the ones that cut across. So the Rebuild by Design competition said, first understanding and partnerships and working outside, and then conclude on what perhaps could work in help changing course. And this didn't work. It was too complex. Rebuild by Design was Appendix 17 or something of the draft Hurricane Sandy Rebuilding Task Force report. And I have to be only thanks to Sean Donovan himself, because the team said, it's not going to work. And thanks to Judy and Sean, picked Rebuild by Design out of the appendixes. The moment I entered the task force office and said, Dr. Judy Roden, president of the Rockefeller Foundation, and her team just allocated the millions to get us going. All of a sudden, it was an interesting competition. But the belief you had and Sean had, I remember the task force meeting until this day where the team said, now you have to pitch the elevator pitch of Rebuild by Design, but we'll catch you if you fall, and you will fall. And then I pitched the idea, and Sean looked around the room and said, we'll do it. That decision, your support, and of the other outside part, without it, there hadn't been a rebuild by design. So you need that. Otherwise, we would have done, the 99% again and again. So it's this, the ideas and how you develop it, but also really making sure that that decision-making is there.
I just want to say one thing, which is we narrowed it down, the government narrowed it down, not Rockefeller, to 10 finalist groups. Kate's was one of them. And Sean and Hank and I were in the room when they made those finalist presentations. And the most amazing thing about those presentations was not how great they were unbelievably good, and you'll hear about one or more of them from Kate. It was that in every one of the 10, the presentations were given collaboratively by community members and experts. And it was the first time that I have been in a program like that where $1 billion was going to get allocated, where that mutual learning and respect and cross-sector commitment was so apparent and so strong. And so not all of those projects have been built, not all of them have come out the way we want, but the interaction and the respect and the fusion between community expertise and substance expertise in engineering, in landscape architecture and the like, I think has made a huge difference in New York.
Okay. Can I build on this?
Yes.
Because this is then a year later when the designs were presented in front of the jury.
Yeah.
And I remember the mayor's race. I'm not sure, she was supposed to come. I'm not sure she's here. Good old Lower East Side champion. She said, wow. She said, Rebuild by Design made us sit on the same side of the table. And Sean was sitting next to me, and he said to me, I don't know by intent or not, he said a little bit loud, too loud, but he kind of whispered. That was different when I was housing commissioner. Because it's not easy. And the mayoress immediately came, she ran to us, well, not really ran, but she, with a pretty strong pace, came to, but we can easily sit back on the other side again. And this comes, we tried to build trust in a process, but that is not a given and not easy, because trust needs ownership of everyone. And it takes time. In the Netherlands, we say trust comes by turtle and leaves by horse. But hey, we're Dutch, so we have all these crazy sayings. But it is true, because before you know it, you lose it. Trust means you own it with your head, because you need to understand why you do it, but also with your heart. And this is what leadership, politically, societally, individually, is really about, that you really have the guts and dare that you own it. Hey, Amy, good to see you. So I think that is a critical part in being able to bring that together, demands that that trust is there. And that, going back to how then the projects were perceived, so we have this amazing collaboration and coalitions, projects that tick all the boxes of the world, and then they are on the table of the agencies to implement, they just take them apart. So a year after the projects were developed, the whole puzzle was taken apart again, because, let's take this part, that's infrastructure, let's give it to DOT, and then that part is environment, let's give that part to part. This is a normal approach when, it hits the table of any institution, not only government, that tries to figure out, what am I going to do with something I don't know, I don't understand, I don't know how it works, I don't know how to fund this, but I do know the pieces. I can identify infrastructure, I can identify water, I can identify energy, etc., in community work. So, that's an opportunity, but by taking it apart, it loses the resiliency capacity, the inclusivity, the sustainability, the equity part. I think that has been the challenge, and Kate will talk about how to do this in the context, because she's the champion on, and there are more champions. I see Matthijs and others here in the room, there are more champions like this, but I think how then to move this forward? Because a project, is only the beginning of another conversation and confrontation within the systems we designed that are not fit for that future.
Yeah. So let's take it down another level here to something even more tactical. And Kate, Kate Orff, who probably of the three of us needs the least introduction, was the principal at SCAPE and also co-director of Circle here at Columbia, and has been responsible for a lot of the cool resilience projects over the last decade. I have it in my notes to ask you about how Sandy changed the way we think about cities in the context of landscapes, or landscapes in the context of cities. But let me ask you, did Sandy do that? And talk about, if yes, how? And then we'll ask you to get a little more tactical about projects.
Sure. So, I think Sandy did make a big change. And in the past decades, I mean, even when I came to New York as a landscape architect, trying to immerse myself in the environment, I was like wading in Jamaica Bay and discovering all of the bays and inlets and so on. I still don't think there was a real visceral moment when it's like, okay, I live in an estuary. There's water lapping at my feet on 14th Street. And, so I do feel like there's been a huge change relative to how we think of ourselves as a city in a harbor, and as a city that is comprised of a patchwork of landscape forms. I heard this morning on the Coney Island panel about, well, I'm living next to a barrier beach, and someone else is saying, well, this was a former wetland. So I do feel like, and to me that is a kind of a profound shift in what we would talk about as the perception of risk. And it sounds abstract. It's not abstract at all. When you understand that you're living in a low-lying area or you're living in a zone of a former lake and there's a rainstorm, you're immediately in a different mindset. And I think that's a kind of to me, being a landscape architect, I feel like landscape love and landscape literacy is really a key part of resilience, truly, or of preparedness. So that was a shift. And just to kind of throw out a technical term for a moment, I know Dan Zarilli was here earlier this morning, but the first thing that we did at SCAPE was we were involved in then Mayor Bloomberg's special initiative for rebuilding and resiliency. And I remember during writing that coastal protection chapter and doing the plan, I had to say, geomorphology about 10 times. And of course that just means, the physical shape of the land and the water. It's nothing constant. But I remember being like, geomorphology, because that all of a sudden is destiny, is it not? So it's, so I think from Superstorm Sandy, we had this kind of joint realization that we are being shaped by our geographical, hydrological environs. And then it's also up to us to make the world in which we can habit different, right? So, and so I feel like since Superstorm Sandy, there has been a huge evolution in how we're thinking about that. And I remember my own thought process has evolved quite radically, but I remember being very much, because Sandy was a coastal storm event, very heavy winds, et cetera, we were very, very focused on coastal protection, rightly so. But now I feel like we're definitely moving from that into a very, very different mindset, which is a much more three-dimensional, 360-degree mindset about just empowerment of people, where they live, what they need, and what they need to be successful in any kind of event. So yeah, those are some thoughts on that first landscape question. It is my dream, and I think this is what we learned, particularly with Staten Island, and telling those landscape stories and histories is a key part of building trust, of building coalitions that it takes to make change. Describing, Staten Islanders. I know I'm speaking to a teacher earlier, some Staten Islanders here, just understanding that landscape and its its history as being a town or a place that the oyster built, understanding its, its geography of being like having moments of very, very high ground and moments that are now frankly subjected to nuisance flooding or sunny day flooding, as we would say. I mean, I feel like there was a huge landscape literacy that emerged from that, and that we also tried to push in many, many different formats. And that started with Rebuild by Design in the form of events at the historical museum, and with a big, you remember the intertidal model with the cross section of Staten Island, literally with a giant scale model where students would kind of understand where things live within this kind of cross section. We did a whole number of events in schools, building water hubs out of popsicle sticks, and just really trying to engage this younger generation. And one memory I have with Sean Donovan is that one of the things that touched me the most during this process was that all of these schools that we had interacted with during Rebuild by Design, their teachers then had them write letters of thank you. And so when we had to show letters to our congressmen, to senators, et cetera, from, blah, 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 and I am this organization, we put in a sheaf of letters written by students. And Sean was like, oh, that was very, very touching for me, because as the students kicked off here this morning, I mean, there was some very serious trauma. People had to leave their houses. They were not going to school for long periods of time. And so, that landscape literacy, knowing where you live, understanding the risks, and then developing projects that don't cut you off from that landscape, that help you engage with that landscape, help you understand it, I think ultimately are going to make us, much, much safer.
Yeah. And maybe just then pivot and talk a little bit about, so that was very focused on New York, but you've done incredible work all over the country and maybe more internationally. Have you seen the innovations that came post-Sandy? Like, did that allow you to do mud in San Francisco or whatever? I mean, how has that literacy, is that perceived everywhere, or is that very much a function of New York City?
Okay, so yes, because I feel like I had more of a platform, right? But I wanted to take a minute and say what was different about the New York context, because what Judy and Hank described was, to me, it was a theory of change. I don't know if we had the theory of change in hand, and I'm sure we would describe it differently. But I guess how I would describe it in very plain terms would be that there's a sort of an inside sort of systemic willingness to evolve, and that there's an outside pressure point. And that took place in two ways. Here you have sitting next to you, of course, Judy, whose Rockefeller Foundation was a funder. And you have in the audience, members of the government from city, state, and local officials. But just because, and with greatest appreciation for all government officials, there is not money to fund innovation and thought processes and what we would call loosely design, which is just a creative approach that asks different questions. And so without that coalition of Rockefeller and the interest of the federal government and Sean, truly nothing would have come of it, right? So if it's only in one side or the other, it's not working as well. And at the same time, you have Hank, who is the waterman, who is an agent of change in the sense of someone with endless energy, with a global perspective in the sense of has seen change on the ground, has seen challenges and opportunities relative to water bringing people together. And so without Hank, if it was only us here, at Columbia or NYU or whatever, we wouldn't have had that kind of, impetus for change. So I would say it's helped in terms of having a different platform. It's helped because I feel like, pushing nature as infrastructure has been, something that has also taken hold in the past 10 years as a strategy. But without this inside-outside framing, I don't feel like you have the right sort of recipe to do something new.
Hank wants to add something, and then if there are questions, maybe you could just, yeah. So while we tee up the question, let's let Hank respond to that as well.
The opportunity, it's also vulnerable. Eh? So when I hear you speak, I remember my then conversation with the then deputy director of OMB, Office of Management and Budget at the White House. So this was about, can we allocate real dollars, $1 billion or more, to this challenge rebuild by design that already had the buy-in from the Rockefeller Foundation and Secretary Donovan as the chair of the Hurricane Sandy Task Force. And he asked me to, and he literally said, well, come on, Hank, explain it to me one more time. You want, and he actually did it for me. And he said, so you want $1 billion and presidential commitment to that dollars for a competition you're going to work with. You don't know yet who, because you don't know who the teams are yet, let alone what they're going to and where they're going to work. They will come up with solutions. You don't even know what the solutions are. And you frankly telling me they might not work either, because this is about innovation and you want prior commitment. And he said, no. And then Sean said, we do it anyway. So we never said up front, when we were June 20th, launching the competition at NYU IPK, where we said this competition in the context of the Hurricane Sandy Rebuilding Task Force will be able to attract federal dollars to ensure that we're going to build differently. We had no clue if that we were actually be able to do that. And the second was midway.
The design teams had no clue also.
No, So we had to keep it to ourselves because we were certain this was going to work. But there was no guarantee, no sign-off. Second, we took $1 billion, we took more, from money that was actually, not being spent by the federal government. Eh? The money would go to the grantees, so the state and the city of New York. So midway, when we presented in October the research of the 10 teams and the identification of the 40+ opportunities, already showing the breadth, width, and richness of this collaborative process. The teams were all over the region. They showed this is where I think that was one of the most powerful moments, because we had the opportunity to show everyone here in New York and in New Jersey, this is the opportunity. Eh? This is at stake. These are the risks, but this is also what we can do. Governor Christie and Governor Cuomo decided to kill the project, or their chiefs of staffs. I'm not sure, but at least their chiefs of staff. And it was a political battle. They found each other, not on political grounds. And of course, thanks to Sean and Judy and others, everything was resolved. But those moments, all of a sudden they understood, they're going to take our money. That was their tagline. So we don't want that. But it was actually the opposite. We're going to use the money for you and not spend it in the silos you're designed for. So I think the vulnerability of these processes, because it's not institutionalized, there is no funding. The millions you need for this now being, presented by the foundation and others are not part of the spending operations of these institutions. You can find $1 billion for a stupid project. You can't find $1 million for an intelligent process.
Yeah, Judy, and then we're going to go to our first question.
That's the inside baseball part that I think this audience ought to understand. What Sean did was call me and say, I have $1 billion to spend on the project, but the way it's authorized, I don't have any money to run the competition. Will you at Rockefeller spend the money to run the competition? I said, sure, as long as we don't have to pick the winners, that the federal government will work with you to pick the winners. So when you think about what foundations should be doing and what government should be doing, they should each leverage what the other is good at. So we were good at acting quickly, at really trying to innovate, and of having a few million flexible dollars. Government is good at having $1 billion or more inflexible dollars. But the other thing that the billion was at risk for was not just what Henk described, but also that there was a tremendous fight in the US Senate about whether any money, or very much money, ought to get authorized for the region. And so the trade-off, which turned out to be a double gift, was to get an extra $1 billion, then to spread around these other parts of the US that had been declared federal disasters in prior years. And that gave us the opportunity to really, really spread resilience in a very, very effective way. So sometimes the political battles and turmoil actually works in your favor. But I do think it's important for you to remember that for these things to work well, each sector should do what they do best and collaborate in ways that can leverage from one another most effectively.
We have a question here. Yeah, oh, no, you don't have to go far, though.
Okay, thank you. It's not so much of a question, but I wanted to say something. I wanted to recognize Amy Chester here and Kate I've worked with for the last 8 years in Staten Island, the living breakwaters. But when I first met Hank 6 years ago, he was working with then Mayor Dawn Zimmer in Hoboken. And you would, when we saw what Sandy did to the city, it destroyed everything. We got a chance to look at what worked, what didn't work. And I felt there was an opportunity to rebuild and use everything that was working and things that didn't work. It was an opportunity to change it. But I found out that the FEMA, who was funding a lot of these projects, you had to put everything back exactly the way it was, which made no sense because we lost everything because it wasn't built properly. So I learned from Hank years ago about how you can live with water, how water moves, and how you can design to incorporate water into your living, your everyday life. And Dawn Zimmer was one of those mayors that stood up and said, I'm not going to rebuild exactly the way it was because we got destroyed. We're going to build better. We're going to find a better design. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Hi, Elsie Clemens. Good to see many of you. I love what has happened. Hank, thank you for everything. And Judy, the rebuild by design and what came after it, the National Disaster Resilience Competition, how we participated. I was involved in all of that with the New York City Housing Authority and the stormwater management systems. And as you said, it all didn't work out with the politics, right? NYCHA got the short end of the stick in many instances. I'm a federal policy expert. I specialize in FEMA policy. It, in fact, does not make you put it back the way that it is. It's the implementation of the policy that's the problem. The policy is actually extremely generous and very flexible. But what we're losing is over and over and over again, we're putting everything back. This was 10 years ago. We did it. You hacked the system. We figured out how to spend $2 billion intelligently, if you can imagine that. And then, since then, we are experiencing a major disaster declaration every week. I watch it every week. I work with communities that are under 20,000 all across the United States in rural areas, flood after flood after flood, and we are putting it all back the way that it was. And the infrastructure bills won't matter. We don't have enough money to fix our way out of this because of exactly what Hank said. We know how to silo things. And when the government comes in, what they will do is pick apart a beautiful project and put some of it at DOT and put some of it over at Parks. And by the time that they're done with it, we will have put back exactly what we had at best. So then what do we do to capitalize on what tremendous strides we made 10 years ago? How do we capitalize if we know that the federal system doesn't work and is inflexible, and we know that we at the bottom do not have the power to change the federal system? Why are we not allowed through subsidiarity to manage the things that we do well and hack the system just like Harriet and did through HUD, and let us hack the system? Because that's what I work on every day with FEMA, is figuring out how to hack the policy to make the good stuff happen.
So thanks for that. And let me turn that into a question. And it's like, we're living in this constant disaster cycle, Hank, as you've called it. Talk about, maybe all of you could talk about how we get to like real fundamental transformation and change, and not just incremental Build Back Better, if that.
Can I start not by saying how we get to the fundamental perfect, because that still is quite platonic. And resilience is a journey, not a destination, we always used to say, so we keep learning and building. But there actually have been some successes that we can keep building upon that start to chip away at the federal kind of system that you just so eloquently described. So we identified the 5 characteristics of resilience, and they really are being worked on. The first is awareness, which is real-time monitoring and measurement of vulnerable systems. And that's happening by many governments, it's happening in many businesses, and it really is making a difference because it's leading to better planning and better response capacity. We've learned that resilience means diversity, including diversity of critical components. And so there's much more stockpiling of critical components, much more understanding of diversity, of perspectives, of diversity of people that have been infused, I think, in a lot of our processes and governmental decision-making. I think integration is the third, and we're seeing a lot more public-private integration of planning and capacity. Not so much yet in New York, but for example, in San Francisco, another city we worked in 100 RC, they've created what they call a Lifeline Council, where the municipal government and all of the kind of first responding businesses, the electric company and the broadband and the phone company, have all planned together so that everything is a coordinated and integrated response. The capacity for safe failure, and I think we learned in Sandy in particular, in how we rebuilt, that we need to develop a better capacity for safe failure. And I would say, since Sandy, New York has been at the forefront of really doing that in a variety of important ways. And then finally, and this is not something government is good at, we need to be more adaptive and nimble because these things happen in real time. There's been a tremendous increase in financing. Again, it needs to be implemented more properly and in a more integrated way, but we've seen green and sustainable infrastructure funds, both in private sector dollars and also in public funds. We've seen resilience bonds, social equity bonds, and interestingly and importantly, a lot of those came out of a response to COVID, not out of a response to Sandy or a natural disaster. So the learning is that disasters hit in some ways in the same way, whether it's a pandemic or a hurricane or an earthquake. And so we need to build that fundamental infrastructure of capacity in better ways. We see a lot more venture capital funding going into companies that are have developed resilience goods and services, or companies that are focused on risk. We see measurement approaches using satellite imagery provided by the government, but used by companies around the world in very sophisticated ways. We see the use of AI and machine learning allowing integration of vast data sets that weren't possible before, and now are really easily done and allow for much more real-time action and coordination and much more effective decision-making. I am bereft, as you said, that the Build Back Better bill, which is giving infrastructure funding, does not have resilience criteria in that. I think it is an enormously wasted opportunity, and it surprises me. We do see the government, the SEC in the US government, about to make every company annually define their climate risk. So that's going to be, I think, a very productive thing. But I must say, we see very little, and this also pains me, in the way of more innovative public-private partnerships, regrettably. So that's what we have accomplished. How do we go further?
Yeah. So I'm getting the high sign from Thad. So Kate and Hank, I give you each a minute or so to either respond to that or some last words.
Is there another question?
Yeah, there's another question over here.
Okay.
But
All right.
I feel that I have to speak for public housing here as well. What I'm hearing, I'm using the I, is a lot of ex parte when it comes to my community. So these conversations sound real good, and I just wish I could be a part of it. I wish that our community could be a part of it, because you're still missing the people who love this country just as much as you do, and that is the people who migrated from the south of North America to the north of North America. We didn't even leave the geography. We've been here for hundreds of years, and we care deeply about this country. We went from teepees and plantations to tenement houses to model cities that are now falling apart. Where is the investment in public housing and our resiliency? Because as you talk about this stuff, as a leader, I read many letters of support for organizations that come out into my community, but then they come, they extract the information, and they're gone. I want continued collaboration with Columbia, with the Rockefeller Foundation, with Kate, with you, with everyone in this audience. And we have evolved as well in public housing. We didn't all start off at the same starting line, but we've done tremendous, especially in Red Hook, where we've been isolated. We are a model for other communities to follow, but we need to be at that table instead of picking up crumbs from the floor.
Yeah. Thanks, Karen. Hey, there's a few other people that want to talk, but we also should wrap it up. But do you want to respond to that, and then we can take one more over here?
Let's take one more.
Okay, and then you do both together. Okay. Oh, you jumped.
Okay. Yeah, so I have a quick question. I worked on the FEMA recovery project for Sandy and also on the HUD program. And I think that our recovery model from a federal standpoint is broken. Yeah, no, it is. And so what I don't understand is if there's one disaster, why do we have to have two recovery programs? I mean, to stand up each operation, have the administrative costs, the inefficiency, it doesn't make sense. I think we need to sort of reimagine what recovery looks like going forward and how we can respond faster. If you understand at the very beginning what homes you have to repair, what you should buy out, and what you're going to rebuild, you should start that in the beginning. You shouldn't, there's no reason to wait 3 years to start rebuilding. And I was wondering if there's a way that philanthropy can help this conversation move forward.
Yeah. So that's one question. Let's take the other one, and then we'll get the panel to respond to both of them, and then we can wrap up.
Thank you. And she's always been a tough act to follow. I don't think the question is worded correctly for this roundtable.
Just so you know, I agree. That's a mistake.
It's nice to be. It's always nice to be the last questionnaire because that's the one that people will remember. It shouldn't be how did the government change, but even if it did it change correctly, and did it change enough? And I don't know that the city government, in fact, has learned the lessons of listening to the community and acting on the community and responding to the communities. Case in point, East River Park, where that major change was made in a program that had been in discussion for 6 long years. And all of a sudden, on a dime, they decided to, maybe for good reasons, but they decided to make that particular change. And all it did produce was a batch of lawsuits, and eventually nothing got done. So I look around the waterfront edges, 530 or whatever miles of waterfront edges. A lot of it's been gentrified, but a lot of it is still occupied by people who don't have the means. And I don't see 10 years after Sandy that these people are going to be protected should the next hurricane come up tomorrow afternoon. And I would like to know exactly, forgetting all of the good stuff and forgetting all of the talk that's available, what can be done for immediate response to those people who don't have the money, as some of us do, to get out of town should there be a disaster?
So 2 questions about how we can start recovery planning earlier, and also how we continue to protect the most vulnerable who live on the water's edge.
Well,
and how can we get to the table?
Let me say that
we've only got time for 1 minute each, so
I
go ahead.
will speak about absolutely, that's what 100 Resilient Cities is all about. How do we start before the disaster hits? The problem is that people's attention is riveted by many other things. A future disaster that may not happen is not high on that list, and that's true of communities as well as politicians. The money is often not there to implement all of the wonderful plans and all of the discussion that's happened. So completely agree that it's necessary. Want you to know that in at least 100 cities around the world, it has absolutely happened before the next disaster hits. But we are very hard. It's very hard for us to pay attention until something bad happens, and that is the reality of this problem. I wish, in response to your comment, that we were the right people at the moment to be able to respond to a really heartfelt and appropriate set of comments. And so I do hope that, A, we'll be able to communicate those who are currently in roles that can take up what you said, because nothing could be more important. And we talked about the role of the community and how much the pride we took in that collaboration and that activation. And it pains me to hear that it hasn't followed. And I think that the projects that many of you are talking about never got done. I think the last 8 years were a waste of time in New York City in terms of implementing these projects. We saw Mayor Adams announce a big Brooklyn project a week ago or so. Maybe some new things will be happening. But again, it's really painful that when all of this work is done, you don't see the implementation or the implementation the correct way. So I hope that all of you, in listening to us, both know that there's innovation and great ideas and willingness out there, but we're the people, the citizens. We have to hold people accountable. We, in the end, have to make this happen.
Hank. Okay. Sorry.
Well, I'm 2 minutes, but I guess I would just say that, did the government change? How did it change? I also feel like one thing we learned from Sandy is that the government is not going to, quote unquote, save us, and that there's a different kind of set of actions and reactions. So, my tiny thought here would be that I feel like the government is set up to do certain things, but it is not set up to be proactive, to think flexibly, to say, okay, there's a community in Coney Island or Red Hook, they have these 10 ideas, let's set up a fund to see if we could test these 3 things. And unfortunately, that's where it sort of falls. If there's a stream of funding and then they're going to put in 10 bioswales, they're going to put in 10 bioswales, and that's it. So I do feel like, what Judy's talking about here, and like if each sector were able to play their role, we would be able to try to get more flexibility, because in a way, I feel like so much is about empowerment. It's so much about giving people more options. I don't think the future of New York City is putting a wall around 530 linear miles. I can tell you that. So we need to get much more creative, think outside of the box, think at a kind of a neighborhood scale and really understand how we can provide much more flexible tools for people to make decisions about their own lives, where they want to live, what the level of risk that they're willing to live with, and so on, and do this in a way that's much more equitable and kind of takes into account the resources that are available to people.
And that will have to be the last word. Thank you very much for the great discussion. I'm sorry, Hank.
Thank you, Mike.
If you want to be in here for the report back, stick around. If you're here to mingle, go out to the lobby and mingle. All right? And we're going to start the report back in this room in 5 minutes. She had a flight. But you probably could catch her in the lobby. Yeah. Can you get these guys on? you know, some things are beyond your control. How are you doing? You're here for now. Okay.
Thank you so much for volunteering.
You enjoying it, Linda?
It's so fantastic.
Oh, thanks.
Fantastic job organizing this.
Thanks.
You happy with us?
I don't know. I can't even like process. I have no idea. If you guys are having. See you in the COP. Okay. All right. Hey, everybody. Next part of the show here is we're going to do a little report back on what happened in the last 3 sessions, where we talked about how the rules changed, and we talked about how government changed or didn't change, or how government needs to change. What kind of innovations were had, and then I guess the other topic was the really important thing, which is what did communities do after Sandy for themselves, you know, when government didn't show up. So let's talk about that all together now. All right, we need some panelists. Please. Okay, you guys are on the, yeah, and you just sit here, yeah. Izzy, are you gonna join too? Yeah, please, that'd be great. Okay, yeah. All right, who else? Joe? Yeah, sure, here, Joe, have a seat. All right, but first, I might actually just save this seat here because we have a special guest, last minute addition. There's a lot of talk about, you know, federal government policy in the last panel and throughout the day. So we have the new Director of Resilience from the White House Council on Environmental Quality, Crystal Bergman. Thanks so much for coming, Crystal. Is Crystal's mic on?
There is. It's on. All right. Look at that, learning already. Thank you so much. I won't take up too much of your time. My name is Crystal Bergman. I am the Senior Director for Resilience at the White House Council for Environmental Quality. In that role, I am working across the federal government, across the White House, to make sure that we are implementing climate resilience programs in a way that is cohesive, coherent, equitable, and works for implementation. So it has been an absolute honor to listen to the previous session and hear a lot of really candid thoughts about what has worked, what hasn't worked, what is the role of the federal government. I think one of the really important sound bites from the last session that I heard was that government is really good at $1 billion of program money, but not necessarily the $1 million that makes that program work. We have this incredible opportunity through the bipartisan infrastructure law with billions of dollars in funds for climate resilience, for drought, for wildfires, for forestry, and in the Inflation Reduction Act, and many more billions of dollars for resilient and green housing, for urban forestry, for a green bank, for environmental justice block grants. Billions of dollars is a tremendous historic opportunity, but it's not going to work unless we figure out how do we implement that money in a way that works on the ground. So I take it to heart. My role is to really make sure that we're providing the right information to communities, that we're listening to communities and hearing what they need, what works for them, to be coordinating as much as possible across HUD, across FEMA, across Department of Interior and Forest Service, all those other USDA, to make our programs as efficient and work together as possible. So I just wanted to introduce myself. Please feel free to talk with me later or ask questions, but I'm here to learn, I'm here to listen, here to make sure that we don't waste this incredible transformative opportunity that we have on resilience here. So thank you.
Okay, you're next. Wait, can we maybe just pause for a question since we have Crystal, and she's from the White House. Does anybody have any questions about what she just said, or like what else we could learn about more detail? Oh, yeah, tell us where the money is. Go ahead, Laura.
I would like to know the same question that I asked. We did, right? We figured out how to hack the system. We figured out how to come together, public-private partnerships. We figured out how to do the first step of trying to. I don't need this. The first step of doing innovative projects. And did it all work out? No, it didn't, because it was the first time. And then we did it again, and did it all work out? No, because it was the second time. And then did it work out the next time? No, we didn't do it again. So it's like with the Katrina cottages. We figured out things after Katrina, and people want to still talk about Katrina, and I'm like, that was 2,500 disasters ago. So how do you, representing the federal government, how do you imagine that we can take advantage of the brilliance the knowledge that we already know? We don't need another after-action report. We already know how to do it. How do we begin to implement from the moment of the immediate aftermath of a disaster, at the very moment that we deploy, all of us, we as individuals, as locals, you as the federal government, how do you create a more humane, sensitive, and logical, dare I use the word with the government, response to a disaster that takes better advantage of all of the things that we've spent so much time and money learning already?
Yeah, that's a great question and really important. I will say many of these programs that suddenly have funding, the infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, they have been contemplated by program staff, by people at federal agencies for a long time. They've thought through pieces of it, but only in a vacuum. So none of these programs have really been contemplated by program staff at federal agencies in combination with billions of other dollars and billions of other, lots of other programs across the country. So federal agencies have, as much as local entities are overwhelmed, federal agencies also have a lot to do. So I would just say most agencies with programs are issuing RFIs, requests for information. They're having listening sessions. They're asking the public for information, and they really do want to hear those lessons learned, because you may have learned that lesson, or you may have done that solution many times, but people need to hear about it, and people need to hear at the federal level how the agencies have worked or have not worked with each other. So I think there's really an appetite for that. So I would just say watch for those RFIs and listening sessions and participate, please.
Kate, you want to?
I was just going to ask a question about the United States Army Corps of Engineers. So you're with the new, resilience agenda. And in my line of work, so much of what is possible, which is in the realm of physical possibility, is determined by approval by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Is there any scenario in which we, I know that this is approved by, they have articles of foundation that are approved by Congress. It takes a congressional act to change the ACE. Is there any scenario in which that could be discussed or opened up? Is there any conversation at that level at the federal government now?
So, I don't know the specific answer to your question about, can the Army Corps, can there be an act of Congress, or there's some other way to get around needing an act of Congress for that. But I can say there's been really, since since President Biden took office in January of 2021 with Executive Order 14008, there really has been a focus for an all-of-government approach to climate, to resilience. That executive order asked federal agencies to develop adaptation plans for their own facilities, for their own programs. And there has been interagency working groups by hazard. So Army Corps, DOD, is working alongside Treasury, working alongside HUD and other agencies on this work. So I've been in the federal government for a little over a decade. I have seen greater collaboration now than I have in the past. And so I'm hopeful.
Hello. I'm another Kate from the other side of the room. Hi, Kate.
I will only take questions from Kate's.
Yeah, that's sorry, everyone. That's really exclusive. I wanted to jump in on the Army Corps to share just two specific observations and respect a lot of the work that they do to keep communities safe. I work at Environmental Defense Fund, have been organizing communities around specifically responding to an Army Corps study in this district, but also work across the country with many others. And we're finding sort of two commonalities, very aware of the good intentions and the directives that are really, I think, trying to make those changes. And it's great to hear about the interagency working groups that are trying to get there. One is when it comes to these giant studies, $50+ billion, depending on where they are. In our district, there is, that's the cost that we're looking at, and 20 million or more people affected by that study or protected by that study. And there's no funding for public engagement. And the Corps is not necessarily trained. The staff aren't trained to do that. And so we're having to corral the states, the City of New York, and Army Corps to develop a working group with communities. And that's us kind of pushing that. And that's taken years. We've gotten a commitment to that. That shouldn't be the exception. It should be part of the process. And then the second thing is a multi-hazard approach. We did change federal law to get a multi-hazard approach specifically for that study. The way that was interpreted by the Corps of Engineers has not gotten there. And I think my understanding of that is that while there is the intention up here, there's a lot of very specific standard protocols that need to change, and that is hard work. So I just encourage you as you're doing that work to be aware of the dirty work that takes to make all of those little changes underneath that directive. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just address the first piece of that question too. I know we want to move on, but another initiative that my office, the Council for Environmental Quality, leads is the Justice 40 initiative. And that initiative is the very difficult goal of ensuring at least 40% of certain federal investments flow to communities that are disadvantaged, vulnerable, overburdened, et cetera. And part of Justice 40 is stakeholder engagement and requiring agencies and programs that are covered programs to do that kind of stakeholder engagement. That's not just stand up and talk about your program, but true, like, two-way understanding and engaging with stakeholders. And you're right, that many federal agencies are not good at that. They're not trained for that. They don't have funding for that. But it's one of the things that we're trying to embed from a top-down approach of saying, okay, this is a requirement of Justice 40 programs, and it may be that they need to go get the expertise, or they need to create a public-private partnership or work with philanthropy or other entities that are better at that. But that is one way that we're trying to embed that, top-down, that stakeholder engagement, because it is important.
Hello. I'm Alex Lebin. I'm a reporter. I work for the Center for Public Integrity and Vice News mostly. I've been reporting on communities that are trying to access funds through federal programs that can be used for climate adaptation. And very often the problem in these communities is just a lack of local capacity. I wonder how you understand that as part of the problem, like as a barrier to access to these programs, and whether there are any whether you're taking any concrete steps to help build local capacity that would allow communities to even engage with the programs that currently exist.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And I worked at HUD for a long time before coming to the Council of Environmental Equality. And absolutely, that is a big problem where you might have the same communities able to access the certain competitive grants or certain competitive funds, or those, even in formula situations, those communities without the capacity have a harder time expending that money. One of the things that we're working on is looking at technical assistance holistically across the federal government, particularly around mitigation. So I know that FEMA and others are looking at their technical assistance programs along with other agencies to see how can they improve those technical assistance programs and make sure that those programs get down to those communities that really deserve the funds and the opportunity as well. And I know there are some changes at organizations and agencies like HUD has recently updated some of its rules around CDBG disaster recovery, requiring more engagement, more stakeholder engagement, which hopefully will build more capacity. But you're right, it's not a perfect solution, and that is one of the things that I am personally very committed to working on, especially with this huge influx of funds. Sometimes when you have more money, it's harder to get to the smaller communities than if you have less money. So I thank you for raising the question. It's important.
Yeah. Oh, you got one in the front and then another in the back over here.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, because that's a very good question. And I, want to address that in a way that in my community, there's a certain CBO that gets all the money. It doesn't matter who you are, if you if you answer a RFP or whatever that's coming out. And between the elected officials and that particular party, okay, most of the grants and monies that come to be for the community winds up in this very one entity. And what he's saying is that if you can have a capacity that other organizations can get this technical assistance that they need, then hopefully all that money won't go to that one person, okay, one person program that is, how would you say, they kind of are like the conduit for everybody. We don't need you to be our conduit, okay? We don't need you to be our conduit, but we still need the funding and the technical assistance that he's talking about. Would you be able to help us with that?
And Crystal, we got to let you off the hook in just a moment here, but maybe we'll just take one more question, comment with that, and then have you respond to both, and then we'll let our nice White House person go. Thanks so much for fielding this. This was a delayed addition to the crew, so let's give her just one more. Yeah. One more final thought, though, for somebody up there have a question for Crystal? Just one more, and then we'll have to
Hi, good afternoon. So as a former FEMA reservist deployed to Puerto Rico, COVID, and Oregon post-wildfires, I want to ask in terms of when there is local capacity. Is the White House and government agencies, what are they doing to ensure internal capacity building of the government force? What are they doing to ensure that disaster recovery leaders from Army Corps of Engineers, from HUD, from FEMA, are culturally informed to engage with staff and professionals and survivors in a respectful manner? Thank you.
You got to answer for the whole federal government here. No pressure.
No, this is great, and I really appreciate these tough questions. This is exactly what I want to hear, and why I came today to hear the importance of this. Some federal agencies are doing a good job. HUD has a senior advisor for Puerto Rico who's a Puerto Ricana herself. Has some cultural competency in that space. It is hard because sometimes when you've got people who know disaster and know the space, then they get very easily hired away by contractors or by other entities, and it's harder for the federal government or local governments to keep them. So that's very much on our minds and trying to think about how do we build that capacity. I don't have an easy answer for you or for you, but again, I just appreciate the comments and very open, eager to hearing more, and appreciate this event today for sure.
Thanks so much for coming and for the last minute joining the panel here. You can hang out, or if you have to go, it's fine. But we wanted to hear from the other folks about what you talked about, what rules changed, and like what happened in that room, and then in the other room, how communities responded.
Yes. That's that question. We want to hear from you guys. How did communities respond? And we'll give you all like 90 seconds apiece just to kind of answer that, and then we'll come back and get a rebuttal. But we'll start with you and work our way.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Avni, and I work with the Environmental Defense Fund. So I was in the session that talked about how communities responded, and that included the short to mid-term response to disasters, as well as recovery efforts. And a couple of the speakers in that session are actually here, Joe and Izzy. But some of the main lessons learned and things that we thought, or we came out of that session knowing, was education and awareness is a big component that needs to be emphasized more, both in communities, such as in school programs, as well as for elected officials. A lot of members of local communities found that during the emergency, responding to it and being able to find the resources they needed was their responsibility and not really something that they could go to their elected officials for, even though technically the system is in place so that officials can help you when you need it. So just ensuring that elected officials are prepared, ready to act at a moment's notice, and knowledgeable about the options and resources available for communities. Stockpiles of equipment and supplies for waterfront communities was another point that was brought up. Things like generators and dry food. Joe had a pretty cool acronym called GET OUT during emergencies, which the GET is government-enabled transition. So moving from infrastructure and housing that has been damaged and either voluntarily having like a buyout program or something like that, and then having the community itself, that's the out, being organized, united, and having trust built up both within the community and also between the community and the government, which is something that hasn't always worked out the best in the past. In terms of preparedness, there was a lot talked about in terms of community members needing to be more prepared, but also public pressure being a very important and central component when it came to getting access to services. And when Sandy hit, that was around the wintertime when heat and electricity became things that were really necessary. There's also a shout out to sanitation workers who helped with the cleanup, but also actually went through sort of the waste and recovered anything that might be used. Traditionally, community leaders aren't part of the conversation, and I think this is something that has come up time and time again in the conference. And including community members in the planning process and learning from their knowledge and expertise and including their knowledge base in the planning process for future preparations is very important. I think that's about it.
I'm Alex Levin. As I mentioned, I'm a reporter. I work primarily with the Center for Public Integrity and Vice News. I was in the What Rules Changed session, and we talked a lot about rules that did change and then some about rules that did not change and perhaps should. Seth Pinsky, who was with the New York City Department, the EDC, sort of laid out how the city's climate plan developed after Sandy in very broad strokes. He highlighted that we were going to preference a modular plan rather than like a moonshot plan, like a seawall or big infrastructure plan that would in theory, the choice was to fund it to proceed with the plan incrementally and to address a variety of problems rather than try to build a huge infrastructure project. The second consideration was whether they should retreat from the coastline or protect it, and with more than 400,000 people living in areas that would be affected by future storms, ultimately the decision was made that to protect the coastline as much as possible rather than to retreat from it. And then the last component of this that he mentioned was that they sought to set benchmarks to solve problems on a medium-term basis, which was to go through 2020 at the time, and then a long-term timeline, which was through 2050. We talked a little bit about where things stood before Sandy. There was an emphasis in the city government on sort of educating residents and property owners about the importance of meeting or exceeding the standards for flood resilience, the standards that existed at the time. There was a good amount of discussion as well about what to do about quote unquote lawfully non-compliant buildings. There is a lot of housing in New York City that was built before new housing regulations were adopted, are not up to code, but are not illegal to occupy. These units have posed a consistent challenge for people working in the city government, both on just sort of general flood resilience efforts and also in the aftermath of storms. What Howard Slatkin, who currently works in the New York City Department of City Planning, mentioned was that after Sandy, they created what he called like a break glass provision or a switch. It basically allowed the city to switch over from restrictive regulations that would require people to provide sort of their own documentation about their home's compliance in order to receive assistance from the city, to a more permissive set of regulations that did not require the property owner to like prove that they were in compliance. Is that basically right? Getting a nod. Deborah Morris also highlighted the fact that this is all happening in the midst of a housing crisis, that in New York City there just isn't enough housing for the people who want to live here, and a lot of that housing is not appropriately built to begin with. She also highlighted that environmental rules mostly didn't change after Sandy, that NEPA's rules are still in effect, and some of the FEMA and CDBG-DR landscape. These programs are very cumbersome, especially in a place with such a sophisticated sort of local regulatory framework as New York City, and applying those federal programs here was very difficult. And that the specific housing stock in New York City posed its own set of challenges. That there is we live in a city with a lot of multifamily buildings, and a lot of those buildings aren't necessarily up to code, but we need to find creative ways to adapt our existing building stock because it's what people are living in and what we have. Is there anything else you wanted to highlight? I think, okay. All right, great.
Great job.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joe Tyrone, and we already had a nice summary of our session, so I'll be very brief. But first, I think I'm going to have to work on my acronym because I was reminded about the movie Get Out, so I'm going to have to come up with something different. But the out is really important. It's for a community in a response to something like this. It's really any disaster, any community initiative has to include those three things, which is being organized, being united, and building trust. And that's really probably the lesson from the buyouts, because that's really ultimately how we accomplished it. In all, I mean, my community, I owned a small house in Oakwood Beach, and which was called the Fox Beach section of Oakwood Beach, which was closer to the ocean side. It fronted the ocean, and there was a crazy storm effect between Sandy Hook and Coney Island. These two inlets created this spin effect, so we had actually a 15-foot wave that totally decimated the area, and 3 people on the block perished. And in a very, very close-knit community, I'm an investor, so I owned a property there, so I got to really know the community after the storm. And I was shocked when I had found out about the buyouts. I didn't know anything about it. And within a month, I became the expert on Staten Island. It was crazy because there was so little information. And one of the things we talked about is education, being prepared and everything. And we certainly were not. And neither were the officials. No one really knew anything about it. But that surge and the reality of those people perishing, dying, made the community realize that it was no longer safe, and they had to make a decision. And the decision ultimately was to leave. I mean, these people lived there. You know, we formed an 8-person committee, and the person with the least amount of experience in the neighborhood was like there 25 years. The one who was there the longest was like there 60 years. So for them to decide to leave, I was shocked, because after I found out about it, I brought it to a community meeting. There was about 200 people, and they asked me to talk at the end of the meeting. It was a resource meeting, food, clothing, and shelter, just weeks after the storm. Where can you get that? And they said, well, this guy, Joe Tyrone, wants to talk about these buyouts. So I got up, short version, 5 minutes, told them what basically it was. You get the pre-storm value of your home, and you sell to the government, and it goes back, the house goes back to nature. And I asked how many people would be interested, and 200 people out of basically 200 people raised their hand. I was shocked, but they had had enough. So anyway, if there's any questions about that, ultimately there was 550 families in Staten Island that participated in the buyout. My community started it with 175. The next one went to 135, and then 2 more communities after that. So it was an amazing experience. I don't know that it could ever be replicated. It was what I call the perfect storm for buyouts, but certainly was, in my mind, a miracle buyout. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Izzy Morales. I'm the president of the Castle Hill Homeowner Association in the Bronx. I represent 156 homes on the water. Most of us are middle class, you know, hardworking New Yorkers try to get a good place to live at. Sandy came and threw a big punch at us. Were we ready? None of us were. I mean, who would know when a storm comes of that magnitude what we're going to suffer through? We lost electricity, 3 weeks. Refrigerators wasn't working, people's houses. People had people with dialysis, asthma, needed oxygen, needed electricity. We all know supermarkets were closed, gas stations were closed. How many homeowners have generators? Think about it. The devastation leveled on us. And don't forget, 3 months before Sandy came, we had another one. So here we live in New York City, the greatest city in the world. Devastation all over. No matter where you looked at. Subway wasn't running. Wall Street wasn't running. We wasn't running. Hospitals overrun. If you had to go to the hospital, the line was a mile out the door. How did we prepare after the storm? Very hard, because when we talk in general, how many of you here, all of you here, put your hands up, you have a bag ready to run out your door? Right? Think about it. But I'm going to tell you something. You better have one. And you better have one for each member of your family. You have your medication. Because people think, oh, the storm is gone, I'm going to the pharmacy. Pharmacy is not there. And you better have more than a 90-day supply. Because it doesn't happen like that when things get back to normal. Nothing get back to normal. Today, after Sandy, 10 years later, are we back to normal? No. No. Now, how did I get my people together? Me and my wife. I'm a camper. I got shed, full of everything I need. Stoves, propane, blankets, my bags were prepared, heating bags. My neighbors came up to me for help. These people never went through anything like this. I was very fortunate that I did. I grew up in Puerto Rico. I went to hurricanes in Puerto Rico. Young age, I saw devastation beyond my belief. Did I think it would ever happen in New York? Never. But I got news for you. Get ready. It's coming back. It's not going to come back in 100 years. Oceans are getting warmer. Coastlines are getting dangerous. People, I learned one lesson from Florida. People retired, took all their money, went and bought a house on the beach, could not get insurance, flood insurance. What happened? They lost everything. Picture yourself losing everything. But then I always ask myself, what's more important? Your wealth or your life? That's something that people have to take a good look at. Now, let's go back a moment. What did I do? What did people in my community do? We got together. We want to find out who needed medicine, who needed generators, who had to go to the hospital, who's on dialysis. We did this. House to house. Who had flashlights? If I have 5 flashlights, you had one. The neighbor had one. We made sure that we talked to each other every day because we had to communicate. If you needed something, if I had it, I gave it to you. If I had 2, you had 1. But communications and trusting each other and being with each other is so, so important. It's amazing what a storm would do to bring people together. You learn to respect each other and love each other. I put a movie theater up in my backyard. We went and got hot dogs, hamburgers, put them up every night for the kids. Imagine kids 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, your grandkids. You don't have no electricity. You don't have no food in your refrigerator. It's hard. So we always depend on the government come on the white horses to save us. Doesn't work like that. Got news? If you don't get yourself together, get your community together, demand things, get things, that's the way you're going to get it. Prepare yourself because it's coming back. And this is a lesson for everyone here to go home and prepare yourself. I said, and I said it before to everyone here, why don't we have programs in school to teach our kids about hurricanes, devastations, how to get ready? The word is spread it out. Go home, tell your mother, tell your grandma. These are things we prepare for. And that shouldn't only be in public schools. That should be in middle schools, high schools, and college. Get ready. Nature's changing every day on us. Climate change. We read it every day. Some of us believe it, some of us don't. Look at the drought that we faced this year in this country. Look at the temperatures that we had this summer in New York. Highest we ever had. It's coming back. We want to make a change. It's up to us, not the government. It's up to us to get up and speak up to what we need and to prepare ourselves and say thank you.
Thank you. Give this panel another round, please.
Can I have one more word? I just want to say one thing to you. Thank you for being here. But can you make the paperwork a little more simple? No, really, for homeowners. I mean, when we need help, it's amazing the paperwork that comes. I mean, it got to be a little more simple because me and my wife, she was a principal, and we're educated, some people are not. But the volume of work that we had to do for HUD and FEMA and for my neighbors, I could not believe the paperwork. Please make it simple. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just want to segue and say what I'm hearing here is, number one, I want to say thank you to our government official for explaining to us and encouraging us that the government is changing, and also telling us, we've heard how inflexible the government can be. We heard from the Rockefeller Foundation, who said that they are more flexible and they can help in some areas to get, us to the point where we can get those inflexible dollars from the government. But what I also heard was Joe Tyrone talk about communities actually coming up with their own plan to take to their elected officials. That's a part that we keep missing. Our elected officials work for us. They do. And so it's important that we don't feel entitled like they should be doing all the thinking, because their thinking, as she has said, is sometimes inflexible. So what we need to do is come up with our own plans in our communities and then approach our elected officials. You got to know who your targets are. So we need political education, because why go target someone in the state when the policy has to be changed in the federal government? So political education would go a long way, not just for adults like me, but for our young people. We need to be teaching them what the city does, what the state does, and what the federal government does, and then what's the responsibility of the citizenship. And I'd like to just add one more thing about this. When I started organizing, I was like, oh my God, Karen, we love you. Thank you. But as I started growing in my organizing and I tried to stand up and get my sea legs, a lot of the same people said, oh, do it yourself now. That's the wrong approach to have with my community. I still need help from each and every one of you here. Just because I'm a good organizer doesn't mean that I know everything academically. I don't know everything vocationally. I don't even know everything in a family unit, how things work. So I definitely feel like we should support those, our elderly, our children, our young people, and our marginalized communities. And don't just be a bad mom and wait till your toddler starts walking and you get on the phone or go take a bubble bath. Stand behind that toddler until that toddler gets the sea legs under them. So I want to say that to the panel, and thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to wrap things up now. So again, thank you. Give your own self a round of applause for today.
Yeah, we can take a break for 10 minutes so you can figure out where you want to go to next. Yeah.
And I was saying,
I'll put up the schedule so people can see what the options are.
I want to introduce myself. I didn't want to interrupt you. No, I don't have a card.
Was that good? Oh, sure. This is you. Afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that. My name is Paul Gallet. I'm going to moderate, and it's 3:36. We're going to go for 45 minutes. And if we're not to your questions after 30, 35 minutes, I want you to start waving stuff or throwing stuff at me, because we so want this to be a dialogue, and it's so valuable for it to be a dialogue. I'm joined by several of my panelists. Two others are on their way, but we have a lot to bring you. And I'm going to ask you, please, to check out the QR code, because there are links
to the bios for everybody who is here with me. And they have so much to say, and some of what they have in their bio, they'll include in their remarks. But the less I say, the better off we're all going to be. So I'm just going to let you know that I'm here because I'm at Columbia as the director of the Resilient Coastal Communities Project, which is a partnership between Columbia's Climate School and the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance, which seeks to foster actionable, equitable solutions to flood risks, along with complementary benefits like habitat restoration, job creation, and more empowered communities. And I'm thrilled that I have the folks here with me today who are going to address the panel topic. Of course, we're going to have Pamela Pettyjohn speak first. She's the co-founder and president of the Coney Island Beautification Project. Arif Ullah, I think, speaks next. He is executive director at South Bronx Unite. Kelly VR is with us, chief executive officer of Staten Island Urban Center. And by the texts that I'm getting, we will be joined by Damaris Reyes, executive director of Goals, good old Lower East Side, and also, I believe, Melissa Miles, executive director at New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance. We are going to have a report out, thanks to A.M. Morris, who is a visiting Fulbright scholar from New Zealand. We're going to get straight to the two questions that the panelists have been asked to answer. And the first question is your community more resilient than it was 10 years ago? And the second question is, how can government do a better job of planning with your community for a just and resilient future? And with that, I give you Pamela Pettyjohn.
Oh, here, you take that.
Okay.
There's another one here. Okay. Thank you very much. I live in on a peninsula in Coney Island. Coney Island is a barrier island, and it's surrounded on three sides by water. We're surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, Gravesend Bay, and Coney Island Creek. And the question was, is my community or other communities similar to mine more resilient? And I will say that the people are more aware of the danger and of climate change and sea level rise due to workshops and meetings that we have with the community. Coney Island Beautification Project conducts community workshops where we're able to tackle subjects like Army Corps of Engineers or MS4 permit, very complex, sometimes complex issues to talk about how this community is going to be affected about plans. A lot of times, which was mentioned earlier, people in the community are not a part of the conversation, and they're the ones that are going to be affected the most. So people are more aware of the danger of climate change and sea level rise, and they, because of organizations and city agencies that we work with, some like OEM, Office of Emergency Management. We know about our go bags and know your zone and where to evacuate. And so they're more prepared, but they're not any better off because, in my opinion, with climate change and sea level rise, we're in worse shape than we were 10 years ago. The storms are coming in more often and with a lot more veracity. What used to be a 100-year storm is now every few years. So, and there's been no investments in infrastructure or resiliency in Coney Island. So I would say the people are more prepared, but not the community itself.
And how about that second question? How can government do a better job in planning with your community for a just and resilient future? I want to talk a little bit about what the government's doing right, what the government's doing wrong in working with your community to try to protect for the future?
Well, I can say that if you look at a map of Coney Island, there is a lot of lines saying that there's this coming and that coming. There's so many plans for Coney Island. But the problem is very seldom do we ever see these plans actually come to fruition. So it's important, like, for communities to be a part of that conversation to make sure that those little lines become a reality and become a real plan that we can all live with.
Great, thank you. Reef, we're going to turn to you, and one of the things we're going to do after our panelists have each made introductory remarks is they may have questions for one another, and they may want to compare notes and figure out how to solve challenges they're having together. So, Reef, feel free to make observations for your experience or ask Pamela a question about her experience. The mic is yours. Mine's going down.
All right, thank you, Paul, and thanks, Pamela. I mean, I can just pass the mic on to Kelly because everything that I would say about the South Bronx, Pamela has pretty much already said about Coney Island, and that's very sad, in fact, right, that so many of our communities are in this similar situation. But I just want to see a show of hands. How many of y'all have been to the South Bronx? Okay, we got a bunch of people who've been. How many of you have been to the waterfront in the Port Morris section of the South Bronx? Okay, yeah, fewer hands, and I'm actually surprised that so many of you have actually been there because it's an entirely inaccessible waterfront. We, like Pamela's community, live on a peninsula, but we have zero access to that waterfront. So whereas Chelsea gets another fancy waterfront park in the form of Little Island, we have been sitting on a polluted waterfront that has not gotten any attention in decades. And that is, of course, one of the legacies of redlining. Make no mistake about it. One of the reasons our communities are in this type of situation is because of the racist legacies of redlining, because of the racist policies of Robert Moses, because of other discriminatory public policies. So that's the situation there. And on our waterfront, we have 4 peak power plants, not 1, not 2, but 4. We have several waste transfer facilities, one waste management facility that processes the household waste of the entire Bronx. There are private waste transfer facilities. There's a medical waste transfer facility. There's an open-air construction debris station. We've got last-mile warehouses, FedEx, and Fresh Direct. We have 3 major highways that ring our community: the Major Deegan, the Bruckner, the Cross Bronx. We have 5 thoroughfares that cut through our community, Manhattan Bronx thoroughfares. Why I'm mentioning this is pollution, right? Yeah, y'all know. And so we have what's called a disproportionate pollution burden in the South Bronx. And sadly, this is true for other frontline communities as well. So far from an accessible waterfront, we have the opposite. And why is this type of pollution burden bad? Well, of course, everyone knows that pollution is bad, but let's talk about some specifics. We've heard about asthma, right? But we now know that exposure to pollution is also related to maternal health, infant mortality, heart disease, diabetes, cognitive impairment, and even dementia. And just a couple of weeks ago in the Lancet Journal, there was a study published, put out by a university in Belgium, I think, that confirmed that black carbon was found in the lungs, in the livers, and the brains of unborn babies. Unborn babies, okay? So when we talk about pollution, we're talking about a person's health from the womb to the grave, and that grave is brought on sooner as a result of the exposure to air pollution. So that's what we're looking at in the South Bronx, in the Port Morris and Mott Haven sections of the South Bronx. So the question, which is, are we better off now than we were 10 years ago? We didn't have a Fresh Direct warehouse 10 years ago, which has resulted in 1,000 additional daily trucks running through our community, right? There's more in the way of waste transfer activity that's happening, more of a pollution burden from greater traffic. And in addition to that, there's been coastal erosion since Sandy, further coastal erosion. So we are not better off. We are a lot worse off, in fact, than we were 10 years ago. And combined with the fact that it is warmer, now as a result of climate change. We are looking at and confronting a climate crisis, whereas with Sandy, that was the first time that we actually really started talking about climate change. Before Sandy, climate change was barely in the media. Climate change got in the media after that, but what happened as a result? Very little. The targets set out in the Paris Agreement, which would keep the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, we're already at 1.3 right now. There's no way we can keep it at 1.5, right? And so we're going to be looking at more extreme weather events in the coming years, and that's going to mean more flooding, and that's going to mean more devastating consequences for communities like ours. So I'll stop there, I don't think I have time to answer the second question right now, but I'll pass it on.
I think you have time. I don't think anybody is going to want you to put the mic down when you have something left to say. We want it.
Okay. So what can government do to help? What has government done? Not much. And again, whatever Pamela said holds true for us as well. We have a waterfront plan. We developed a waterfront plan about 6-7 years ago, a community-driven, community-informed waterfront plan, which would create an open green space on our waterfront, which serves two purposes. One, our community has one real green space to serve 60,000 people. Now, if you look on a map, you'll see a lot of parks on that map, right? Small parks. But those are heat traps, right? Because these are not green spaces. In fact, they're attracting heat because they're asphalt covered or turf covered, et cetera, right? These are heat traps. So they're not really a good mark of green spaces available. We have one green space. So the waterfront plan that we have would create a much needed open green space in our community, but it would also create a first line of defense against flooding, right? And that plan was actually prioritized by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation at this point, I think about 5-6 years ago. But what does that meant? Nothing, right? That hasn't translated into any additional funding. That hasn't translated into any studies or analyses of what's in the water, maybe habitat preservation, how much coastal erosion there has been. None of that. So that's one way that government can help, but by actually following through with funds and support for prioritized projects. The other thing is, communities like ours are left with the onus of doing our own analyses and research, right? So if we are already identified as being a vulnerable community, we're in a flood, level 2 flood zone. So if we're already identified as being in a vulnerable community, why is the onus on us to seek out researchers, right? To reach out to universities, to do the research necessary to have the data to strengthen our advocacy. Shouldn't that be something that government also does? So I think that that's another way that government can help. And lastly, I would say that the types of programs that are available, the grant programs that are available through, for example, FEMA, right, for coastal resilience, habitat restoration, et cetera. I don't know if you all ever tried to fill out these applications, but they are ridiculously complicated. They require a lot of time, a lot of resources. They require relationships with government agencies and authorities. So these are real barriers to tiny organizations like ours that have very limited capacity to begin with. So what government can do to help is streamlining grant applications, providing more access to resources beyond grants, providing human capital support, providing research and analyses. And I'll just stop there.
Okay, Kelly, it's a tough act to follow, but I know you can. I've seen you do it.
Thank you, Pamela and Arif. This was, ditto for Staten Island, couple of things. One is that, are we more resilient today? First of all, I think we should stop using the word resilient because I think we have to be adaptable. It is what it is. It's coming. The change in our environment is going to cause us to need to be adaptable. We're believers that we need to start focusing on adaptation. And how do we do that? It is pretty incredible to me that most of the people who were killed during Hurricane Sandy were from Staten Island. We should have been the poster child for climate change, but that did not happen. And it is wild to me the amount of environmental damage that the borough, that the state of the borough is in. And we're not fighting for we're not fighting around issues concerning climate change. And it is about priorities. You know, Staten Island, you know, I don't want to play Oppression Olympics here, for sure. But I will say that, you know, one of our biggest challenges is leadership. If we had leaders on Staten Island, and I'm talking about the elected ones, that even believe that climate change exists, maybe we would have had some movement as it relates to environmental justice. You know, they call Staten Island the borough, the greenest borough. Yeah, it is pretty green, but it has a lot of patches where a lot of brown and black people live. And therein lies one of the biggest problems as it relates to the things that go on in Staten Island. I think one of the things that I've learned after Hurricane Sandy is that we have to start fighting for, and I hate the word fighting, because I feel like when you're fighting, that means that you got to do a struggle, you know? But we have to change the language, and we have to change the way that people think. When we look at, you know, at a place like Staten Island where a majority of development that goes on there, whether it's economic development, community development, all has to do with, you know, dollars, right? And one of the things that we need to do is start development with the ecologist as the front line instead of the realtor, which is what's happened in Staten Island. Well, it happens all over, but in particular, I think, on my borough. And I think that people really need to recognize that. We have so many, one of the things for the first time that's happening in Staten Island and it is just happening right now, is we're forming an environmental justice coalition of Staten Island. How could we go this far and now start to, you know what I mean? I feel like we need to be doing so much more, and that's one of the things that we're going to be fighting for. So are we more resilient that, you know, after Sandy? Heck no, you know. We have one capital project that that has to do with a new wetland that was a new blue belt being developed. Is it in any of those patches that I talked about? No. We have another enormous wetland that was destroyed as a result of a development that they want to build to bring in a new BJ's, cut down 1,800 trees. This was a wetland that saved a whole bunch of families from being flooded during Sandy. Cut down 1,800 trees, and these families are 3 weeks in after a couple of months in after the trees were cut, they were flooded. So are we better off? No. And we need to do much more work, and it's work around the community, the stuff that we're doing in the community. That's the only line of defense that we have towards fighting issues around environmental justice. Just getting somebody to agree that climate change exists. So I'm there with you guys in all areas of our community in New York City about creating, creating solidarity around that and fighting for environmental justice.
Thank you, Kelly. Melissa Miles has joined us. challenging trip. Show the appreciation, please. Do you remember the question, or would you like me to repeat it? Okay, good. So the question we're all taking is, is your community more resilient today than it was 10 years ago? And how can government do a better job of planning with you and your community for a just and resilient future? And thank you for representing New Jersey today.
You're welcome. Thank you all for your patience. I'm so sorry. So just a brief introduction. My name is Melissa Miles. I'm the executive director of the New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance. We're a statewide organization in New Jersey. I myself am based in Summit, New Jersey, for those of you who know Northern Jersey, but I got my start in Newark, which has one of the most famous zip codes for pollution on the East Coast, but we'll get into that. Before I go there, I just want to take a little bit of a survey to see who's in the room. So if you are a student, can you just put a finger or hand up? Okay, if you are a professor or a teacher or an administrator, can you put your hand up? If you're a community member who's been invited here by someone to learn or to speak or present, can you put your hand up? Okay, cool. All right, thank you. I'm sure I missed some categories and I'm sorry, but I think most of you were represented there. Right, so resiliency. I think I want to first start by defining what resiliency is to me, because resiliency has been sort of co-opted and it's become something where it kind of means like that communities of color and low-income communities are supposed to snap back after disasters. And I hear, you know, affirmation from my fellow panelists, because it's been used to harm us. It's been used to gentrify folks out of their communities. It's been used to make changes in communities that people who lived there for generations didn't ask for, didn't want, weren't consulted on. So that's not the kind of resiliency that, you know, we want or that I'm talking about. The type of resiliency that I'm talking about is really connections between people at the community level, which for me is the first building block for survival, you know, during and I can't really say after, because we don't know what after looks like right now, but we know that we are in the midst of an environmental and climate crisis. So the first building block is people's ability to relate to each other, and then relate to power around what their needs are. So are the communities that we at NJEJA work with more resilient? In a sense, yes, because I think now we are all operating with some of the same information, which we weren't before. When it was still a maybe, whether or not folks believe in climate change, we've seen the impacts. Anytime there's a big storm now in New Jersey, we're seeing flooding where we've never seen flooding before, and communities that have, you know, that are accustomed to flooding are seeing even more of it. So no one can say now, you know, a couple of weeks ago, you know, there was like a 2-day storm in New Jersey, you know, that had a lot of people stuck in their homes, unable to get their kids to school down at the shore. So this is becoming a regular thing. So in the sense that we now know and we can relate to each other around, you know, how we are suffering, whereas at one point, I think it was specific communities that were having the issue, like shore communities and then urban communities that have too much impermeable surface. Now everyone knows. So I think the building block now is there. We are all operating with common information. Insofar as changes being made to make sure that communities are prepared for what's happening and what's coming, we're not there yet. I would say probably not even close, but we, I think, have what we need to accelerate that trajectory. There's enough organizing and enough money coming down into our communities through philanthropy and government that, you know, if we can position ourselves correctly, I think we can make a lot of, you know, strides in the next 5 to 10 years. But right now, we're not ready for another storm of the magnitude of Sandy or Ida.
And you did that like rushing to Columbia. That's very gratefully appreciated. And another person who has arrived to share with us after a long and challenging trip, and I want us to appreciate her as well, is Damaris Reyes.
Sorry, I'm late.
No, you shouldn't be. You're here. And do you remember the question? You want me to repeat the question for you?
Yeah, just
Sure.
so that I could center myself. It took me an hour and a half to get here from the Lower East Side.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of preparedness and the challenges thereof. So once again, Damaris Reyes is Executive Director at Goals, good old Lower East Side. And the question that she's going to address, which is the question others have as well, is your community more resilient today than it was 10 years ago? And how can government do a better job of planning with your community for a just and resilient future?
Great. So, hi, everyone. I'll just take 30 seconds to tell you about our work. I work at a place called Goals, good old Lower East Side. We are a social justice organization. We also do direct service. We also do training and education. And until Sandy, we thought that the only thing we had to fight were greedy developers. We were not prepared for what climate change had in store for us and what storm surge or sea level rising or any kind of storm meant. And so it really took us by surprise. But, you know, as we do, we rose to the occasion. And we, you know, basically, for Goals, we reached about 15,000 households. But when we were doing this, we were constantly out in the field with we had 3,000 volunteers that came to us after Sandy. And forgive me if I'm rushing because I know I don't have a lot of time, so I want to give you all the cliff notes, right?
Plenty of time.
So, you know, Sandy came, it hit the neighborhood. We were sort of like, wow, we didn't think this was going to happen to us. Like, nobody really thought we were going to be flooded. And especially because the year before, Hurricane Irene had come through and everybody was getting prepared for that, and the impact was not as grave. And so we thought, oh, this is just, you know, another moment of hype, but it wasn't a moment of hype. It was a real moment of flooding my building. I live in public housing along the waterfront on Delancey Street. My building was completely surrounded by water, and it was a very traumatic event for many of us. We weren't sure how high the water was gonna come because we are across the street from the river. We just really weren't sure what we were gonna do. But from that moment, after the water receded and we were left with the aftermath, many of us, you know, went out into the field. We're from the neighborhood. We went to see what was happening. Luckily, I had Goals on my side, so I was able to go to our offices, you know, find one landline that worked, and I was able to call people. Our council member came. Before you know it, we had this entire relief rescue effort happening. I don't even know how it happened. It is the biggest organizing event of my entire career. Imagine 3,000 people showing up at your door and you don't even know what to say to them. And you have to give them an impromptu training on disaster relief and rescue, and you have to tell them where to go, and you can't even make a copy so that you can give them a map. And that is what we were up against. But we did it, and we reached 15,000 households. But the other thing that happened was that while we were out there, we saw a lot of our fellow neighbors and organizations doing the same thing. And in some cases, we were going to the same places and we weren't necessarily coordinating. And in some cases, nobody was going to some other places. So after, you know, the dust sort of settled for a minute and we knew, wow, you know, how are we going to rebuild? And our community was very different than many others. In some other places, the destruction was very, very visible. It was outside, it was exterior, but for us, we are a community that is built largely on landfill, and so a lot of the destruction was underground. And many buildings had structural issues, their boilers were destroyed, people didn't have, heat and hot water for weeks, months, and in some cases, even years. And so we knew that we had to draw attention. We knew at this point that this was going to happen again, or that the likelihood was very strong, that we had been very lucky to avoid it all this time, at least within our lifetime, but that climate change was here and those impacts were real, and we had to do something. So we formed an organization called LES Ready. It has 36 local members. All of those organizations are organizations that serve our neighborhood in one way or another. We have been working together for the last 10 years to make sure that our community is strong and resilient. I do want to say something about the term resilient that I think is really important to raise. As someone who lives and comes from a frontline community that is largely BIPOC, people of color, we have been resilient our entire lives, okay? We are used to doing less with more. We are used to rising to the occasion and coming to our defense and to support our community when nobody else will. And, imagine sending complete strangers from Ohio to door knock in public housing. That's like a total freak out moment for some folks. But for us, it's just like our life, it's what we do. So in any event, now that we cleared that up, right, so that we can address the question later on, are we really more resilient? I'll say that we built this organization. We have trained thousands of residents on creating a plan, how to be ready, what to have ready. We have been working on coastal flood protection. We have been working on sewage infrastructure issues. We have been working on rebuilding the NYCHA public housing campuses, which is another reason why I'm late, because you couldn't even get through my development in order for me to get here. There are flood walls being put everywhere. There's construction all over my neighborhood. So my answer is yes, I do think we are more resilient, but I think we were always resilient. I think that we've just now been able to look at resiliency in a different way as it relates to disaster. Now, I want to point out that I recently came across an effort that the Regional Plan Association is working on, which maps all of the resiliency projects in this city. So if you need a moment of inspiration in this moment of challenging times, go find that link, that map, it's online, and I'll give it to, if Paul doesn't already have the link, I'll find the link and I'll have it sent out. So maybe, if you all registered, maybe an email can be sent out. But it will show you all of the different efforts and all of the disaster plans that communities have made across the city. And so that, to me, in a moment of darkness, in a moment of yes, we're here 10 years later, we're talking about Sandy, and it's not a celebration, it's just a moment of remembrance, right? But in this moment, as we remember, and I want to cry because I'm always so moved by this issue because of the trauma that it has caused our community. I'm sorry. I'll be okay. It created a hope, a light of hope for me to see that even though we are facing uncertain times, even though climate change is here, even though we're fighting all over the city and in my neighborhood in particular over some of these resiliency projects, we are still forging ahead, and we all understand, and we are better for what has happened to us. We are better prepared. LES Ready has a disaster preparedness plan. It took us 5 years, but we made a plan. We have disaster radios. We have a disaster intranet structure that we have in place in case we need to reach each other when every other thing goes out. And we have each other. We have all of our contact information. We know what all of us are doing. And we are ready, not really ready, but we're readier, right? Nobody's ready. Nobody's ever going to be ready for what these disasters can mean for our communities. But what we can do is be better prepared to weather these storms, no pun intended, right? We can be better prepared to respond to the needs of our neighborhood. We can be better prepared to deal with the destruction and what has to be rebuilt. And I think that we are in that position. Now, what our city can do, that's a whole nother story. I worked on the Rebuild by Design for a really long time. We were able to get millions of dollars to do coastal flood protection. I put my name, my reputation. Did I tell you that I live in the neighborhood that I work in? Did I tell you that the people I serve and the people who I respond to, I go to the supermarket with? Right? It's like that serious. I get notes slip under my door. Like, it's for real. So I screw up, I have to live with that for the rest of my life, right? And here I am putting my name behind and my time and begging my community to work on a project that seems so abstract to them, which was to design coastal flood protection. And you know, they were already sort of in burnout, you know, a planning fatigue. And so, you know, they had to take a leap of faith, and so they did, and we came up with a plan, and people saw their ideas materialize until the city changed that plan. With no warning, and we were really angry, really upset. I was very public about it. But here's the deal. As we went forward and we continued to learn more about the plan, we need coastal flood protection. So many of us decided in the end that the plan and what it presented was enough for us to continue to move forward. What we're not happy with is the public process. What we're not happy with is the way in which our community was disrespected and disregarded. And that doesn't mean that we're excited about every single part of this plan. No plan was going to be perfect. But what we do know, and in the words of one of our strongest TA leaders, we care about the environment and the ecosystems and the birds and the bees and the trees and everybody who uses that park and is going to miss it while it's under construction. But we also care about all the human lives that are right across the street, that are very vulnerable, that live in public housing, that when the waters come, that when the storm creates flooding for us, if it's not ourselves that comes to rescue us, nobody will. So we have to stand up for ourselves, and we have to fight for even this plan, even while it's not perfect. And what I will say is that, do I think that the city and government has done a better job? I think they've done a better job, but I think they have so much more to go. Because of what they did, they caused my community to be in constant strife with each other. And we are a neighborhood that has prided ourselves in participation, in organizing, and in serving folks, and a place that's been welcome to so many artists, people of all backgrounds, all races, all ethnicities. Even in our segregated pockets, we're still together. And never in my lifetime have I seen a moment where we have fought the way we have fought in the last 2 years over this one plan. And so that is the danger of what government can do to a community when they are not mindful, when they are disregarding them, when they disrespect their time, and they pit them against each other. And so, you know, are we ready? I think we are ready. We're more ready. What can government do? Government can be more mindful. They can continue down the path of listening to leaders like all of you, everyone on this panel, and people who give their time and energy to make sure that in service we will keep our communities healthy. But when they neglect that responsibility, they create more turmoil, and it makes it more difficult for us to have the sort of civic environment and environment of change that we need across this city.
Oh. All 5 of these folks. There's going to be more opportunity for applause, but I promised questions, so we got mics down here. And I also said that I think some of the panelists will have questions for one another, and I'm pretty sure Pamela has a question for one of her fellow panelists. So come on down if you have questions.
Yes, it's not so much of a question, but it's addressing something that Reef said when he talked about his community having 3 waste transfer stations and a medical waste, and my mind went to Sandy, when the creek and the sewer lines came up through the foundation of my house and flooded everything with this black gob. I don't know. It was mixed with everything that you raw sewage, medical waste, everything. But what a lot of part of the conversation that we miss is that afterwards, these communities that were inundated by these storms and had these floodings, they are now suffering long-term medical problems. And one of the problems we found in Coney Island is that people have respiratory problems that they never had before. If you stand on a corner and you talk to people that are walking down the street, I guarantee you'll find 6 people out of 10 that now have respiratory disease that they didn't have before. And also, I wanted to say, I forgot what I wanted to say. Okay, well, but I want you to, when you're thinking about resilience, when you're thinking about these things, think about medical, the people, suffering long-term medical problems. Oh, I know what I wanted to say, is that every time June 1st comes around, I think that everyone on this panel or people that have experienced the devastation of Sandy, I think your stomach gets a little in a knot. You see that we're in hurricane season. I don't know if it'll ever go away, but you get, every time you see a storm on the news and it's coming up the East Coast, you start getting this foreboding, of what's going to happen and are you going to survive this? So I just want everyone to kind of think about these things that don't get a lot of conversation.
Thank you, Pamela. I don't know whether there are questions. I don't see anybody holding mics. Maybe, thank you.
I'll do one, save you. It's not so much a question, but what you all talk about, and particularly Ms. Reyes, what you just said. We've been working on triage protocols for, 10 years or something, trying to come up with what really matters. Number one is the resilience of the people who live there. And it's not just the importance of that, it's the importance that all of these agencies recognize that. Because when they come in and start saying, no, we're going to do this, and they're losing their strongest element in the community, which is the people who are resilient who live there.
Yeah, Kelly, please.
In Staten Island, we have a COAD, a coalition of organizations that get together around disaster. But one of the things that I noticed about it is that most of the people that are involved in the COAD are not people of color. And that's one of the things that really needs to be addressed in our community. What happens, I believe, is that people, my office, for example, is on the block where Eric Garner was killed. And so he was killed right by our stoop. And it is centered with so many social justice issues that need to be addressed in that community. That it almost causes a fog, I think. And what happens for people is to think about a storm that people are talking about, and unless it's happening on the news today, it's just not, we need to help them see that it is right there in our priority. Many people are not seeing that. And what happens is, on the other side of that, is that there's organizations and individuals who are organizing around this COAD, and they're not doing the outreach to the people of color either. So there needs to be something. We need to strengthen, our side of the world and get people of color involved in, particularly in my community. That's one of the problems. Involved in even talking about environmental justice and getting involved in disaster and storm.
So we have time for no more questions, but we're going to take 2 more questions.
Hi, thank you. I'm curious of how you respond, or you think you should respond best to elected officials at all levels of government who, to be polite, are tone deaf. Certainly that's the case with East River Park. And if you could say something about how you collaborate together to make your resources and resourcefulness echo and get more attention. And in particular, are there parts of the media that you use that you think are most effective to make your point and get some results?
All right, I'll try. Is that to me? That's to me? All right, well, I'll say, the electeds are gonna be as responsive as we make them. And so what I like to say all the time about us at Goals is that for some, we're not radical enough, and for others, we're too radical. And we love that place because we like people not to know. And we like to use that with our elected officials. We have great relationships with them, but we're not afraid to call them out when we need to call them out. And that shows in our action. So remember that the first thing is to remind your community that the electeds work for us, not the other way around, okay? The second thing I'll say, what was the other part of your question that you said? The media. I'm gonna be honest with you, we have about 36 organizations. Some of them are big, some of them are small. We all do our own thing. We all do stuff collectively and collaboratively. Media is hard. It's hard. I mean, especially now that people are getting their news from social media. So many of us are using those vehicles to get the word out and to get attention. We try to do events and we try to invite the traditional press. We try to talk to reporters that we know to get stories. There's a story in the New York Times today that mentions Elias Reddy. I think it was today or yesterday it came out, but it mentions Elias Reddy. We do the best we can, but media is hard. It's hard for everybody. If I had the magic, a magic wand, if I knew what the magic formula was, I'd be an international disaster preparedness star.
Anybody else on the
Not
panel
really,
have
but,
any thoughts about this question before we go to the final question?
I agree with everything Tamara said.
I don't know. It's a challenging thing.
Thank you. And
thank you for that question.
Hi, my name is Kian Go, a researcher. Damaris, you are an international star of disaster recovery. So first, one thing I want to say is how moving it is to see Black and brown folks on a panel speaking up, largely women of color, but then it's also like you are all speaking up for neighborhoods that have been systemically dispossessed and continue to be either neglected or imposed upon. And until that changes and you're still on the panel but not always speaking up for the disinvested neighborhoods, that's what needs to change, right? But the question I had is actually following up on the previous question is, are you all building a movement from below? Not to ask you all to do even more, but to link up these incredible stories from all around the urban region on how we can build a bigger regional movement from each of these neighborhoods.
At the risk of speaking too much, I feel like I want to say something about this really quickly. So my co-chair for Elias Reddy, her name is Ayo Harrington. If you don't know who she is, you should look her up. She's pretty amazing and spectacular. We are both women of color. We both lead this organization. So that's the first thing I want to say about that. The second thing I want to say is that we have been so vocal that we have gotten the attention of the New York City Emergency Management, the Mayor's Office, the Department of Health, and we are part of initiatives to bring other co-ads together to learn in spaces. And we just talked about yesterday that what we want to do next year is to have an event where we will invite disaster practitioners, emerging, established to share best practices, to talk about and figure out a stronger, more resilient, more robust national movement around disaster. And we just talked about that yesterday. So maybe you can help plan it.
I just wanted to say that quite a few of us on this panel and quite a few of us that are here today, we work with a coalition, Rise to Resilience, and we work on policy. We work on many different issues together, because we found that the more people, the louder the voice. We all try individually with our own organizations, but it's when we have that collaborative, and we're very fortunate to have Tyler here today, who is in charge of Rise to Resilience with the Waterfront Alliance.
Melissa, would you like last word?
I just wanted to thank the panelists. I'm sorry I didn't get to hear everyone's full story, but this has been really inspiring, and I've heard some things that I definitely want to take back. And to answer that question about regional alliances, so in my short career in this all, in environmental justice and climate justice, I haven't had the chance to work directly with these groups, but from New Jersey, we do work with several organizations based here in New York, such as Uprose, the New York City EJ Alliance, more recently El Puente. We work very closely with groups in Massachusetts and Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, because for certain climate initiatives, we're kind of considered a region. We work with groups in EPA region too, so that's like New York, New Jersey, Puerto Rico, where I was just a couple of weeks ago. We don't have currently partners in the Virgin Islands, but we're trying. And then we're also part of a few national alliances, like the Climate Justice Alliance that brings together grassroots groups from all over the country. We're part of the Moving Forward Network, which is a national alliance of communities that are dealing with diesel emissions from the goods movement sector. So like if you live near a port, or if you're seeing those trucks coming up and down every day. So we're part of that, a national alliance that does that. We're part of an international alliance called the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives that works on alternatives to incineration and the other kind of waste practices that we see in our community. So, you know, this is definitely, but, you know, as we see, like a lot of power can be built on the local level. Like a lot of power can be built on the neighborhood level. So even in all of these alliances, it's always about what's happening on the front lines.
We're totally going to hold stage. Pamela has one last comment, and then we're going to thank our panelists.
There is one thing that I haven't heard much about people talking about, and that's the Inflation Reduction Act. And some of these funds should be directed to immediate needs to better prepare communities like the ones we're speaking of. The IRA is the nation's largest ever legislative package addressing climate change and was passed in August. So please, everybody, look into that and try to advocate for money to be in your communities to help prepare you.
Panelists, brilliant. Well done. Thank you so much. Sorry to keep you all during the break. Thank you for the questions. Let's work together and make this something that really gives honor to the presentations we heard today. Thank you.
Let's give ourselves 2 more minutes to get ready for the final thing of the day. And in the meantime, I'll just tell you what else is happening. If you're done talking about Hurricane Sandy and you want to move on, that's understandable. There are some other interesting things happening in other rooms. The artist Nancy Novacek is doing an encounter at Farpoint, a futuring workshop. Apparently that's a Star Trek reference, which I don't get. So that's what Nancy's doing upstairs, and that would probably be a fun thing to do. Not that this room won't be fun, but that's probably more laugh out loud fun. And then we've got, oh, this one's good. This is the Teachers College folks doing sustainable future storytelling. This is a really cool project where they're working with young people around the city that think about climate change. And so those two are upstairs. And also, oh, I'm going the wrong direction here. Over there in this room, some local architects and housing recovery people are talking about congregant shelter. So if you want to do something very topical, as you know, the city of New York has a refugee crisis. It has a perpetual housing crisis, but it also has a refugee crisis right now on top of that. And they want to talk about design principles for how the city should approach congregant shelter. Right now, the city's building housing on Randall's Island, or not housing, that's not the right word. So congregant shelter. So that's all going on right now. But here in this room, as soon as we can get sorted here, and as soon as the people from the rooms, we've got Donovan from the housing room, and I'm waiting for somebody to come from Donovan. Yeah. All right. And then we've got Aya. Aya, why don't you come join the panel here? Fulbright fellow from New Zealand. And we're going to wait for someone to come from the... was anybody here in the room that was talking about the challenges of resilience projects? Anybody? Oh, hey, yeah. Would you come up here and tell us what happened? Come on, Pamela. Some guests are joining us. This is Pamela Conrad from San Francisco. She is a Loeb Fellow right now at Harvard GSD. So we'll just do this quickly because we also have some special guests we want to talk about. So can you guys just give us like the 5-minute rundown about what happened in those rooms? And maybe we could start with the housing, and then we'll go to the challenges of resilience, and then we'll end with our communities more resilient today. Yeah, that's you first.
Is this on? Okay. So we had a great discussion in the housing panel. I don't remember the exact name. We talked about a lot of stuff. I'm going to try to be quick. One of the important things we talked about was the time lag with federal funding that is so critical for local governments to get that funding in the bank, but also even just to be sure that it's coming, and it takes way too long. And sometimes it takes months, sometimes it takes many months, and it complicates because people need the money yesterday. So one of the big recommendations, someone asked at the end, if there was one piece of housing-related red tape you could cut, what would it be? And the recommendation that I think the panelists agreed upon was some version of the CDBG-DR funding should not require a supplemental appropriation because it takes too long, and then there are new rules that have to be written every time. But instead, it should be some kind of standing fund with consistent rules that can be applied in any situation. And the follow-on comment from that, which was also very popular, was that maybe we should get away from even thinking about specific disaster events, and that we need to start combining adaptation and resilience funding and recovery funding all in one kind of pot, especially for frontline communities that are dealing with basically daily disasters or versions of disasters. That was one big piece. We also talked about resources like money being really important for housing recovery also, obviously, I mean, but that also information is a hugely important piece, that we need to figure out better ways to get information out, to make information accessible, to make information understandable, clear, consistent, et cetera. There was a pretty spirited conversation, I think, about, especially focusing on this region, the challenge of recovery funds being so focused on owners, and specifically single-family home owners, as opposed to as opposed to renters. And we didn't even get into the conversation in that room, but I've had it other places today about co-ops being another kind of particularly challenging element of the housing landscape that is not well considered with federal programs. And lastly, conversations about how to price risk into housing. The example being, if you're going to have luxury, resilient waterfront housing, should we really be subsidizing that in all of the various ways that we do, or should we tell those folks who clearly already have the means to purchase or rent luxury, resilient, and waterfront housing that maybe they need to be a little more self-sufficient, because those are the folks who might have the means to be self-sufficient, so that we can fund some of the work that needs to be done in neighborhoods that are not luxury and not resilient yet, whether they're waterfront or not. And I think that's probably all I have time for. Thanks.
Great summary. Tough act to follow on the fly, but I'll do what I can for my room. So I think that the themes that I heard with some of the challenges that were reported by the group focus around a couple key topics. One being vision, 2, disruption, 3, siloed funding, 4, equity, and the 5th being the challenge of time. So I think just generally, if I kind of run through some of those main points, I think you all probably get them in general, but the acknowledgement that 10 years later, after Sandy, there still isn't a holistic vision, that if we had another hurricane hit the area today, that we would know exactly what everyone would want implemented. And so is that something that can be improved in the planning going forward? I think in terms of disruption, we heard a lot about some of the most desirable solutions being landscape-based solutions, but actually those solutions can be very disruptive. And are we thinking about how that actually affects the community in terms of cutting down trees and taking away shade, as we know that increasingly every year we're having more and more high temperature days over 90 degrees. So can we think of temporary solutions like putting shades on windows in housing developments or canopies over sidewalks, so we can at least in the interim, while those trees are growing to provide their shade, provide some solutions to community members. Siloed funding, I think that one's a tough one. I don't know if anybody cracked how that was going to be solved, but maybe looking to other cities and how they're doing it might be some opportunities so that the funding isn't siloed and agencies can be more agile. Time, obviously, 10 years later, still not seeing results, but everybody seems to be working really, really hard. So I commend everyone for that. And I think just the question that we all know that equity is such a big part of this conversation, but to still challenge ourselves to make sure that all are actually being included in all the conversations going forward.
Cool, so the panel discussion in here was an amazing 1-hour panel discussion led by some frontline community representatives. It's going to be very hard to sum up in a 5-minute slot because they all had so many great things to say. So they talked about the questions of, is your community more resilient than it was 10 years ago, and how can the government do better? So we had Pamela Pettijohn from Coney Island Beautification Society, Arif Ullah from South Bronx Unite, Kelly VR from the Staten Island Urban Centre, Melissa Miles from the New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance, and Damaris Reyes from good old Lower East Side. So I think some of the key takeaways were that frontline communities want people to stop saying that they're resilient and start calling them adaptable, because they don't want to have to suffer and snap back into where they were before. It's about moving forward and making things better. So communities have mobilised and created resilience plans. They are more ready to respond than they were 10 years ago. And there's opportunities to build a lot of power on that local neighbourhood level of resilience. So social resilience is in a better place from what I was hearing from the panellists. However, there was a strong feeling that the government needs to do better and that environmental justice needs to improve. So the problems of storm surge, flooding, and all of that, they're compounding existing inequalities for these communities. So we heard about communities that have multiple power plants located within their communities. We heard about black carbon inside unborn babies. And we heard about huge health risks, long-term health risks that people didn't have before all of the toxic contamination that happened through the floods from Superstorm Sandy. So people feel that if another Sandy was to come now, the protections that have been promised have not been fully delivered, but they did have a sense of hope and a sense of community agency that, you know, they're doing what they can and they need to be supported to see their community plans become a reality. So one of the panelists talked about the Community Resilience Plan Mapper. I know there was a session here today about that, and I would encourage all of you guys to check it out. Those community plans are linked in that map, and the communities are doing some amazing work, and we need to empower them to get those plans implemented. Thank you all.
Thanks for that report back. You guys can move along. Thank you again so much. And thanks for everybody for playing along with our learning experience today. But so now we're just going to close it out with some quick words from Kate Orff, our co-director of Center for Resilient Cities and Landscapes. And we're very honored to have Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine with us. So maybe Kate and Mark, could you guys come on up here? And yeah, all right. And we're going to have just one more person join us in a moment, but we'll just get started. And Kate, why don't you just kick us off?
Okay. Well, thanks, everybody. It's been a long day, an inspiring day of learning and interchange and exchange, and we're thrilled to have you, Mr. Borough President. So one of the themes of the day has been this gap, if you will, between visionary leadership and listening to folks on the ground. And I feel like you somehow managed to stitch that gap together in a lot of different ways. Can you just talk to us a little bit about, I guess, what you see? You know, it's also been a day about reflecting on the past and Sandy and so on, but I feel with you here today, we need to look forward. And so what do you see as how we can kind of bridge that gap between the visionary and the very grounded? And then two, how have you thought about making Manhattan, New York, et cetera, more resilient in ways that go beyond Superstorm Sandy?
Well, thank you so much, Kate, and hello, everybody. This has just been an amazing convening. It's very important that you've done this and bringing together academics and people who are on the ground living this. I don't know of many convenings that have done it as well as you have, and it seems like today's dialogue has just been really inspiring, and I'm happy to be part of it right now. Yes, it's true that this is a moment to look back at a very painful episode. It was an event where we lost fellow New Yorkers, 43, and that trauma is still real for many of us. But we're in an ongoing emergency, and we can't afford to not look forward to the future because we're not prepared yet for the next Superstorm Sandy, and that could happen anytime. I think the challenge of bridging the theoretical and the visionary to the practical is, for an unfortunate reason, getting easier, which is that the threats are no longer hypothetical. And what used to be the realm of academics and people who were looking at computer models and seeing where we were headed and sounding the alarm has now begun to touch all of us in everyday life through extreme weather events, which are no longer rare. And welcome, Assembly Member, all the way from Far Rock. That's impressive. He gets bonus points. I'm only a few blocks from home.
There you go.
We had an event last summer where heavy rain shut down the city and 13 people died. But even on a more mundane level, in Battery Park or in the Battery in the southern tip of Manhattan, at high tide, if it's raining, the water line is breached just on a regular day. So the threats are real now. I have found that has made the dialogue much easier. It's easier now to bring people together to talk about solutions because people are motivated now. And you mentioned, I think there's really two fights that we have to wage simultaneously. One is the race to carbon neutrality, to make Manhattan a global leader in breaking our dependence on fossil fuels. And that's going to require really audacious, bold policymaking in almost every arena. How we operate our buildings, how we run transportation, how we process waste, how we organize our food network. But there is a second parallel fight that can't detract from the first, which is dealing with the climate change, which is already here. And we're behind on that too. And it's absolutely about creating more resilient coastlines, especially in Manhattan, where we are a small island on the edge of the Atlantic, and there's over 100,000 people who live in the floodplain here. But we've now seen that even elevated areas, Washington Heights has had terrible flooding in the last year. So we've got to do more to deal with that as well. And if we have time, I can talk about some of the strategies that we're pushing. But thrilled to be part of this conversation. I think we want to cue it to a rising star in New York City politics who's here with us right now. Just allow me to say how thrilled I am to be on the panel with you, Assembly Member. I'll let Kate do the proper introduction, but welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Welcome, Assembly Member. Your constituents have been here today in force, and it's been a lively conversation. I guess I'd like to just open with a question about, I think this is a day to reflect on the past 10 years, but we're also looking forward. So what are you hearing from your constituents on the ground as to how they're recovering, how they're healing, and what's inspiring them, or what do you hear on the ground in terms of the kinds of changes that we need to make now?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And thank you so much, Borough President. I appreciate you and the work that you're doing here in Manhattan and working on the issue of climate change. So I appreciate you greatly. 10 years later, we're in an interesting position where 10 years ago, I was a victim of Superstorm Sandy. 10 years later, I'm now an elected official and survivor of Superstorm Sandy. And so all of the last month and a half out of our office has been intentional programming to, restart and recharge the conversation about environmental resiliency in our communities, fighting back against environmental racism. But it's also interesting that I'm back here at Columbia University because a few years ago I was at Columbia Teachers College, and we were talking about food insecurity and food sovereignty. Every time that there's a crisis, and you know this well, Borough President, every time there's a crisis, there's always a crisis that's attached to food and food access. When we think about Superstorm Sandy, in the days after Superstorm Sandy, we were lucky in the Rockaways if we got something hot to eat because we were without gas and electricity for a month and a half plus in some parts of our district, my now district, being a state rep. And when we look at COVID-19 in 2019, 2020, 2021, it was another issue around getting access to food for those who weren't able to leave their homes and things like that. So our theme, out of our office this month and for the rest of the year and going forward has been our food, our families, and our future. Really trying to get us focused on how to truly achieve food sovereignty in our neighborhoods, helping our communities be able to grow their own food so that they can do what's necessary to keep their communities thriving and surviving. And so while we're talking about the resiliency piece, these conversations go hand in hand, right? If we can take land, return it to nature, and use that land to be able to cultivate and grow crops and bring about true food sovereignty, we have a real opportunity to save millions of lives across this city and across this state. And so I was just with Governor Hochul earlier. She came down to my district today to commemorate the 10th anniversary of Superstorm Sandy, and one of the things I appreciated about what came out of that conversation was a commitment to doing better. One of the things that my constituents are concerned about, and they're quite frankly at odds with government is because they made so many promises during the wake of Sandy. We'll rebuild your home. We will add a wheelchair lift. We will protect you from the next storm. And a lot of those commitments have gone on deaf ears, and a lot of people in our neighborhoods are still reeling from the impacts of Superstorm Sandy. We have hundreds of families who live along Jamaica Bay. I'm one of them, who do not have protection from when the next storm hits. And so, that's been the challenge. And I am looking forward to what comes out of the governor's report that she just put out, and having spoken to her today and been a part of some of that resiliency conversation, that this new agency that she's forming out of her office will hopefully have that level of accountability that's been lacking for decades for our residents.
I want to bring up a theme that came out a lot today, which is community empowerment. How can we better, a lot of the projects that have come out of Hurricane Sandy recovery have hit a lot of turbulence, certainly in Manhattan, but now we're confronted with this $52 billion idea from the Army Corps and lots of other ideas. We know that our neighborhoods are going to have to change a lot, and the way that we do big projects, doesn't always turn out well for people. It sows a lot of strife in our communities. So do you have any forward thoughts, both of you, about how we can better empower communities to lead this work themselves and build that workforce and lead the effort?
Help is needed.
Yeah. What can Columbia do too, I think, is part of our kind of self-interest there. Like, what role could we play?
Yeah, thank you so much, Thad. And I think one of the ways that Columbia can be helpful is really helping us establish that workforce pipeline. Right now, the state has some clean energy goals that they're looking to meet, and that includes making sure that by 2050 we have offshore wind, which projects like that are happening off the shores of the Rockaways. So making sure that we have the workforce training and development that's necessary to be ready for those green jobs. There is a void there. NYSERDA is supposed to be leading on this, but we're not getting the educational component. So not only are folks we're going to get clean energy, but my concern is that community element where we're going to get left out because we're not trained up. The workforce is not there to make sure that we're preparing for those jobs. I'm thinking about as we are fighting with the Army Corps of Engineers, which I've attacked both publicly and privately, about the conversations protecting the Bay, but when those jobs begin to come online and we begin to repair the bulkhead and we begin to repair the Bay and make the Bay area of the Rockaway Peninsula more resilient, we want to make sure that there's a hiring pipeline, and that's where Columbia comes in. If y'all can help us provide some of that workforce development and training. I know, the BP's doing work like that in Manhattan and making sure he's doing workforce training and development. I know your folks, Athena, and the rest of the folks over there. You got some solid folks at Manhattan Borough Hall. We're lucky to have him, who are doing that work. And so plugging into what exists already, but also building your own as it relates to workforce development. We want to make sure that community has a true say in their redevelopments of their neighborhoods. And we're going to also have tough conversations about managed retreat. These are conversations I've been having with my constituents, and their main position is making sure that they have an equitable say. Nothing's being forced down their throats, but they're having a say in that process, and that's going to be key and critical.
There's just no shortcut here. This is, it requires enormous work to bring in impacted communities as partners. The projects that we're talking about are disruptive. If you're going to elevate a coastline by 14 feet, it is disruptive. And the people who will be most impacted also happen to be the people who are most vulnerable, and that creates a lot of complexity. They've got to take the time to help people, to give people the same information that we have as policymakers, to give people the same choice of options that we're confronting as policymakers. And in a project which I know has been referenced here many times today, there were a lot of failings. This is Eastside Coastal Resiliency in the early years. And it resulted in ill will that we're still dealing with today. But it's also clear to say that inaction is not an option. This is life or death. And we can't let one of the options be the status quo. So I have found breakthrough moments with communities on some of these difficult discussions when we just line up every possible permutation of what we can do. And action is not one of them. And they then start to grapple with the trade-offs. And as you heard very powerfully from, for those of you who were in the session with Damaris Reyes from the Lower East Side, despite a horribly mismanaged community engagement process there, she ultimately came to concede that this was the best option, or maybe even the least bad option. It shouldn't have taken years of missteps to get there. But I am worried that we are delaying to the point where it's imperiling some of the most vulnerable communities. I mean, we are a decade after Sandy. No part of the coastal resiliency for Manhattan is complete. No part of it's complete. And there's one section which construction's underway. And there's areas like East Harlem where there's barely even a plan. It's unacceptable. We have got to start cutting through the noise, cutting through the bureaucracy, not by disempowering communities, by bringing them in as stakeholders. But we have got to figure this out fast.
One thing that we've noted throughout the day too is, and just to pick up on your point about this co-engagement with the community and the emphasis on food and what people care about, is that it seems like when we're thinking about, you know, governance and urban design, et cetera, in this very climate change world, in a world where people are unsafe in certain moments, during these big storm events or during an extreme heat wave, et cetera, that there's also a changing relationship between people and government, right? I do feel like we've kind of moved away from, well, at least I feel like it's inevitable that we have to move away from this kind of sense that the government is all powerful and will provide ultimate protection for you. And that's actually not really what we've heard today. We really have heard, I think, people are saying, as you mentioned, Assembly member, that people want to feel like an agency, that they have choice, that they're able to kind of be involved in their own future and make decisions that are good for them and their immediate family. So I guess I'm wondering two things. One is, you know, somehow the way that we're structured at least at the city level with community boards and this and that, somehow there's like a missing link there where there's what these nonprofits and self-organized people are really making a big difference. I'm just wondering, what do you see in the landscape, or how are people organizing effectively in order to advocate to you, their elected officials, what is going to be meaningful for them, and maybe even more on this food story, which is quite important.
Well, there are some really inspiring examples here in Manhattan and citywide. You heard again from Damaris. LES Ready should be a national model. This is a grassroots mutual aid group that came together in the most difficult days of Sandy and has endured now for a decade to become a force for resiliency, for emergency preparedness, and a great interface with elected officials. Still very much grassroots-led organization. Many of these networks, by the way, have pivoted during COVID to provide desperately needed food and other resources to people. They've pivoted in the last few months to help support migrants arriving, being sent from Texas. This really benefits our communities more broadly. I think government has to not only not be an obstacle, but invest in them and offer them funding to hire permanent staff, to maybe even have permanent space so they can formalize. And LES Ready has been able to do that to some extent. Many weren't able to. You know, the broader Occupy Sandy movement, which I'm sure you were very involved in, doesn't really exist anymore. I mean, you can see echoes of it and other things which have emerged, but it would have been different if we had provided the resources to create enduring institutions, and that's a lesson we need to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, BP. And just piggybacking off of your point about trying to figure out how to draw out, right, that community participation. People want to be, you know, participatory. And so when we look at, even the Europe process, which requires more folks to be involved in some shapes or fashion. Sometimes it's the same, same group of people. But I think some successes that we've seen, on the peninsula, shortly after Sandy, I want to say like 4 years after Superstorm Sandy, the conversations about resilient Edgemere began. And that was a participatory process where your average resident was coming to info sessions and community meetings to talk about ways in which we can redesign our community for the future, whether folks were supportive of managed retreat, whether they were supportive of what that land is used for, whether it's additional community garden space, used park space. That process was very participatory, juxtaposed to the very arduous processes that we're used to. So I think that's one way we should look to what happened in Resilient Edgemere as a model of how to engage. Now, everything that came out of Resilient Edgemere wasn't something some of the civics or the groups on the ground was in love with, but everybody got, their voices heard and they got to be a part of it. I think number two, just touching on your point around food, a few groups had popped up rather after Superstorm Sandy had been doing urban agriculture in the community, taking public land and using that to create true food sovereignty. So one such model is the Campaign Against Hunger. They've been doing a lot of incredible work, both in Brooklyn, but most importantly in my district, and in communities all across the city that are experiencing food insecurity. So taking that land and involving communities in helping design what that land looks like in terms of what crops are grown so it's culturally responsive, that was key. And so you have that group and a couple of other groups on the peninsula that are doing urban ag. So I think those are the groups. Some are grassroots, some popped up after Sandy, but the grassroots groups that are doing that work have been able to be a part of that process of changing the face of the neighborhood.
Something else that happened here today, we had a lot of people from government. A lot of staff from NYCHA, from emergency management, from state government, which was great. And I think I kind of want to give them applause for being here all day and learning with us. I think Joy here, for instance, I think that was really great. And so we're early days, I would say, still in the Adams administration, and we might have an elected new governor, Governor Hochul, in a few days. So I'm just curious if you would want to opine on where you think government, local and state government needs to go, tactically, not long-term strategy, but tactically in the next, in the year ahead. And Mark, I know that you made an announcement last night that we thought was pretty interesting.
Well, when you said that we might have a new elected governor, I panicked for a minute. This is a non-political event, but in all seriousness, guys, if you care about the climate, you better be out voting. Early voting starts tomorrow. The stakes are massive, just massive.
And yeah, turn the ballot over.
Yes, also the Bond Act. The Bond Act. Thank you. Wow, very productive heckling in this conference. I do too. Absolutely. Okay, let's keep this rolling. One of the reasons why we're very far behind on coastal resiliency projects is the absolute alphabet soup of agencies that have jurisdiction over each one of these projects. There are 11 city agencies and another half dozen state and federal agencies that have some piece of the work to design and build and manage waterfront infrastructure. And if you look at Manhattan, where we've got 7 or 8 different segments, each one of them has an entirely different collection of agencies. And it has absolutely hindered the pace. Also, by the way, is partly responsible for the mess in community outreach on ESCR. And so we proposed yesterday a solution, which would be to create a single city agency in charge of waterfront protection. That would, applause, thank you. Very nice. There may be few rooms in the world I'll ever get an applause for that, except you guys are all experts on the topic. But this is absolutely necessary. The other agencies generally don't have capacity or resources to do this. the Parks Department maybe can manage the grass on top, but there are potentially hundreds of millions of dollars of very specialized infrastructure under that they have no internal capacity to build. And for a community, you want one entity where you can go to make your voice heard, to deal with maintenance on an ongoing basis. We think this will save the city money. It would require a charter change. So that's a vote in the city council and signature from the mayor. So there's big work ahead. But since you all seem to like the idea, we would love to work with you to push to make this happen, to really solve the problem, cut through the bureaucracy, and speed up the pace of this life-saving work.
Thank you so much, BP. And to your point, right, that centralized agency, people already have a level of mistrust in government, and it's primarily because, one, government doesn't explain itself well, and two, you got all these damn alphabets. And they're supposed to get us to where we need them to get to, but when they're centralized, we know that it works. We saw this a little bit during Superstorm Sandy when, I don't remember if it was the mayor, incoming mayor at the time, de Blasio, or the governor at the time, but we did see a level of coordination. I think it was the mayor. There was a level of coordination between federal, state, and city entities, at one point that really helped get the ball rolling. And once it stopped being sexy to talk about Sandy, the ball just dropped. And so what the BP is proposing is making sure that ball never drops by having that centralized agency that's always going to be responsible for this. And I think the governor is working towards that as well. I think she's moving the name of the governor's office for storm recovery into like the Office of Resilience and Recovery, and on the state level, and that should help centralize how the state agencies operate, and that's a good start. But we've got to get these city folk in. You said 11 agencies. We got to get these feds in, because if they're not all working in collaboration, we'll be 10 years again later, 20 years from Superstorm Sandy, talking about need for protection of Jamaica Bay. We'll be talking about some of the same things 10 years from now if we don't get these agencies coordinated, but also add that participatory element into the conversations as we're redesigning and fortifying our communities. The young lady here said it. $4.2 billion on the back of the ballot this year, so we need folks to flip over the ballot, but we still need to stay on top of the levels of government to ensure that $4.2 billion goes towards participatory design of our communities in the wake of climate change, but also towards a greener and cleaner future. There's earmarks on where some of those dollars are. There's electric buses, and there's resiliency projects and things of that nature. We want to make sure those projects actually get done. And it's the government agencies who are responsible to the people to make sure that those projects get done. And so when we have that level of coordination, we will see results. So I agree with the BP.
I think we've just learned about 2 innovations in government that have just happened in the past couple of days at the state level and the city level. So that's very exciting. I
like Mark's better, though. Get the city agencies together.
Right. So, I guess I wanted to shift a little towards the future now, because, Superstorm Sandy was a wake-up call, and as you described, people all over the region were impacted and are still healing. If you go to Edgemere, wherever you go, there's still a scar. So we do need to adapt. The world is looking at New York always, right? It's both an inspiration, and it's a little nerve-wracking. But I wanted to just shift to the future and to what do you think that Manhattan, that the state, et cetera, could be doing to sort of further advance our carbon mitigation, or to be reducing carbon in every way we can? What are the things that we should be thinking about with workforce development, with other, with other considerations? But we do need to shift to clean energy, and fast, right? So what is coming on your desks relative to the need for renewable energy, and how to keep that kind of very grounded and constituency first approach that you described?
Go for it. Okay. So 3 things come to mind. Build public renewables. making sure that we pass legislation to ensure that we eliminate the profit margin of our utility companies, right? They're out to expand their profit margin rather than truly invest in the greening of our infrastructure. That's number one. There's also legislation floating around on the state level to electrify all of our buildings, electrical buildings 100% over the next, I think it's by 2050. You know, these are ways we could push. But also, one of the most important things, and I think, Mark, you might agree, is actually funding the CLCPA. These are just goals and aspirations, but they're unfunded mandates. And so if we fund the CLCPA, we'll be able to realize a lot of our clean energy goals by 2050 and even before 2050, because some of the pieces that are set forth in that legislation will really, really put us on the right track. So I think those are the three things that come to mind immediately that we can and should do to really work on the infrastructure component.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. The Climate Leadership Community Protection Act, or the climate legislation on the state level, which is a massive piece of legislation I think passed in 2019, which sets some goals on the state level to ensure that we're achieving those goals as it relates to clean energy, clean air, clean water, and things of that nature over the next 30 plus years. Thank you for that.
Well, on the city level, the largest source of greenhouse gases are buildings. And that's really 60 or 65% of the problem. We passed very ambitious legislation in 2019. Now it's the law, Local Law 97, that sets really ambitious targets to reduce by 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2050 the amount of carbon-based energy that the buildings are using. This is a monster of an implementation, and arguably we're already late because of delays in getting some of the rules out, and there's a worry that companies might just opt to pay fines, even big fines, rather than complying. We have so much work to do to implement this. It is absolutely the right goal. Arguably, not even enough. You could make the point we need to be at carbon zero by 2050, but this is the baseline that we need to do, and even that is a very, very heavy lift. But you can go across every sector of urban life here. Obviously, transportation needs to be entirely electrified. There's an electric version of everything that moves now, even like fire trucks.
And it's been there for 10 years.
Sure, and sanitation trucks. The real limitation, they can be more expensive, but the real limitation is the charging infrastructure, and that's where New York City is behind even other parts of the U.S. Forget about other parts of the world. Then there are other branches of policy in the city which we don't even necessarily first and foremost think is climate, but have a huge climate impact. How we manage our waste absolutely has a climate impact, because when you send well, so far tonight we've got applause on a unified waterfront agency and composting. I love this crowd. So apparently you already know that if you send organics to a landfill, you're emitting methane. So we're so far behind on compost. We were already behind on composting pre-pandemic, and it was an epic mistake to cancel composting to save a relatively small amount of money. We're trying to bring it back. Made a big step in Queens. You guys are doing it now, borough-wide. Is that what it is? Wow, impressive. So
first month.
We got to do it in Manhattan and all the other boroughs. Our food system, I mentioned before, we have to shift to a plant-based food system, which also has climate benefits. And many of the transportation policies that we're fighting over also are about saving the climate. Congestion pricing, this may not be so popular in Southeast Queens, but congestion pricing is also climate policy. Expanding bike infrastructure is also climate policy. Making this a city where it's safer to walk is also climate policy. So this should add greater urgency to our work on every front. We are way behind on every front. We've just got to agitate for more aggressive, more audacious, more bold policy.
Yeah. Oh, you guys getting together on congestion pricing? That's good. That's good. We're making progress here. I like how tactical we got here at the end. You know, it's great to hear all this really concrete action that's ahead. And also, it's kind of overwhelming, right? Like how much further we have to go. And we started the day hearing from these young people where they talked about how Hurricane Sandy was like
Sandy
sort of
babies.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if you've seen this Katrina Babies documentary on HBO, but it's kind of mind-blowing. You know, so many of our young people are growing up in a world very different from the ones we grew up in. I mean, that's just reality, and they know it, and it affects them, and it immobilizes them, but it also creates, you know, some reasonable despair. So maybe that's just a question. You know, what do you say to young people about the climate crisis? You know, you're out talking to people on the ground all the time, and how do you frame it for them? Because we're here in an educational space, so that's something we think about a lot. Is, you know, how to talk to the young people about it.
Yeah, just really stressing the importance of them taking back their future. Right? The mistakes of the past do not have to be the mistakes of the future if we fix them today. And so it's really important that, you know, we stress to our young people that they're a part of the solution and that they are a part of that new hope. That new hope is what got me into politics and got me involved, because I saw a space for me as it relates to climate and as it relates to resiliency. I started out, like I said, I mentioned, in urban agriculture, doing urban farming in my community, in the Rockaways, and that was my space. I felt safe, I felt engaged, I felt that I was contributing, and so we need to ensure that we not only empower our young people in that regard, but give them those safe spaces to be a part of repairing our future, which is their future. You know, I was young once, and and I remember, you know, working with young people and organizing even younger folks to really see to it around the emissions. Right, we were fighting for electric buses, we were fighting for more urban ag and green space. Like, these are things that tie the want to be active, to tie the space of activism to the passions of young people, the things that they want to do. We also talked about workforce, right? Making sure that folks can put food on the table through this process of greening, you know, our infrastructure. And so that also can be working towards exciting young people who might be interested in the STEM, or STEAM, I think it's called now, STEAM, you know, academics in that regard. So now they have studied this in high school, they've studied this in college, and now here's a career for them where they can feed their families. And so I think those are three ways we could really, really motivate young people. But also, always a good social media campaign goes a long way. I can remember protesting Parks Department and protesting all the different agencies to get our community garden established in the Rockaways. Like, that's the energy that our young people possess, and we have to use that for good in that regard.
Well, speaking for the senior citizens who are over age 35.
He's actually 35.
More or less. You know, there's a fine line between feeling a sense of urgency and alarm and feeling a sense of despair. And I do worry sometimes when I speak to young people who are questioning whether they're going to live to old age because of the scale of the catastrophe that we potentially faced. And despair is debilitating. And I think we have to, without pulling punches and without holding back on talking about the urgency here and the crisis that we face, I think we have to make it clear that we can do this. We can move the needle on this. It's ultimately, we have the technology to do this. We have the science to do this. You can even argue that we still have the time to do this. The challenges are really political. It's really about willpower. But if we have the will, we can do this. We can save the planet. And almost every single policy that we need to implement to do that has other benefits. Employment benefits, for sure. Quality of life benefits, for sure. I mean, you plant street trees in part to absorb storm runoff, but it also makes the neighborhood much more pleasant. Absolutely. If we install bike infrastructure because we want people to not be driving polluting cars, there's a huge physical health benefit to that, among other things, and also arguably mental health benefit to that as well. So this will make the world better. And we need young people to be all in and engaged, but not to be paralyzed by the scale of the challenges. So to the young people who are here, to the under 35 folks who are here, thank you for spending a day figuring this out. You guys are what give me hope. How about an applause for the under 35 crowd? All right.
Well, we're.
How old he is.
I will say that we started this day with a group of children from all 5 boroughs who experienced Superstorm Sandy when they were 7, 6, 9. And it was very inspiring just to hear their stories and how they're motivated. And I can't imagine a better way to conclude this day than hearing from 2 truly visionary elected leaders with a plan in place and with the passion, driven by the passion to represent your constituents and all of us. We're so lucky to have you. I'd like to invite the audience to give our panelists a round of applause and just say we're so grateful. Thank you. And then I will turn the mic over to Thaddeus Pulowski, our fearless leader for the day, and say thank you, Thad, and you can close the session.
Yes. Thanks, everyone. And thanks for everyone for joining for the day and for everyone at home. And also, I have a slide of thank yous, which I should have done at the beginning, but a lot of people put this together. So I just want to recognize all these amazing people that helped us make this day a reality. And I would say all your names, and there are many more, but I want to let everybody get to happy hour. Amy Chester and the Resilience Pack are having drinks around the corner, if you're interested. And also, the Red Hook folks wanted me to mention that tomorrow in Red Hook, there is a community celebration, and since they came up to Columbia today, they'd love to see all of you down at Coffee Park tomorrow at noon. Noon to 4, and then there's the Barnacle Parade, which you've never seen the Barnacle Parade in Red Hook. It's wonderful. It's a commemoration of Hurricane Sandy on the day of the event. So thanks so much for being here, and have a great weekend.